1988. September 7th. Somehow, he lives. 56 years after the explosion, what should have been the end of his story. The fight has all run out of him and his mind is gone, each step slow and hitching up the long gravel drive from motorhome to house, a plastic gallon jug in hand, clear liquid sloshing inside. Leather boots laced tight over a pair of threadbare chinos. The old crescent axe dangles from his belt, its moon-shaped blade honed sharp again, though he can barely lift it, let alone swing it. Up the board steps, onto the farmhouse porch, where the door has long been nailed shut with old planks from the barn. With the tip of the axe, he struggles each board loose. When at last the heavy door swings inward, the house almost seems to give out a sigh, a moldy death rattle. Inside, Redfern stops at the rotary phone on the hall table, hooks out 911 with a gnarled finger. To the dispatcher, he says, "It's the goddamn Hindenburg out at Redfern Hill. Whole place is going up. Best send a truck." He doesn't wait for an answer, just drops the receiver in the cradle and walks to the map room at the end of the foyer, where he works his way into the junk, years upon years of garbage and forgotten things. The crinkled, rolled maps he once drew. Above his old oak desk, the twin crosscut saws bare their rusted teeth. A long time ago, they felled the trees that framed this house. He stands in the center of the room and takes it in, one last time. No sentiment, just weariness. He will not be sorry to see it burn. He looks down at the jug in his trembling hand. No gloves today. No gloves ever again. The scars and the mottled wax-like fingers are a remembrance of the one brave act he ever committed. Today, please God, he will be brave again. He will not fail. He thumbs the plastic cap from the jug, and the oily, piney smell of turpentine fills the room. Beneath the floorboards, in the darkness of the root cellar, a faint, sickly light begins to stir. He upturns the jug of turpentine over his head, the liquid spilling over his thin white pate, his ears, washing into his eyes. He cries out, his throat a rusty hinge, and fumbles a single kitchen match from his shirt pocket, and with clumsy fingers strikes it on his thumbnail. Below him the light brightens, glitters like the sea shot through with sun. Nigh a century you've been here, old friend, old enemy, old God upon your throne of dirt and blood. Your voice, the wind in the pines to me. Are you weak from all these lean years of hunger, ill-fed on possums and rats, snakes and toads? Will you beg me now when you speak my name? Oh, if I had more time, I'd starve you right out of the goddamned earth. The match flares between Redfern's fingers as out of the heaps of old furniture and twisted-up paper and columns of musty books it rises, a dark blur coalescing into blue gingham and brown curls, those eyes like glowing sapphires, smell of pine and loam. It speaks. Papa, a voice that breaks loose a lifetime of guilt and shame like shards of glass in his chest. Have you come to hurt me, Papa? You are not my child, he cries, but still the match flame wavers as Redfern's legs begin to tremble. Creak of wood as the thing before him soughs and sighs, reaches out with a small, pale hand. The match gutters. The hand wavers just beyond his grizzled cheek, and he feels the warmth of it, a hungry heat. He drops to his knees, and in an instant its hands are no longer hands, its face something slick and wet, its unraveling, re-knitting itself. Little brown shoots that creep and grow, thin as monofilament, licking tenderly at what few patches of his old man's skin aren't wet with turpentine, searching for a chink, a weak spot. Its blue eyes fusing into one, as Redfern opens his mouth to curse it one last time. But suddenly he has no air, no breath with which to scream, because his throat is full of plunging, eager tongues. He fumbles at the axe, works it free of his belt, but it only clatters to the floor, one more piece of him gone, now here in this room, where all charts and fortunes have led. Choking, he's choking, he cannot breathe, A light flares, blue and big as the sea, filling the room as Redfern's skull explodes, with the sound of crashing waves and the high-pitched scream of gulls, and time becomes a collapsing star, a folded map, a tide washing in, washing out. He convulses, feels a snarling in his chest cavity, searching out the seat of his regret. It was not supposed to end this way. It was always going to end this way, where shoots with nodes, nodes with tendrils, tendrils with teeth that chew and chew and chew, expand, bloom, and there is darkness now at the edges of his sight. He closes his eyes, seeks out a memory, a girl of 16 wearing an old cotton shirt and jeans, traipsing after him in a man's boots through dense woods and wire grass to that dark and rotten place that is the source of all his family's suffering. She is his granddaughter, sad and lonely and strong, and his final thought is her name. Nellie. Its teeth find the center of him. From hell's heart to his own, no great distance in the end. Part 1. 1989. June 30th. Nellie Gardner stiffens in the lawyer's plush chair and thinks, condescending prick. Meadows rears back behind a massive cherry desk, hands clasped at the base of his neck. He wears a gold watch and a short-sleeved pink polo and a pair of pleated khakis, boat shoes, no socks. He smiles at her from a round, red face, knowing the answer to his question, which only makes his having asked it all the more infuriating. "No," she says, plucking at a torn thread on the knee of her jeans. "My husband won't be joining us." "Just you and the boy, then?" In the waiting room, through the open door, Max, mop of brown hair, big hazel eyes, red Batman t-shirt, sits by a picture window, a Reader's Digest from the coffee table open in his lap. "I survived a great white shark attack." Behind him, through the window, the town square is empty and the sun falls in golden sheets over the courthouse steps. Nellie crosses her leg over her knee. "Just us," she says, picking at the rubber heel of her high-top sneaker. Egypt's fidget. Wade, always in her head. She moves her hand to her lap, anchors it to the other, doesn't even think about it. "How old is your son?" 11. "That's just the best age, isn't it?" The lawyer reaches a framed picture from his desk, hands it to her. "I've got 2. Nellie pretends to be interested. Meadows in full camouflage, with a scoped hunting rifle, hunkered in a pickup bed over a big buck, 2 boys seated on the tailgate, round apple cheeks, thumbs smeared with blood, the deer's head sprung between them. The lawyer's eyes, like 2 black ticks, crawl over her. He sees a girl. Women are always girls to men like Meadows, Nellie thinks. Long-limbed and hollow-eyed, peroxided hair going dark at the roots, sleeve of a denim jacket riding up to flash the beginnings of a long white scar above her left wrist. She hands the picture back, smiling. 1,033 acres, he says. Be a chunk of change if you were to sell. He rummages in a drawer for a Starlight mint. Doesn't offer her one. The peppermint clicks and clacks in his mouth. To be frank, Mrs. Gardner, the house needs work. Your grandfather hadn't lived in it for over 20 years. He was still on the property, though. That's right, the Winnebago. Conditions there, well, they weren't much better. I remember. It so happens, Meadows tears a piece of paper from a pad on his desk. There is a highly motivated party who would like to make you an offer, whether you plan to sell or not. He scratches out some numbers in pencil on a paper, then passes the note to her. Nellie stares at it, poker-faced. She counts the zeros twice. Calmly, she pushes the offer away and speaks slowly, carefully, keeping the tremor from her voice. I know it's strange, Mr. Meadows, but for some reason my grandfather wanted me to have Redfern Hill. I don't think... Have you considered property taxes? Won't be cheap, that much acreage. There's also the issue of land management. Forests like that require a certain vigilance to maintain their value. As for the house itself, the wiring's ancient. I know the coal furnace was replaced with butane about 30 years back, but I can't speak to the plumbing. And there is no air conditioning, not even a window unit. Summer in Georgia? Just the money you'll have to sink into the place to make it livable? You'll burn through the cash he left you. Meadows snaps his fingers. Like that. Max looks up over the Reader's Digest. $50,000 may seem like a fortune, but it really isn't. Nellie swallows, face flushing red. Even your grandfather was scraping by, Mrs. Gardner, living on peanut butter and saltine crackers. What you didn't inherit, he sold off piecemeal. 5, 10 acres here, 20 acres there. To your highly motivated party? Meadows smiles thinly. And the smile does not reach his eyes. He breathes deeply, folds his hands together over his blotter. Corporations, mostly. I don't know how much you know, but Mr. Redfern was not, well, a popular man here in Empire. Historically. I don't mean to be indelicate, but a lot of bad blood got spilled early in his career between landowners like your grandfather and certain folks around here who, let's just say, didn't think the terms of their agreements were fair. Meadows takes up his pen. He crosses out the old offer, writes a new one in its place. This time, he doesn't bother to pass the paper back, just holds it up so she can read it. That's more than fair, ma'am. That's generous. She drops her leg from her knee and sits forward in her chair. You have keys for me? Meadows moves the peppermint around in his mouth, breathes heavily for a space of 10, 15 seconds. She waits him out. He smacks the slip of paper with his middle finger, crumples it, throws it in the trash. From a desk drawer, he passes her a brown manila envelope, Redfern keys printed in black Sharpie across the seal. There are no copies? He smiles thinly, cracks his mint between his molars, ignores the question. Should be the house, RV, plus a gate or two on the property. The main gate, you have to jiggle it a little bit. She stands. In the waiting room, Max tosses his Reader's Digest back onto a pile. Meadows' high-backed executive chair creaks as he pushes out of it. Sorry I can't drive out with you. He glances at his watch. Truth be told, I'm late for supper. But I went out this morning, made sure everything was switched on. I bet you did, Nellie thinks. Had a nice long look around, too, didn't you? On behalf of your interested party. She offers her hand. Thank you, Mr. Meadows. We'll manage. The lawyer makes no secret of taking in, one last time, the scar that begins crosswise at Nellie's bangled wrist. He shakes her hand limply. Welcome home, Mrs. Gardner. The ranger rattles past a nail salon, a consignment store, a barber's pole, still and dark. A shuttered movie theater, on its side, a sun-faded mural. The town's history mapped on a cracked brick. A lumber mill with a huge, whirling saw. So many pine trees. A family is picnicking on the banks, and Max twists in his seat. The father is stern-faced, and his hands are fists, his belt undone. The mother sits slump-shouldered in a dowdy dress. On the blanket before her, like a beetle on its back, a diapered baby, screaming. The mother stares off across the river at the whirling blades of the saw. "Mrs. Gardner," Nellie says. They pass an Amico with broken windows, and Nellie points and says she used to buy cigarettes there after school. "How old were you?" Max asks. "Not old enough." A cluster of mobile homes drifts past, backyard clotheslines, still as death. A boy in a weed-split parking lot bounces a red, white, and blue basketball. Rusting cotton trailers, snagged with rotten cotton. Wrecks in driveways, pink and green asbestos siding, little tin awnings. A stand of concrete block apartments where a woman in a housecoat sits on her porch, shelling peas into a bowl. Soon they pass out of Empire, into a patchwork of farmland and pine thickets, a world made molten by the dipping sun. Max wilts into his seat, thinking of home back in South Carolina, how it is not home anymore. He thinks of his stuff in the pickup's bed, as much as they were able to carry, a suitcase full of clothes, a laundry basket wrapped in a black trash bag and filled with G.I. Joe and Star Wars toys, a plastic Batmobile, a collection of little golden books, Lord of the Rings paperbacks, and a dozen cheap movie novelizations he's read 3 times over. In a cardboard box, the lid taped with silver duct tape, a stack of spiral-bound meads dotted with stickers from movies and cartoons, a sketchbook and pencil box, a Swiss Army knife, a Panasonic VCR, trailing cables, and half a dozen TK-120 tapes labeled in his own small adult hand, The Karate Kid, Gremlins, Jaws. All Nellie brought was a duffel bag stuffed with whatever underwear and jeans and T-shirts she'd managed to grab from her bedroom chest. Before she woke him. Before she took him. I was kidnapped, Max thinks. But that's silly. A mom can't kidnap her own kid. Can she? A galvanized steel gate bars the road onto the property. They get out of the Ranger to a blue hour chorus of crickets. No mailbox, only a road sign knocked into the ditch and overgrown with kudzu. Redfern Road. Tractor chain coils around the gate post, secured with a heavy padlock. Beyond the gate, a dirt road curves away into the wooded gloom. Max looks over his shoulder to where the blacktop stretches east and west. No houses in sight, just a herd of cows lowing in the pasture across the road, white runners of mist creeping out from the trees. The air is warm and light with the scent of bush-hogged field grass. How far is the house from the road? About a mile, Nellie says. Let's see those keys. Max opens the envelope and turns out a blue plastic key fob. A teardrop stamped Georgia Land and Timber, 4 keys on the ring, 3 small and 1 large, labeled with Scotch tape and Bic-Rit letters small and crooked, House. Do the honors, Nellie says. Max bends to the lock, tries one of the smaller keys, tries another. It slides in, but it won't turn at all. You gotta jiggle it, Nellie says. He presses his lips together, and after a second or two the padlock springs open and the chain rattles free of the fence and drops in a heap in the grass. Nellie gets into the pickup. Max tugs open the gate, metal scudding over uneven gravel, and when the truck is through, he pulls the gate shut and wraps the chain back around it. He pockets the key and stares ahead, beyond the reach of the Ranger's headlights. The way veiled in shadow. The pickup's taillights bathe him in red. He remembers a snatch of song, has to still his hands from stuttering out the rhythm on his thighs. A big dark forest. Can't go over it. Can't go under it. Nellie thumps her arm on the door, calls back, Wagons ho! He runs to get in. She drives slowly. For a while the ruts are deep. Bahia grass between them, whispering against the Ranger's chassis. The road narrows, and the trees thicken overhead into a canopy that blacks out an already darkening sky. Yellow posted notices are hammered into the pines. Ahead, there's a turnout on the right, barred by a second chained gate, a no trespassing sign. "That's the road to the old turpentine mill," Nellie says. Max shifts in his seat to watch the gate recede as they drive on. The woods rise up around them, tree roots breaking through high shoulders of red clay. They crest a rise, and Nellie takes her foot off the gas. Far ahead down the hill, the slope bottoms out into a shallow creek bed, and the road, briefly, becomes a wash of pine straw and limbs. She downshifts, and they roll to a stop and idle. "Can we get over that?" Max says. Nellie does the math. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. It's dark. They're alone. There's a ratty motel back on the bypass, near the old tire factory. Been there since she was a girl, but she's not sure they can even afford that. Their cash is almost gone. Whatever's left of a 20 after truck stop cheeseburgers in Brunswick. In the envelope Meadows gave her, there's only a bank executive's business card. No checkbook, not even temporaries. She has no credit cards. All of those are in Wade's name and Wade's wallet back in South Carolina. "How does a shark stay alive?" she asks the boy. "It keeps moving." She fastens her seatbelt. A quick, decisive click. Max does the same. Nellie puts one hand on the gear shift, pops the clutch, and stamps on the gas. They hit the creek bed, and the back tires slew, and the wheel jerks in Nellie's hands. Max grabs his seatbelt and clings to it. And for a brief, perilous second, Nellie feels the truck slow, spin, begin to claw the earth. Time for a single breath as the pine limbs hang up beneath the truck, and the back goes soft in the wet sand. But then the little Ford chews its way up and out of the creek. Nellie lets off the gas near the top of the hill, struggles to get the shifter out of third. The road rises as she glances down. "Mom, look out!" Her head whips up. Something huge looms in her headlights. Nellie yanks the wheel, tromps the brake. The pickup slides. The world pitches. A metal crunch from the right rear fender and a slow-motion blur of trees, and suddenly the truck's rear axle drops into the ditch and the engine dies, and they come to a teeth-rattling halt, facing back the way they came from in a cloud of their own orange wake. She moves without thought. All instinct. Clicking free of her seatbelt, hands roving over Max's arms, shoulders the crown of his head. "I'm okay," he says, pushing her away. "Really, Mom, I'm fine." Ahead, the dust settles and they can see the big dark shape of something crumpled in the road. "What is it?" the boy breathes. She fishes a mag light from beneath the bench seat. "Stay in the car." The truck's door gives a dry squall as she steps out, sneakers sinking in a drift of gravel. Overhead, the sky is a peach gold swathe where the night's first bats are swooping. Whatever she's hit, it's huge and hulking in the high beams. Nellie walks slowly toward it, a cold sweat beading her scalp. She clicks on the flashlight, and her breath catches in her chest. Its eyes are dark and glassy, its claws long and obsidian gleaming, blood in its nostrils, flecks of crimson in the fur of its muzzle. "Mom?" Max stands outside the pickup, silhouetted in front of its grill. "It's a bear," she calls back. "A goddamn bear!" "Jesus Christ!" The boy comes running. Nellie catches him. "Whoa, kiddo, whoa, stay back." "Is it dead?" "Looks like." He inches toward it, bending low, reaching. "Max," she warns, but the boy runs his hand through the thick, wiry fur. "It's a black bear," he says, voice hushed. Back at the truck, she sink steps into the ditch to check the damage to the fender. The panel is caved, but the tire is good. So they climb back into the cab, and Nellie cranks the engine, but when she puts the truck in gear, it only spits gravel. Stuck. She hooks the shifter into neutral, and the engine cuts out. She puts her head in her hands, closes her eyes, needs the space between them as the silence ticks. From the dark woods, a bright sawing of crickets, followed by the low drumming of frogs in the distant river. It'll be full dark in 10 minutes, and they've come half a mile, at least another half to go. We can't just leave him in the road, Max says. Nellie kicks out of the truck and snags the boy's suitcase from the ranger's bed. We'll have to walk the rest of the way. Max slides after her, across the seat, hangs in the door. But what about the bear? God damn it, Max. I can't do anything about the bear. He shrinks back into the cab. Nellie stares up at the night sky, swallows it, this anger. It's not the boy's to take. Damn you, Wade Gardner. She reaches into the cab and takes Max's hand. He jerks away, crossing his arms to face forward, eyes locked on the distant hump of the broken creature in the truck's headlights. She reaches again, takes his wrist firmly, then eases up. Bring one thing, she tells him. The house isn't far, but we don't want to haul more than we can carry. We'll come back tomorrow for the rest. Please, God, let there be power up there. Nellie tilts the seat forward, grabs her duffel, unzips it. She opens the boy's suitcase and transfers his toothbrush and toothpaste into her bag. Max, meanwhile, climbs into the pickup's bed and fishes around in his cardboard box, comes up with his sketchbook and pencil box. These and Nellie's purse from the seat go into the duffel, and she zips it all up. Max asks if he can carry the light. She hands it to him. Shouldering her bag, she reaches through the open driver's door to switch off the ranger's headlamps, and there she hesitates, staring at the dead bear in the road. Mom, you okay? She cuts the lamps, and everything is lost to the night. Max clicks on the flashlight, and they start walking. 15 minutes later, they're breathing heavy, sneakers crunching on the gravel, the road a steady incline. Overhead, stars wink out behind a wall of clouds. An owl sings from the tangled brush, stopping Max in his tracks. He's heard owls before, but never so loud, so close. He pictures the great owl in Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim, yellow eyes peering out through a mask of cobwebs, that huge, shuffling girth. How did your grandfather die? He asks. They said his heart gave out. Max thinks of his aunt on his dad's side, how they'd visited her in the hospital last year in Myrtle Beach, then got ice cream at the boardwalk, a treat to drive away the memories of that close, dim room, the wires and tubes and needles trailing out of her. Dad's idea. It hadn't worked. Was he in the hospital, like Aunt Violet? No, he died suddenly at home. In the house? Yeah. But he had a motorhome. He was living in that. Why wasn't he living in the house? It takes a few seconds for her to answer. Maybe it was too big, too lonely. Where is he buried? There's a family cemetery somewhere on the property. Max glances beyond the flashlight's path, into the black pines standing against the blue night. Somewhere out there, among these trees, are graves, dead people, rotting in boxes. Nellie, too, goes quiet. Not one of her easy silences, like when Max used to lie on the floor of her studio and color while she painted, and it was raining outside, and David Bowie was on the radio. No, this is a different, darker silence. Heavier. A smothering blanket. He thinks of the spare bedroom in their little blue house in Conway. Dozens of Nellie's paintings propped along the wall, large and small, covered in dark greens and violent reds and pools of black. Crumbling brick buildings, vacant lots, a city park where she used to take him to play. Empty swings in shafts of sunlight. A trash can on its side, spilling garbage. It's not really the park, though, Max had said about that painting. "The park is a happy place, isn't it?" Her answer had been as mysterious to him as the painting itself. "The places I see, kiddo, are up here." She'd tapped her head. "You should try painting happy trees," he said, "like the man on TV. Nellie's answer was to grab him and make pig noises against his neck, and he'd wriggled away laughing. But later, he was still thinking about it, how that painting made him never want to go to that park again. They walk on, rocks rolling beneath their shoes, thunder to the west. In the dark, his mother is little more than a shape beside him, a presence without form. "How big is this place, anyway?" he asks, just to hear her voice, to ward off the eerie feeling there, two balloons untethered and drifting into the night. "About 1,000 acres." 1,000 acres, he says softly. "And it's all like this?" "Most of it. You used to come here when you were a kid?" "No, I spent some time here one summer, that's it." "How long?" 4 days. A pause. Then, "I ran away from home." Max lets this sink in. Once he'd run away from home himself, but he'd only gotten as far as the grapevine at the grammar school 6 blocks away. Mom and Dad were yelling in the living room, and there was the sound of glass breaking. So he packed his little blue suitcase with the train conductor on the side, the one that said, "I'm going to Grandma's house," and climbed out his bedroom window and through a crack in the board fence and down a narrow dirt alley that spilled him onto Cleveland Street. It was spring, and the grapevine was greening, so he slipped in among the shadows and the bees buzzing with their fairy wings and sat on his suitcase and thought about where he was going to go. But he was already hungry. And the only place he could think of was the Gay Dolphin at Myrtle Beach, where they sold snow globes he liked to look at. So he doesn't ask her why she ran away. He only wants to know how old she was and how far she got. She tells him she was 16. 16? If I'm lying, I'm dying. So you spent 4 days here when you were a teenager, and he left you his house and 1,000 acres? It's a mystery to me too, kiddo. He must have loved you. I don't know anything about that. Did you go back home after that? Nope. How far'd you get them before you did? A tightness in her voice. I'm still running, kiddo. The road curves sharply, and suddenly he feels it, like a dip in temperature before a summer storm. They're close. Just beyond the bend, the next unseen spill of thorns and briars, the black trees will break. Ahead, a pair of canted pines blot out the violet sky. They angle over the road as it becomes a long drive between grassy fields, off to the right, the shape of a big, dilapidated barn. To the left, beneath a huge hardwood, is the long, boxy shape of an old Winnebago, overtaken by the grass. The drive rambles uphill and hooks around like the eye of a sewing needle. And there, silhouetted against the evening sky, where lightning dances, is their destination. Max stops in his tracks, as if the old house rearing up before them has teeth, claws, is a thing alive. A dragon in the midst of a long slumber. It sees us. A fresh sweat springs out beneath his clothes. Above the roof, bats loose themselves like stones from slings. Ahead of him, Nellie turns, calls out to him, "You okay?" Max's tongue is dry in his mouth. It's inexplicable. The dread that freezes him, shrivels his scrotum, makes his legs weak. Doesn't she feel it? Pressure in his skull, building. "Max? Max, are you okay?" His ears pop, and the whole night goes silent. Beneath his feet, an unexpected shudder, as if the ground itself were stirring. He reaches up, touches his nose. A single drop of blood trickles out. Nellie walks back to him, takes the flashlight, and kneels before him. She shines it between them so the light spills up onto both their faces and he can see she's scared. Not of the house, but of him, of his forever bleeding nose, bleeding since February, anyway. She's scared of what it means, that it could all be wrong, that she could be wrong, that she hasn't saved him or herself from anything. Quickly, Nellie tugs her t-shirt up from her waist and wipes the blood from his face. "Tilt your head," and he does. "It's just a little nosebleed. Nothing new, right?" No, nothing new. He gets them all the time, ever since that day outside the garage. With Dad. He tastes blood, spits, closes his eyes and imagines a bright and sunny place, a beach with broken shells to pick up and sift through, a shore where waves roll in that steady, easy way, where gulls cry and maybe a dog barks, goes splashing into the surf, a place where all pictures painted should be happy. The bleeding stops. He puts a finger beneath his nose, drops his head. "Good?" she asks. He takes a deep and calming breath. Lightning flashes in the clouds as Nellie Gardner turns and looks up at the house. "Well, this is it, kiddo. We're here." 2 mercury vapor night lamps light the property, one near the drive at the corner of the barn, the other farther up, behind the house. Nellie and Max pass under the first of these, above them a swirling galaxy of bugs and moths. Over Nellie's left shoulder, the road is bordered by thick Johnson grass, a barbed wire fence, and beyond the fence a hayfield that doesn't look to have been cut in decades. They walk up the long drive to the eye of the needle, where Nellie shines the flashlight along the front porch balustrade, tracing its crooked, rickety line until the porch wraps out of sight. Tall windows gleam darkly. 2 huge columns of mortared river rock flank the high brick steps, a riot of leggy azaleas on either side. She plays the beam higher, over the tin roof to the second-story windows, and above these, a single attic dormer. Beside her, Max sniffs back a lingering trickle of blood. She starts up the steps, wide and steep. At the top, Nellie passes the light over a porch ceiling that might have once been haint blue, lets the beam rest in the center pane of the glass transom above the front door. Stretched over the glass, a web of cocooned, desiccated bugs. At the center of the web, a fat, brown orb weaver. "Got those keys?" The boy doesn't move. He's staring up at the spider. "Max," she says gently. Slowly, eyes locked on the transom, he fishes the key fob from his pocket. She trades him the mag light and jerks the screen door loose from its swollen frame. Overhead, the spider retreats to some unseen reach. The front door is heavy, windowless, the deadbolt stubborn, and Nellie's heart leaps when the key refuses to turn. If they can't get in, she'll have to break a window. Otherwise, it's a long walk back to the Ranger to spend the night in the hot, cramped cab. And oh, wouldn't that just be the perfect end to a perfect day? But then the lock clicks, and the door swings inward. Nellie takes back the light and shines it down the long central hallway, over wide board walls, painted white, a coat rack, empty of coats, hardwood floors of heart pine, wide cracks between the dark planks, runners of dust, like cotton rows in each. Max stares over his shoulder, back down the narrow, rutted lane that brought them here. A sudden, oppressive wave of loneliness washes over Nellie. The 2 of them here, in their little island of light, could be the last 2 people in the world. Max's fingers, light and warm, interlace with hers. "He's a sponge," Wade once said, "soaks up everyone's misery." Hate flares briefly in her chest, that old blue flame that never dies. But then she remembers there are discoveries to be made here in this house of their own, and those discoveries are theirs, and theirs alone. Wade will have no part in them. Nellie squeezes Max's hand. 2 deep breaths, and into the house they go. The foyer opens into a long hall like a throat, cavernous rooms on either side. At the far end, a shadowy kitchen, its windows bright with lightning. Between the two rooms on their left, a narrow set of stairs climbs for the second floor, carpet tacked down over it like a threadbare tongue. The balusters are square and plain, and the light fixtures overhead are hammered out of brass and tin. Doors hang on creaky hinges, and the walls look slightly out of true. Nellie sets her duffel on the floor. Near the molding is an old-fashioned rotary switch. She turns it, and overhead a pendant flares, a single dead wasp suspended in the frosted globe of the lamp. A spindly antique table stands just inside the door. Atop it, a green telephone. Nellie picks it up and hears a dial tone. She sets the phone back in its cradle, runs a finger over the tabletop, rolling up a rime of dust. In the first room, to the left of the front door, a dull candelabra lights the ghostly shapes of a sheeted antique sofa, an upright piano. No other tables, no chairs. A rock fireplace dominates the wall opposite the door. Above it, a hand-hewn mantelpiece. Carved in relief and stained darkly against lighter wood are the jagged, saw-toothed shapes of pine trees. "This is the parlor," she says to Max. They drop their bags by the sofa. Max goes straight to the mantel, traces a finger along the lines of the carved wood. Nellie hears a creak, turns, and sees the door across the hall, drifting open. Some trick of pressure, gravity, yet she goes to it right away as if invited. Remembering the colored squares of glass in the tall windows, leaded panes that caught the sun and turned the room into a kaleidoscope of yellows, reds, and greens. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves of red cedar line the walls, sheeted over, brimming with books and cobwebs. A tall, crude ladder leans in a corner. No rail or tracks to hook it on, just bits of pine hammered together with square-cut nails. Nellie shines the mag light around. As with the parlor, there's not much furniture in Redfern Hill's library. Just an old wingback chair, covered in a dirty towel, the arm spitting stuffing. Beside it, a floor lamp, its antique globe home to a spider. Lightning flickers through a crack in heavy dark drapery. The windows, colored or clear, are all hidden. Nellie's light falls on a Victorian writing desk at the east-facing window. A woman's desk, Euphemia, Nellie thinks. Her grandmother, long dead before Nellie was born. I stood here that summer. This was her room. "Mom?" Max, ashen-faced, stands in the hallway. "I thought I had to pee. I don't now." He points to a door just down from the library, a narrow bathroom. When Nellie steps inside it, the smell hits her like a hammer. Something foul, something dead. One hand over her mouth, she toggles the light switch. "It doesn't work," Max says. He clutches his spiral-bound sketchbook to his chest like a shield. Nellie's flashlight catches a jagged hole in the ceiling of the small room, like the empty socket of a tooth. A tangle of wires hanging down, each wire a curl of shadow. She plays the beam down to the sink, the toilet in the corner. A chain pull with a black iron box mounted high on the wall, 2 black pipes running down, corrosion at the joints. The toilet itself like some weird toadstool sprung out of the cracked tile floor. The seat is up. She gags, one hand over her mouth. Jesus! Inside, a rat spoons the shallow bowl half submerged in rust-colored water. Its eyes are empty sockets, its lips drawn back from its teeth. Spindly fibers, mold, hair, guts, trail and corkscrew beneath the bloated tuber of its body. "Give me a sheet of paper," she manages, stuffing her face in the crook of her elbow. Max tears a handful of pages from his sketchbook. Swallowing her gorge, holding her breath, doubled up, sheets of 60-pound 400 series in hand, she reaches, slowly, into the bowl. Eyes fixed on a fat gray tail, curling up the porcelain. At the parlor window, Max draws back the heavy drapes to watch Nellie in the bright electric day of the lightning, rat in hand, arm thrust away from her, plank straight as she heads for the barbed wire fence. Beyond it, the hayfield and the old, forlorn motorhome slumped beneath the boughs of a black walnut tree. What was it like to be an old man and live all alone in an old RV? To die alone, too. Would his own dad die alone, now that he and Nellie were gone? Max's stomach churns just thinking about it. In the lightning flashes, he sees his mother toss the rat over the barbed wire and start back for the house. A peal of thunder causes the sheeted piano behind him to hum a single, faint note. It makes him whirl, raises goose flesh on his arms, until he realizes the phantom note was a trick of the thunder, like glass shuddering in a window. Slowly, he crosses the room and tugs the sheet from the piano to the floor. The casing is black, flawless, gilded with the letters of a German name he can't pronounce. He runs a hand over yellowed keys and plunks his index finger down, far left of middle C. A bass note thrums in the silence of the house. The front door opens. He takes his finger away, listening. There's a sound, a faint scrabbling in the walls. Brief, then gone. What moves in the innermost parts of a house, Max wonders, the places we never see? Scuttling among wire and web. From the parlor door, Nellie says, "Let's check out the other rooms." He turns back to the piano, strikes a key an octave lower. But the key is broken, makes only a soft clack. Sure. Moving deeper into the old farmhouse, Nellie remembers the summer of 1975. Wandering through the house, her grandfather off in the woods, who knew where. 14 years later, the place is just as hot and stifling and empty of life. But there's something else now. Something worse. It feels as if each room has been ransacked, pillaged, stripped. Devoid, that's the word she's looking for. Each room is devoid of something. In the dining room, for example, down the hall from the bathroom, rat room, there is no table and there are no chairs, just 4 varnished legs in the center of the floor, like gnawed bones in an animal's den. At the end of the hall is a cased opening into the kitchen, where the hardwood floor gives way to uneven brick. Nellie turns on the overhead light, a whale oil lamp wired for a single bulb. Here are cabinets missing doors, iron brackets studding the walls, empty of shelves. An old Frigidaire stands unplugged in a corner, the door cracked open and spilling a litter of dead bugs. The only remaining evidence that once this was someone's kitchen? A formica table and 2 chairs in front of a picture window. A peal of thunder, getting closer now, rattles the glass. Like astronauts exploring a derelict spacecraft, they drift on, back into the hallway. On their right, a door so narrow Nellie misses it. Max doesn't. He pulls the metal latch and the door swings open on a closet not much wider than the boy's shoulders. Nellie shines her flashlight into the space. A pantry, shelves missing here too. A few ancient cans of Vienna sausages scattered on the floor. The door to the room behind the stairs, the last of the downstairs rooms they've yet to enter, is shut. Nellie's about to open it when Max asks, "What about that?" and points at the back of the stairs. A little half door is cut into the boards there, held shut with a simple eye hook and latch. Nellie stares at the tiny door for a long time, ghost of a memory. Her grandfather's gloved hand falling on her shoulder as she stood on this very spot 14 years ago. Like her feet had grown roots. Staring at the door, heart pounding, listening. Listening for what? For a, "Did you hear it?" voice. That's the cellar. She looks away. She turns the doorknob of the last downstairs room, half expecting it to be locked, but it swings in with a long creak. Lightning stutters through tall, bare windows, revealing misshapen, unnatural forms. As Nellie fumbles for the rotary switch, a thought skitters through Max's head. This room will tell the story. Overhead, a wooden candelabra flares to life. Nellie gasps. Max says, "Holy shit!" Then, "Sorry, Mom." "It's okay. You took the words right out of my mouth." The room is a labyrinth of junk. Heaps of cardboard boxes stacked 3 and 4 high along the walls, packed with screws and rusty nails and electrical cords, lengths of chain and bits of twine, hoops of metal. Scattered across a long, wide table at the center of the room are upended drawers of forks, spoons, knives. The kitchen's missing wooden shelves and cabinet doors, books from the bookcases in the library, strewn over the table and floor, crates of dishes, pots, pans, a stack of big band records, a Victorian phonograph, wire egg baskets filled with apothecary bottles. 2 rosewood armchairs, broken and gutted. The dining room's missing table, upended against a window. Beneath the windows, 6 plastic 5-gallon buckets, each filled, inexplicably, with pine cones. A jagged hole in the wall where the boards have been pried loose. Frame wood visible through the gaps, pearled with resin and tufts of vermiculite insulation. Was it like this before? When Nellie doesn't answer, Max looks at her and finally she shakes her head, eyes fixed on the floor. She bends over, picks up something from beneath a heap of old magazines. An axe, short-handled, its blade curved like a crescent moon. Along the inner wall, behind a fall of beer cans and trash bags filled with pine straw, is a high, unfinished shelf of cubbyholes, each packed with rolled paper. Max touches the end of a roll, the paper yellowed, brittle. What are these? Maps? Architectural plans? Drawings? Drawings of what? Forests? The land? They forge a path to the wall that abuts the piano room, to an old oak desk heaped with ancient issues of the Empire Courier and the Baxter County Shopper, National Geographic, Life, the Georgia Journal of Land Management. Fixed to the wall above the desk is a framed map, hand-drawn on yellowing paper, and above this 2 massive cross-cut saws. Max has seen similar saws at craft fairs and antique malls, either dull and rusted or painted with barns and cows to look friendly. But these are neither friendly nor dull. Both gleam as new as the day they were forged, each a shark's grin of teeth. Looking at them, he can almost hear the crunch of bone, see the cloud of blood. Nellie uses the crescent axe to rake the newspapers and magazines off the desk onto the floor. Max dances back as they all come avalanching over the side. "Mom? What the heck?" But she's already turned and is reaching up to lift the big framed map from its nail. It's heavy, unwieldy. She wobbles it down to the desktop and lays it flat, bends over it to brush dust and blow it clear. Max sidles up beside her and she drapes an arm over his shoulders. "Your great-grandfather drew this. It's more than just a map, see?" She points to the house and barn, the hayfield. "See the details? Little chickens in back of the barn. Tiny rocks stippled on the porch columns. To the south, the turpentine mill." She points to inky black smoke rising from the distillery's chimney, where it's nestled in a grove of hickory and sycamore. You can practically count the bricks in the furnace. A cluster of men are rolling barrels up a ramp, and it all reminds Max of the picture books he loved as a child. Cross-sections of buildings where little cartoon people live their lives, watching TV and cooking meals and reading books with their feet up. Turn the page, and there they are again. In miniature. Their stories each but one small part of the story of a whole city, where a few streets over, firefighters are saving kittens from trees and policemen are arresting bank robbers. "This is Camp Road," Nellie says, along the river. Here, a mule pulls a cart of steel-hooped casks out of a grove of long-leaf pines, where tiny men in overalls are hacking at the trees. They're cutting cat faces. They call them that because they look like cats, Max says, peering closer. Nellie traces Camp Road with her finger to a cluster of cabins in a clearing, where there are cook fires and pigs in pens and a girl at a well, her hair drawn back and tied. "Isn't it beautiful?" Nellie says. Heading up the narrow staircase is like passing through a blast furnace. At the top, Max turns another rotary switch, and the walls along the low-ceilinged corridor flare to life, studded with high brass sconces. Nellie tucks the mag light into the waistband of her jeans and hangs her denim jacket on the newel at the head of the stairs, then pinches her t-shirt beneath her breasts to flap a breeze. 4 bedrooms here, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, an exact replica of the first-floor footprint. A long master bath at the head of the stairs connects to the master bedroom. "Mom, I've got to pee. For real this time?" She finds the light in the bathroom. Mold streaks the walls, and there's mildew in the sink, but nothing dead in the toilet or tub. "All clear," she tells him, then walks on through to the master bedroom. A 4-poster bed dominates the room. At its foot, a wide cedar chest. An oak armoire stands on the inside wall, a dressing table beneath the window. Both are sheeted, cobwebs like bunting across the ceiling. Nellie draws the sheet away from the dressing table, finds only dust rings beneath. Shapes of perfume bottles, a mirrored tray, a hairbrush. All missing, removed. The fireplace mantel is bare of trinkets, and the windows that look out on the yard are shuttered. She opens the armoire. It's empty, save for 6 wire hangers. On the far wall, an adjoining door opens into a nursery. 2 cribs in clear view of the poster bed. A framed child's prayer hangs over them, embroidered on a square of fabric. "Now I lay me down to sleep." A prayer Nellie's own mother taught her when she was little. A prayer she sometimes still recites, on nights when her mind cannot rest. Wade in bed beside her. If I should die before I wake. Briefly she feels a phantom itch from wrist to elbow. Her scar. In addition to the cribs, she remembers a hutch of folded quilts, a floor scattered with building blocks, a rocking horse made of pine. But now the nursery is as barren as the downstairs dining room. At the far end of the hallway, the toilet flushes. Nellie rubs her arm, crosses to the bedroom opposite the nursery. Immediately she sees the rag doll on the floor, hair of yellow yarn in pigtails, black button eyes. She bends to pick it up, brushes the dust from its plaid skirt, holds it to her chest. A room as plain as all the others. Bare board walls and an iron frame bedstead, its feather mattress sagging. Twin hurricane lamps on a pair of rough-hewn bedside tables, each furred with a decades-old layer of dust. She walks through an adjoining door into the next room and realizes suddenly what bedroom she's in. She clutches the rag doll to her breast, heart beating so hard she can hear it in her temples. She had the same reaction when she was 16. A deer's head is mounted above the armoire, a coonskin cap dangling from a horn. Strangely, the narrow bed is made. An afghan folded across its foot. A row of hand-painted metal soldiers stands in a crooked line along the sill of the room's one window. Cowboys and Indians, sailors and doughboys. A pair of boys' boots, scuffed and worn, are set upright beside an old cedar chest. The laces, she remembers. How thick they were. How stubborn. "Whose room was this?" Max, from the doorway. "My dad's," she says, trying to imagine the boy who once sat at the little roll-top desk in the corner, where a crooked stack of canvas-backed primers waits to be opened. Hank Redfern, the maudlin drunk. once her son's age? Impossible, it seems. The room offers no explanations, no insights. She looks down at the doll in her hands. He had a baby sister. Her name was Agatha. I think it was her room, next door. Max crosses to the window, looks out where the porch roof extends. The branches of a huge magnolia tree within reach of the eave. A sudden clap of thunder rattles the glass, and in the lightning that follows, Max says, "Hey, what is that out there? It's huge." "You mean the fire tower?" Nellie says. She flicks the twin latches, raises the sash, and together they peer up at a latticework of steel, even taller than the great magnolia. Max's eyes gleaming with the light of a boy doing boy geometry, figuring angles and squares and degrees of daring. It's a light she hasn't seen in a long time, a light Wade Gardner had all but snuffed. "When do I get to meet your dad?" Nellie stiffens a little. She can't help it, then kisses the top of his head, roughly, wishing briefly for a world without the burden of fathers, a world especially made for mothers and sons. "We'll see." They stand together in the storm-cooled breeze, waiting for the rain. Later. The lights in the house are off, save a mismatched pair of mid-century lamps Max brought into the parlor and set on the floor. He'd found them in the map room. He'd promised, through a yawn, to find tables come the morning. Now he sleeps on the sofa, with his head on Nellie's thigh, and Nellie sits, staring at the contents of the manila envelope emptied onto the hardwood floor, deed to the house and property, plus a small stack of papers signed and resigned and notarized, 1 house key, 1 RV key, 2 gate keys, and 2 business cards, the lawyer's, and 1 belonging to a VP at First Empire Savings and Loan. Nellie opens her purse, takes stock of what's there. A tube of lipstick, a compact, her driver's license, 3 emergency tampons, and $9 in cash. First thing in the morning, get the truck out of the ditch. After that, burn up the last of her cash on coffee, orange juice, and egg McMuffins. Then the bank. A plan, but still, she can't sleep. Nothing new. It's been this way for months. Every night lying awake in bed as if some terrible tide's at work in her, drawing her in, drawing her out, a ceaseless, restless stirring. The fear of waking to a new day only to find it's the same as yesterday. A prisoner in her own skin. That old chestnut, but things are different now, aren't they? Here she isn't a prisoner. It's no palace, sure, just a farmhouse built when the century was new. But it feels huge, if only because her own world has been so small for so long. How many shitty 2-bedroom apartments and rental houses had she and Wade lived in over the years? Once, when things were good and he still had his job in Savannah, they had a trailer before South Carolina. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound comes from inside the wall, near the fireplace. Scritch, 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 like the twisting of a pencil in a child's pencil sharpener. She sighs, cocks an ear at the air. She could get up, sure, investigate, press her ear to the boards. But Max is fast asleep and she's tired and under no illusions about the number of rodents she's going to have to deal with in the coming weeks and months. Mice, squirrels, trapped birds, bats in the chimneys. Suddenly she feels very small and alone in this old house, in a soft circle of lamplight she and her boy have set down like fire in a cave. One last scritch, then the sound stops. She twines her fingers in Max's hair. Max's sketchbook is on the floor beneath the deed to Redfern Hill. She picks it up and flips through it. The first few pages are animal figures, copied in pencil from a how-to book she gave him a few years back. An elephant charging in a flurry of dust, head and shoulders of a tiger. Childlike, but with an eye for what counts, those places where expression and heart reside. Did she bring his oil pastels? She can't remember. Back home. Back in South Carolina, you mean, because here is home now, Nellie. His art supplies were stored in trunks and boxes and closet bins. She'd grabbed what she could. The last few pages are all He-Men and Beast-Men, superheroes, flying, leaping, crouching, punching. Muscles and capes, swords and axes, the odd machine gun. Aggression, channeled from the heart to the fist in service of good. A boy's fantasy of manhood. The reality? Wade Gardner. What had she told Wade about her past? Even now, was he lying awake, dredging those long-ago late-night conversations from the early months of their courtship? Stuff about her mother, her father. Was it enough to find them? She doesn't think so. Several months back, she'd found Meadows' letter in a stack of bills, less than half an hour before Wade got home from teaching. Just long enough to read it, throw up, read it again and hide it inside the frame of a painting, a portrait of Max at 6 or 7. That's when the sleepless nights began, when suddenly there were possibilities, choices, and with them all the traps and dangers of what could go wrong. But what if Wade isn't the problem anymore? What if running with Max is just the first in a scree of mistakes, soon to become an avalanche that will bury them both? And when the dust settles, it'll be you, nervous Nellie, his own mother standing at the edge of the cliff, the one who set it all tumbling down. Beneath her breath, bullshit. Life with Wade Gardner had been its own 10-year rock slide, hadn't it? Culminating in that awful day last February, a week or so after Meadows' letter came when she wasn't home. The day of the lesson. The day that made up her mind once and for all to get the hell out. She remembers how that week, when Wade was home watching sports or grading papers or pounding out poems on his IBM Selectric, Max had spent hours on the swings in the backyard, nose stuck in some paperback he'd no doubt read 10 times before, as if some new conflict could emerge in a story he already knew by heart. His nose and face still bruised and swollen. She thinks of all the things she wants for Max, has hoped he'll have, since the day he was born. Really, Nellie? Since the day he was born? Is that what we're telling ourselves nowadays? Even when that long scar on your arm starts to itch, and you'd like nothing more than to make it a matched set, you're still singing that tune? But he's already 11, and 11 is a fulcrum, when the balance tips and everything changes, just like it changed for her here in Empire. Empire. I never said that name to Wade, did I? When she was 16, and her mother died, and her father lost all hope at the bottom of a bottle. But here, now, in this house, this sanctuary, things will be different. Here, will they? She won't make the same mistakes. Won't you? Here, in her house. She switches off the lamps, and soon after sleep does find her, as outside the storm rumbles on by without shedding a single drop of rain. And somewhere, in the dark of her dreams, she hears that sound again, steady as the metronome of her own heart. Scritch, scritch, scritch. 1917. November 2nd. August Redfern dreams that Euphemia is lost. Lost in the old forest above North Creek. He's stumbling among the tangled hammock and moss beds, calling her name, catching, by and by, fleeting glimpses of her, white and apparition-like. A crane taking wing as the land gives way to swamp and the Altamaha floods inward. Alligators lurking primordial, watching him pass as he staggers up, up, up the rising slope of the land to a wire grass clearing, where in the upper reaches of a high lone pine he finds her, naked, trim, beautiful. She stands in the remnants of a giant bird's nest, in her hands something small, something wriggling. Helpless, he calls to her, but her eyes are cold, the color of hardened resin. The thing in her arms, bloody and slick and spasming, cries out like a bird. She lifts it to her mouth, pushes it in, one pale leg at a time. He wakes, the mattress beside him empty. Christ. His eyes are gummed. Was he whimpering? The ache of a full bladder drives him to the edge of the bed. On the table, his pocket watch tells the time as 6:30. The light outside is faint but growing, the pine tops beyond the meadow rimmed in amber. He sits, naked, looking out through the muslin-draped window to the yard along the southern side of the house, where 6 wooden planks are sunk end to end in the mud, bridging a path from the workers' carts to the front porch steps. The carts are piled high with milled lumber and river rocks. He sees her in her housecoat and mud boots at the edge of the meadow, peering down into the lens of the Kodak brownie which rests upon the swell of her belly. He imagines the photograph she's after. The farmhouse, bathed in morning sun as the world forms itself anew. Redfern walks into the bathroom. White, hexagonal tiles cold against his bare feet, and urinates. He pulls on a pair of trousers and an undershirt, walks down the hall, looks in on the nursery at the progress she's made, a piece of embroidery recently framed, wooden blocks, a rocking horse, a paper mobile above the crib, and a cubby in a corner where little quilts are folded. A steadily growing cairn beneath which I will one day be buried, he thinks. It isn't supposed to feel like this. He'll never tell her about it, his fear of this sunlit space. Downstairs, he pours 2 cups of coffee and walks them out onto the porch. By then, Euphemia is lining up a shot in the newly graveled drive. The barn, maybe. He holds her coffee aloft and she waves. Seconds later, she's barefoot on the porch, muddy boots set neatly at the bottommost step. She stretches, hands in the small of her back, belly pushing at her buttoned housecoat. The camera hangs from a strap around her neck. She's smiling as she takes her coffee. Your beautiful bride, swollen ankles, swollen fingers. She walks barefoot across the boards and slips his free arm over her shoulder, curls it across her breasts, draws him to the balustrade, and grips his arm in a slant of sunlight, his muscles hard and satisfying to hold. She sips her coffee. Redfern drinks his own, dropping his arm to run his hand over the swell of her, so close now. She leans back into him, breathes in his scent, yesterday's pine and smoke. You smell like some wild thing. It'll fade. I hope not. Pretty soon I'll smell like money. You were dreaming again. All night, it seemed. Do you remember any of it? He says, some of it was about you, and kisses her ear before he steps away to the far end of the porch. I like to look at them, he tells her, meaning the woods. Smoke curls from the tree line. Yesterday's burn, the first of many they'll make. I was thinking of putting in a tower behind the house, so we can see it all. We'll burn more after the thaw, between the camp and North Creek. Way up there, you know. Way up where I dreamed you were a bird, nesting in a tree, devouring your child. What time is Barlow due? She asks. Soon. She puts her coffee on the railing and slips behind him, slides her hands into his pockets. Fishing for change? She presses her cheek into his back. He turns to look at her. Her dark hair falls to her shoulders in rings, framing a face that's oval and flushed. 17 years old. Beautiful and lonely. He eyes her belly. She won't be lonely much longer. But the thought brings little comfort. She's a sober, smart girl. So alive. Too alive, maybe, to be saddled with this. Who needs money, she says. You're all the rich I need. Lucky for you. He kisses the top of her head, then takes his hand from the small of her back. He steps away from her, tosses the rest of his coffee. "Busy morning," he says, a half apology. "Wait!" She grabs her camera from the porch floor. "Take my picture?" "I don't know anything about that contraption." "I want you to have a picture of me, to carry with you." Her smile is tentative, fearful he'll refuse, call her foolish. He remembers his dream. The terror of crashing after her through the underbrush, no sign of her anywhere. "What do I do?" She extends the bellows, shows him where to look, what to push. She stands by the rock column where the sun can hit her, one hand beneath the curve of her belly. He peers at her through the lens, which makes the world around her fall away, reduces her to a single point of focus: Euphemia Redfern, his wife, and Redfern Hill behind her, a world of his own making. The shutter clicks. He hands her the camera, kisses her cheek, and goes inside. Euphemia watches dawn break fully over the trees, tries to imagine what it will all look like from high up if August builds his tower. The woods, the river, the fires her husband has set to clear the land and make way for the cutting, the scraping. 1,000 acres. She holds her belly and wishes to be more than what she is. Not to be August Redfern's wife, mother of his heirs, but to be his partner. She hears the distant clop of a horse down the gravel lane. Barlow. She goes inside and shuts the parlor windows against the smoke. Upstairs in the bedroom, Redfern dresses before a full-length mirror, pulls on an umber twill shirt, over it a vest, a union suit coat. The clothes are laundered, pressed. He does not wear a tie. His jaw is set, firm, shadowed with razor stubble. His mustache thin and oiled. From a cigar box on the bureau he removes a gold watch and chain and threads the chain through his vest. He is 26 years old, soon 27. Not Southern by birth, so he holds no convictions about heritage, no entitlements through myth. All the legacy he knows is that of a drunken, gambling father who died alone in a Boston street, trampled to death beneath an ox cart, and an Irish Catholic mother who nightly prayed for the old man's lush soul until a blood vessel burst in her head and she keeled over in the kitchen of a lawyer's house where she'd cooked 3 meals a day, 6 days a week, for half her life. Redfern was 16, no brothers, no sisters. Had a shitty job as a dock worker unloading freight. After the funeral, a dismal, lonely affair at a dockside crematorium, he signed on with a whaling crew and sailed the North Atlantic, saw Newfoundland, Nova Scotia. Harvested blubber in the corpses of sperm whales. By 19, his knuckles were knots of rope, and his hair was bleached by the sun and salt air. At 22, he fell out with a girl in New Bedford and made his way south by land, working odd jobs as a bricklayer, a carpenter, a tinker. In North Carolina, he took up with a rich widow and lived 6 months in luxury, gaining a taste for Kentucky bourbon and sherry and smart polished boots. In Tennessee, he got on with a stonemason's outfit and helped build an amphitheater in the side of a mountain where a band of holy rollers set up church. By the time he arrived in Georgia at 24, he wanted something solid beneath his boots, a place to call his own. He wanted land. What he would do with it, he had no idea. He went south from Savannah by horse, over coastal plains and marshes thick with mayflies that hung upon his eyelashes and bit his neck. He caught a fever in a boarding house that overlooked the port at Brunswick, and there, in the throes of delirium, he saw 2,000 barrels of distilled turpentine waiting to be shipped, a king's ransom heaped on the docks. Not long after, he journeyed inland, over vast tracts of long-leaf wilderness, the very pines that had produced the turpentine that had sparked his imagination. He apprenticed for a while at a mill in Jessup, where he learned the trade, notching, cutting, boxing, harvesting, distilling. Later, he settled quietly into a job at Baxter Millworks in the nearby town of Empire. There, he caught George Baxter's ear. They shared New England, the open sea. The old man had been a steamship engineer in his 20s, had sailed the Atlantic from New York to Miami. He had what the washerwomen at Redfern's boarding house called a Yankee's imperial bearing, notions of dynasty. And while Redfern himself came from nothing like that, he did possess a young man's simmering contempt for any who did not respect the gleam of his own convictions, and in this perhaps George Baxter saw their kinship. He invited Redfern to his home, and it was there, in a wifeless mansion, upon a dismal, muddy river, that August met Euphemia Baxter, her nose in a book. She was young enough to know nothing of the world, but savvy enough to be wary of men who did. August claimed knowledge of nothing save his own heart. She fell in love with him, quick enough. Soon after, August Redfern rode out on horseback with the man who would become his father-in-law, some miles from town, along a virgin stretch of the Altamaha. They walked among the pines that would be Euphemia's dowry, and at long last Redfern's own heart was snared and settled here in this old, dark wood. The last few hours of that day, above North Creek, climbing out of the trees onto a sandy ridge where low turkey oaks grew among the odd, long-leaf pine, George Baxter said, "Roots. Roots here go deeper than you can imagine, August. Appease them, and you'll recoup your money soon enough. I promise you that. In these woods there's no end to the riches a man can know." In the bedroom, August snaps open the watch on its chain. It's time. Downstairs, Euphemia meets him in the foyer. He kisses her sweetly. "Barlow's here," she says. "I love you," he tells her. He snags his fedora from its hook by the door, inspects himself in the mirror above the little hall table. He tucks his head into the hat, pulls it tight, then slides a hand along the brim. Out at the barn, Barlow, short, stout, in a gray suit and tan bowler, sits on his horse eating a banana. He's already saddled Redfern's mount, its reins looped around the pommel of his saddle. Barlow eats the banana with his good hand, hands over the reins with his left, from which the middle 3 fingers are missing. Together, they head off down a new wagon trail into the smoky woods. The camp is a little over a mile from the house. It consists of a dozen 2-room cabins, built in concentric rings of 6, in a stump-strewn clearing. Among the stumps are 24 men, congregated loosely by race, all eyes on Redfern, who sits on the largest stump in a shaft of mote-spun sunlight. He peels a length of hickory with a pocket knife, the toes of his calf-high boots covered in shavings. Waiting, as Barlow goes among the men, taking down names on a clipboard balanced on his thumb and pinky. Like Redfern's house, the cabins are cut from the pines of these 13 acres, each with a little porch and a stovepipe and a ready stack of split wood along its eastern wall. There are no windows. Behind the second row of cabins, where the woods give way to the old forest, are 3 outhouses, each with a carved half-moon in the door. When Barlow finally tucks his pencil behind his ear, Redfern puts away his knife. He brushes the seat of his pants where the resin has stuck and mounts his stump and stands there as the men fall silent. He speaks in a loud, clear voice, Adam's apple working like a piston. From time to time he gestures, points with the stick. "I am August Redfern, and I do not pay by piecework. I pay by the hour. To men of all colors I pay the same. I am not a Southerner by birth, nor in practice, and I do not hold with the separation of the races. I come from New England, where I sailed the waters off Nantucket, and once cut open a whale from the inside out. I've worked a rope until my hands bled alongside all manner of men whose worth was judged by the work of their hands, their hearts. A man's dignity is his own to earn by the sweat of his brow. because I believe this. There will be no company store to return your wages to, no gambling tents, no whores. What you earn you keep. You may, of course, spend it however you see fit, but I do not contrive to rob you. If you wish to be robbed, the town of Empire is not so far away, and the river yonder runs right to it. Goddamn, amen, someone says. These woods will be home to you, and to your families if you have them. You may cultivate small crops on my land. Corn, tomatoes, collards, yams. Buy a coon dog and hunt bear, and deer, and boar if you like, or raise pigs. All I ask in tribute is a full day's work. 6 out of 7 in spring and summer, 5 in fall and winter. It's 3 men to a cabin, or 1 family per. Those of you without wives or daughters will be gentlemen around the ladies. Those of you with wives will be all the richer. For the wife of the man who works for me will have far softer hands than she who's bent beneath the pines a-chipping and dipping. Softer hands to work the bread, and other things. Laughter like a charge set off among them. One other thing, gentlemen. Redfern lets them quiet before he says, These woods are old, so keep to the paths you know, and do not, under any circumstances, venture beyond the North Creek. There are no paths there. Men get lost in these woods. Any questions? Silence. Then, How'd you come by 'em? What's that? A man in dirty field clothes and an old Confederate coat, too big for him, steps forward. His hair is stringy, his face long-boned, his eyes pop like peeled eggs. I said, how'd you come by these woods? Redfern smiles. I married the right woman. A ripple of laughter passes among the men. The man with the long hair doesn't laugh. He makes an antsy shuffle, hands in his coat pockets. I know these woods. He points across the clearing toward the river, the woods beyond it. My daddy had 50 acres here. Was in my family since the country was new. Then George Baxter come down like the carpet-bagging jackal he is and took it. Paid my daddy 10 cents per acre after the war. Said we could stay on our place as long as we want. Then came that sawmill, and George Baxter says, we gotta go. The man hops up on a stump himself and turns to address the crowd. So I come here today to let you all know this is who you're signing up with. This man here, he talks about dignity. But where was my daddy's dignity when he put a shotgun in his mouth 2 winters past? Whenever dime he ever earned was spent on lawyers and courts, just as crooked and rigged as them what won the war. Redfern's eyes slide over the men. They're tense, like a smattering of birds at seed sensing a cat in the grass. He speaks softly. What's your daddy's name? Hawley. And yours? Jasper Hawley. Folks call me Catfish. Well, Mr. Hawley, I'd say your quarrel is not with me but with my father-in-law. Hawley shakes his head. Nah, sir. His left hand leaves his coat pocket, gripping an old cap-and-ball revolver. My quarrel is with all you bastards. The men scatter, but Redfern doesn't move. The pistol is cocked. Hawley's finger trembles at the trigger. Redfern has a macabre impulse to check his watch, note the time. The finger tenses, moves. Barlow, Redfern's cat in the grass, rears up on Hawley's left and jams the curve of his maimed hand between the hammer and the percussion cap, and with his right lays a blackjack across the base of the man's skull, a blow that lands him on his knees in the mulch. Barlow slips the pistol out of Hawley's hand, tucks it into the waist of his trousers. This is Mr. Barlow, Redfern says to the men. He is my horseman and will oversee your work. Mutters and stirring as the men regain themselves. Apart from the rest, a tall, dark-skinned man with white hair settles his hands in the bib of a pair of threadbare overalls, one strap held with a safety pin. The old man watches the goings-on like a hawk on a wire. His 2 teenage sons stand beside him, the oldest watching Barlow, the blackjack that slips deftly out of sight. I may own the land, Redfern says, but you men possess the hearts to work it. Poor Mr. Hawley here has alluded to the rotten truth of it. It's all about the money. I can't change the past, friends, but I can promise a better future. Set up your own operation, you'll cut boxes, chip and dip all day, and at the end of a week of such days you will owe your dollars to the son of a bitch who rented you the trees. It will be cash lost at every stage of the enterprise, as you are forced to pay a cheat to bring your heart's work to market. And if you float or cart your gum and scrape to a buyer like me, I will have none of it, because it will be inferior in quality. So I say to you, is it not wiser to work for the man who owns the land, out of which grow the trees, out of which bleeds the gum, he who promises men like you fair and equal treatment, along with decent wages and steady work, the difference between living and subsistence? In a word, gentlemen, dignity. Redfern's eyes pass over the men. He has them. They will all sign up. Two of you, Barlow barks, to help me throw this load of catfish in the wagon. In the end, the taller of the brothers is the first to answer. His father's eyes slide sideways, watching him step out. Eli, the young man says to Redfern. Eli Green. Who will join Mr. Barlow and Mr. Green? A young boy, rangy and dimpled and pale-skinned with hair the color of straw, steps up. I'm Marcus, the boy says, then adds, I'm Swedish. And just like that, in the weeks ahead, he will be known simply and fondly as the Swede. Marcus and Eli each take up an arm, and they follow Barlow into the trees, where the flatbed wagon that brought the men from town waits to return any who decide not to stay. In its seat, an old-timer sipping whiskey from a bottle. Ahead of it, a team of mules cropping the dry fall grass. They heave Hawley into the bed, roll him face up, and leave him. Today, Redfern says, we get you settled. Tomorrow, we start. 1989. July 1st. Thin dishwater light steals between the dark drapery, touching Nellie's cheek. Her socked feet hang over the edge of the sofa where Max's head is pushed up into the corner, his nose buried in the musty green fabric. Nellie sits up, yawns, springs creaking beneath her. She pads from window to window, drawing drapes and raising sashes. Max doesn't wake, so she laces her sneakers and steps out onto the porch. She puts her hands in the small of her back and stretches, then drops to the boards on palms and toes. 50 push-ups each morning to kick the self-pity and self-doubt in the ass. She counts them down, arms and shoulders working like pistons. After, she sits on the steps to catch her breath and looks out at the dewy yard, the hayfield waist-high, draped in mist. Beyond it, the Winnebago and its rickety, homemade porch. Heart rate ticking down, she walks out into the drive and looks up at the house, sees white paint flaking, gray board showing through, rotted eaves, shrubbery wild and ragged, scant patches of centipede grass choked with alien stalks of thistle and weed, ropey green briars along the western corner, pushing between boards and bowing them out. A beard of poison ivy rims the windows all the way up. She remembers a spring back in South Carolina when Max was little and the old man next door had burned poison ivy, the smoke wafting through their yard as Max burbled on a blanket outside. At supper that night, his eyes were red. After midnight, he woke Nellie screaming in his crib, eyes crusted shut. She walks the footprint of the house, under crepe myrtles and past a fat butane tank to the tower, 50 feet of rusting steel, anchored in concrete with an open observation deck at the top. The magnolia tree beside it, making the backyard a litter of leaves that crunch like tiny bones. Around to the northern side, where the porch wraps and long, narrow windows are set into the brick, just below ground level. The cellar. She passes these quickly, not even a sideways glance. Out at the barn, she hauls open the heavy door on a row of wide, gloomy stalls, a corn crib in back. She pushes through the rear door, and there, among the weeds and tangles of rusty wire left over from an old chicken coop, she finds a stack of weathered lumber, grown over with crossvine. She pulls several boards free, finds the two sturdiest, and hefts them onto her shoulder across the road and into the field, her plan to angle through the woods and cut the trip to the ranger in half. A path that carries her inevitably past the black walnut tree and the Winnebago. Here she stops and leans each board against the Winnie's front right fender, staring unbelieving at the small patch of dirt that was her grandfather's world. A 10-foot square of astroturf covers the ground beneath the porch, a hole cut in the center where he planted his pot-bellied stove and ran a pipe from the tin-covered roof. Near the stove, his old recliner, covered in rags and duct tape and set on a threadbare Turkish rug, the broken carapaces of palmetto bugs caught in the fringe. Firewood stacked alongside the RV, beetles and termites working unseen in the rotten bark, little copperheads sleeping in tight balls. Overhead, a network of electrical wiring is strung through frame boards, terminating in a hanging outlet and a light bulb backed by an aluminum pie plate. Nellie reaches for the latch of the Winnebago's door, expecting it will be locked. The keyring Meadows gave her, she left it at the house. It opens. Rank smell of old carpet. The light dim, front windshield still blacked out with aerosol paint, and the captain's chair piled high with old clothes and bath towels reeking of mildew. From the galley to the bedroom, the linoleum is littered with broken peanut hulls and lozenge and foil gum wrappers, cigarette ash, and crumpled cellophane, and here and there the cigarette boxes themselves. The ceiling is yellowed and the air reeks of Vicks VapoRub and years of nicotine-laced smoke, smells that take her back, instantly, to her mother's sickbed. In the rear of the RV, she can see a bedside table brimming with little glass bottles of Bufferin, Mercurochrome, Formula 44, well-thumbed jars of Vaseline and mentholatum and half a dozen crusted bottles of Caladryl. She remembers how she'd cleaned this place, her second day here, took out all the clothes, hung them on the barbed wire, swept, washed, even cooked. She'd really pissed the old man off. Now, in the galley sink, there's a heap of dishes in black sludge. On the narrow dinette table that looks out onto the porch, a jar of crystallized honey, an open package of saltine crackers, and a small dead spider, its legs curled inward. A coffee cup, green milk glass, the bottom yet silted, perhaps the last coffee August Redfern ever drank. She remembers what Meadows told her, how the old man's body was found in his study. Damnedest thing. He used the hall phone to call in a fire, but there never was a fire. Just that bad turpentine smell. He was covered in the stuff. A struck match lying next to him. You'd almost suspect. The lawyer's eyes cutting to the scar on her wrist. The words drying up. On the dinette table beneath the coffee cup is a yellow, spiral-bound stenographer's notepad, bent and cracked and coffee-ringed. She remembers this notebook, remembers traipsing behind him in the woods, over fallen logs and green lichen, back humped beneath an old army surplus pack. He'd stop every 50, 60 yards, and out would come this notebook. As if it were a watch or a compass, some precise instrument of measurement. She picks it up, flips through it, sees the creaky lines of crude maps, nonsensical arrows flying in all directions. Far from the elegant, wistful maps he'd shown her from his youth. Squiggles and numbers and unreadable words scrawled in an old man's hand. Dates and years and meaningless letters at the bottom of each page. She comes to a page torn out, bits of fringe still in the rings. She'd written him a note, her last morning here, sneaking away as he slept. She threw it away. Here, the ghost of it, 14 years later, no memory of what it was she'd meant to say. One word is scribbled in the center of the next page. Nellie. She flips the page. Nellie, 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 Nellie. And the next page, and the next. Every line, every corner, every centimeter of space. Her name, as if the old man were desperately trying to remember who she was. Inside the cardboard back of the notebook, a single image is drawn. No, not drawn, smeared, in red, that doesn't look like ink. An eye, with a tear coming out of it. She sets the notebook back on the table, happy to leave it there. Boards under her arms, she passes through a thin line of pine and sweet gums onto Redfern Road. She walks quickly, hoping Max snoozes long. Every now and then, off in the woods, the odd crackle of leaves. She ducks a horsefly that pursues her most of the way. After what seems like a long, hot time, she rounds a curve and sees the ranger slumped on the shoulder, back right, tire drifted in gravel. Something strikes her as wrong, unexpected. Her gait slows. Then it hits her. The road is empty. The bear is gone. Nellie stops, listens to the still, silent woods, thinking of the bear zoo Wade took them to when Max was little, some alpine mountain town. It wasn't a zoo, just a series of concrete pits that reeked of piss and shit and sad, trapped animals. A man came out, tossed fish from a bucket. The bears looked away. Max was silent the rest of the day. If it's dead, where is it? Had it crawled off, broken and bloodied? Or is it watching you, this very second, from the trees? Don't be stupid, she scolds herself. Still, she walks faster. When she reaches the ranger, she works fast, digging out gravel with her hands and choking the first board behind the right rear wheel, the second in front of it, pausing only to inspect the damage along the fender, where the bear left a dent she'll never be able to bang out herself. You deserve worse. Wade's voice. Or her own? After 11 years of marriage, it's sometimes hard to tell. In the woods, a twig snaps. Nellie spins, goose flesh breaking out on her arms, hackles on her neck rising. Ahead of the truck, a doe and her fawn step out onto the road where the bear lay the night before. The fawn's spots are pristine white. It turns its head just for a second and locks eyes with Nellie. The mother flicks her ears, and an instant later they've hopped the ditch into the trees. Nervous Nellie. She gets into the truck, the cab hot and still. Once the ranger's unstuck, she digs the boards out of the mud and throws them in the pickup's bed, then makes a U-turn for the house. At the last bend before the road angles up to the house, she slows, then stops in the sun-dappled curve. She gets out of the Ranger and rounds the front grill, stands at the edge of the ditch where she can just make out a narrow path, overgrown with seed grass and knee-high stalks of blue sage not yet flowering. It's 30-40 yards through the pines and sycamores to the low stone wall that surrounds the old cemetery, easily visible from the road if you know to look for it. Easy, too, to pass right by. She enters through a break in the wall. The grass is a tangle of weeds and dandelion stalks, shot through with wild purple verbena. A breeze moves through the treetops, stirs up the scents of pine and honeysuckle. There are 3 graves. The first is marked by a small square of white marble. Charles Eliot Redfern. December 24th, 1917 to May 4th, 1923. Christmas Eve, she thinks. Also her father's birthday. All she knows of Hank Redfern's twin brother is a name, Charlie, gasped in her father's fitful dreams, him twisted up on the living room couch in the vampire glow of the television, an empty whiskey bottle wedged between his shoulder and the seat cushion. Farther back, like sentinels standing watch over the smaller grave, are two white obelisks. One features a long-leaf pine in relief. At its base, the still-mounded earth of her grandfather's grave, covered by a blanket of wild roses. No date is chiseled in the stone. August Redfern, December 7th, 1890 to... Nellie makes a mental note. Check the yellow pages for a stone carver. The inscription at the base of the second obelisk is faded, hard to read. She has to pull away a handful of Virginia creeper. Euphemia Baxter Redfern, May 19th, 1900 to October 15th, 1932. Beloved in life, deeply lamented in death. She touches the stone, warm with the sun, runs her fingers over her grandmother's name. What was it like to bury your son? A black and yellow grasshopper crawls out of the weeds and up the marble. Nellie draws back. The grasshopper sails away, over the wall. 1917. December 24th. Barlow on the porch steps, licking a homemade cigarette. Redfern hunkers nearby in the yard, suspenders off his shoulders, sifting rocks. Lightning jumps among heavy winter clouds. The night is cold, has teeth. Sounds of the birth going hard from the upstairs master bedroom. An Irishwoman, one of the camp wives, has come to assist, she and the doctor making a shadow play in the lamplight. A cry from inside makes Barlow flinch as he draws hot, searing smoke into his lungs. He fishes a flask from his coat pocket. Redfern keeps his eyes fixed on the dark woods below the field, even when his wife begins to scream. The midwife's teenage daughter rushes out onto the porch and calls for him. He plunges past Barlow into the house, up the stairs and into the bedroom where the midwife holds out a swaddled, twitching lump. "Here is the first," she says, smiling, streaked with sweat. The first? Redfern looks up from the baby's face and peers past her to the bed, where the doctor's arms are thrust beneath a sheet tented over Effie's knees, and Effie's face is a contortion, a terror. "She's been carrying twins," the midwife says. Effie screams again. Euphemia Redfern's mother, a gentle religious woman, died of typhoid fever when Effie was 10. Her parents had traveled to New Orleans, leaving Effie in the care of her aunt. A second honeymoon, they joked, since the millworks and the building of a house, and then, later, a town had never afforded them a proper first. When they returned, Helen Baxter was feverish, and 3 days later she wore the telltale rose-colored spots. Effie prayed, nightly, with her mother, and on her own, too. On her knees at her bedside, head thrust down into the quilt, wringing tiny fistfuls of it. "God does not burden us with more than we can bear," her sick mother told her on a Saturday, looking for all the world like a husk, a shell. By Sunday, she was dead. George Baxter's hollow cry carried from her bedside down the stairs and into the kitchen, where the maid clutched Effie as if some mad animal was broken loose in the house. She made no friends among her cousins who came to visit once or twice a year, or the workers' children at the annual Millworks picnic. She played alone, read books. Among them, the Bible, which, by 13, she had read twice. Searching the New Testament through only to realize that her mother's words were not true. Nowhere could she find any guarantee of forbearance. See the example of Christ, who prayed his burden would pass. It did not. In fact, it seemed to Effie the opposite was true. Life's only guarantees were suffering and loneliness, and ultimately, death. Life's what we make of it, she came to believe, nothing more. Soon after, she met August, a man dependable and whip-smart. Driven, George Baxter remarked to his daughter, like a hurricane bearing down on a stretch of coastline. "Watch out for that one," the old man said. "Anything he sets his mind to, he'll accomplish, or die trying." To which Euphemia, not yet 17, had thought, "I can set my mind to things too," and set her mind she had to August Redfern. Her attraction to him was undeniable. He was handsome, with coarse, strong hands. He walked with them in his pockets, back straight, eyes cast on the ground ahead, as if the immediate future were a constant calibration, the horizon itself impractical to consider. Those long summer evenings, she kept an open novel or volume of poetry in her hands, drifting past her father's study. August sat there, in his threadbare coat, holding a tumbler of bourbon, always the same brown tie, her father extolling through a fog of cigar smoke all the secrets of his lumber trade. August listening like the acolyte of a Greek master, asking every now and then, "What are their uses? What of turpentine?" Effie, in a high-collared cotton dress with cashmere cuffs, passing endlessly back and forth, until one evening August's eyes darted her way, and she, forever finished with her mother's Bible, turned a page in Shelley, pretended not to see. They walked together along the river, and she wondered at first how her father felt anything but lonely around the boy. "He doesn't listen," she thought. When she said his name, a gentle tug at his attention, he would look at her, crack a wry smile, and ask her to repeat herself. And she would, and this time he would hear, would ask questions or answer hers, and then talk about his seafaring days, the ships he had worked, ports and cities and exotic people, and for a while after, in the quiet they shared, he would be hers and only hers. And in those brief moments she felt as if she could live a lifetime with this man. In these, the loneliness that had enclosed her heart since her mother's death was banished, as a sky clears of thunderheads in the afternoon and the day ends in a cast of gold and red. Their courtship was brief, the span of a season. When the redbuds began to bloom in March of 1917, they wed. They spent their honeymoon overseeing the excavation of the cellar on Redfern Hill, the felling of trees, the planing of boards and the hammering of frames. The house was finished and the roads were plowed. She walked beside him through his woods, grew aware, eventually, that he had once again stopped listening. He had a business to build. Redfern turpentine would not grow overnight, nor would it grow itself. Effie knew this. She made allowances for it, feigned her part as the blushing young bride, eager to win his affections. A quick smile, a flirtatious caress. But marriage, she would come to think in those weeks after the house became livable, was perhaps the greatest lie of God and fathers everywhere, that a woman must be part of some mystic binary equation only balanced by a man. There was no balance with August. Pleasure, yes. He was careful, tender. But not long after their courtship, passion was absent. And so was he, most nights, even when he lay beside her. He had fitful dreams, and when they shared the curious, cautious treat of conversation, he would not talk about himself, only the weather or the latest numbers from the mill. Soon she came to loathe the sound of her own voice, flat and dead-sounding in the cavernous silence of their new pine-board house, the scent of resin heady in the emptiness, the long days he was gone, when it was only she and the gloom and the groan of trees in the wind. In the end, it was the trees August loved The goddamned trees. Then came the pregnancy. A nursery took shape. Nesting became her daily hobby, but it was a nest of thorns she was building. One to hem her in behind colored panes of window glass in the downstairs library where she spent most of her lonely days, reading, staring out at a world she was beginning to believe no longer existed. Pretending that when the baby came, everything would change. It did. It got worse. Later, when the doctor is gone, Redfern kneels at the bedside, touches the back of his rough hand to his wife's soft, damp cheek. Her hand trembles at her firstborn's fontanelle. She's pale, blood-smeared. She has no smile for August. The midwife passes him the second child, small and wriggling, and when he holds the baby up for Effie to see, she turns her face away, presses her lips to the other's head. Her eyes slip shut, her pale face streaked with recent tears. "Charlie," she whispers, "my boy, my baby boy." Redfern looks down at the other child in his hands. Henry, he supposes, is a good name. He looks back at Effie and asks her what she thinks of it, but she doesn't answer. She won't look at him. He looks over his shoulder at the midwife, whose face is round and flushed with heat and exhaustion. Her daughter hangs a step back, a bundle of blood-soaked sheets in her arms. "It will take time, sir," the midwife smiles. "It can be quite the shock. You'll see." The daughter, she's 16, maybe 17, speaks up. "Henry is a good name, sir." "Is it?" Redfern stands, holding the child, feeling its weight, insubstantial as air. Behind him, Effie shushes the newborn at her breast. "A strong name," the midwife says. Christmas Eve in the camp, star-bright and cold. At the center of the clearing a bonfire blazes, the pines surrounding the meadow like a gathering of dark, benevolent giants come to huddle around the flame. A few of the woodsmen and their wives sip cider from tin cups, a barrel of it tapped on the back of a cart. Children toddle. A fiddle plays. Ned Sullivan's wife and daughter return from the hill with news of twins, and fresh cups are poured all around. All throughout the fall and early winter, 5 days a week, the woodsmen have formed a fellowship of sorts, boxing trees with concave and broad axes, 100 to every acre. Emerging each morning from the cabins, tools in hand, wrapped like Bedouins against the cold and sun. Half their number work construction on the distillery and the camp road along the river that will, come spring, carry wagon loads of raw gum and scrape back to the mill's furnace. When it rains, they congregate at the distillery and hoop barrels inside the cooper's shed and tell jokes. Their hands blister, crack, and bleed, and the wives make poultices and salves out of plants and roots. At 5 o'clock each day, Barlow calls "time" from his mount, and every man straightens from his task and sets off for the cabins, where the women cook meals 5 days a week, and supper is taken on porches or inside by oil-burning lanterns. On Sundays they fish together, play cards. Some even worship on half-log benches on a little grassy knoll by the river. Pigs are fattened for spring butchering. Enclosures are built for goats and chickens. Daniel Two-Fists, a Cherokee of the Eastern Band, tends bees at the northern edge of the clearing, shares the honey with everyone. Among them are out-of-work Savannah Irish, a Scot or two, a stout Mormon and his wife and 3 daughters, Marcus the Swede, whose day-off job it is to cut the men's hair for a dime. He sings a song about a land where the water flows in silver streams beneath tall shady pines, and if you drink it, you forget your troubles. He sings it in Swedish, and the men all laugh. Redfern Hill, he likes to say, must be that place. Lanterns burn on porches all around the circle of cabins. Ishmael Green sits in a rocking chair on his own porch, wrapped in a quilt, old meerschaum pipe in his mouth. His sons, Eli and James, are on the stoop, passing a cigarette back and forth, shivering, not unpleasantly, as the heat from the bonfire drifts their way, every now and then, in threadbare flannel and denim. "Say it might snow tomorrow," James says. Ishmael grunts. "Who say?" Eli says. "The Swede." Eli laughs. "Hey, Pop, Marcus says it's gonna snow tomorrow." "I wouldn't lay money on what that boy says." "Be nice if it did's all," James says. "Sure," Ishmael says. "Little more coal's what we all need." They fall silent, a sudden, ethereal cast of song, as, out by the fire, the Mormon daughters take up, "Hark, the herald angels sing." "What it all must look like from way up there," James says, meaning the stars. "Eli," Ishmael says around his pipe. He takes it from his mouth. "Run and get them presents." "Yeah? Why not?" Eli is up and moving. "Beats Arkansas, don't it, Pop?" James says. In Pine Bluff, they'd worked cotton fields out of a sharecropper's shack with 3 other men. There was one son of a bitch there, Cummings, liked to fire his pistol in the air to start and stop the day. Sometimes Cummings thought it was funny to aim that pistol over James's head. "Whips Arkansas like a dog," Ishmael says, though his thoughts are far from here, as far from here as the cold stars shining in all that black. It cannot be their lot forever to serve men on land not their own. Eli comes back out with 3 small newsprint-wrapped packages, hands one to James, keeps one for himself, and gives the last to his father. Ishmael smiles at the obvious pipe shape of his, says around his meerschaum, "Now I wonder what this could be." By lantern light they open their gifts. Ishmael packs his new pipe with old tobacco. Eli finds a leather scabbard, in it a new skinning knife with a bone handle. James unwraps a green canvas-backed book with gold trim, on its cover a sailor with a sextant, citing his course. 20,000 leagues under the sea, he reads softly, running his fingers over the title. "What's it about, Pop?" Ishmael smokes his pipe and says, "What the world looks like from underneath." "James?" A voice calls softly, a girl's voice, that Irish lilt. The men's heads swivel as the young, pretty girl steps into their circle of light. She's changed out of her soiled dress, washed up her arms and face with a bucket of water. She wears a homespun dress and shawl, and her auburn hair is swept back in a bun. James stands, book in hand. Ishmael glances at his other son, sees the flinty look in Eli's eyes where the firelight dances, that hard, green boy set of jaw. Already standing, the older brother cocks one leg against the cabin wall and looks down at the knife in his hands, turns the blade, and thumbs the edge. Shrugging out of his quilt, Ishmael gets up from his chair and steps to the porch rail. "Miss Sullivan," he says, though he looks past her, really, to the bonfire, to her father, the broad-shouldered Irishman, Ned Sullivan, who in turn watches her, his wife seated on a log bench beside him, all but dozing off as the hour creeps toward midnight. Ishmael lifts a hand, and Sullivan lifts his own in return. "Y'all been busy tonight?" "Yes, sir," Franny Sullivan says. Ishmael smiles, nods. "We was wondering if James might want to come over and have some cider, tell a ghost story or 2. "Sure," the boy says, but he looks at his father. Ishmael says to Franny, "You tell your family Merry Christmas for me." "I will, sir." James starts off, book in hand, then remembers he's carrying it and sets it on the edge of the porch. "Son?" Ishmael says. Franny waits, just beyond earshot, hands clasped at her waist. Father and son share a look, and the boy says, "I know. I love you, Pop." "Love you, son." James walks away to the bonfire, hands in his pockets, pretty Irish girl beside him. "You know that ain't good for us," Eli says. "Well," the old man settles back into his chair, into his quilt. "It ain't Arkansas neither. You trust 'em? Irish folk got it a hair better than we do in this world, but just a hair. How long, Pop? How long before it all goes south again? It's Christmas, Eli." "Redfern? Do you remember what he said that first day, right after Barlow clipped that cracker in the head?" "Not particularly," Ishmael says, though he does. He knows where this is going, and he knows Eli is right. Deep down, Eli Green is as right as Marcus the Swede is wrong. As surely as the stars above died ages ago, and what lies beyond them is no land of silver fountains. "Well, I remember, and you know what fair and equal treatment means to me. We all got a sap to the head comin'. Man talks of what's his, what ain't. I don't care what else he says. That's old talk, Pop. Nothing new about it." Ishmael sighs. "Can I just smoke my pipe?" Sullen, silent, Eli slides down the wall and sits. He takes his knife out, jabs the point into the wood. "Goddamn Arkansas everywhere," he mutters. In bed, later, holding little Charlie to her breast, the tug and pinch of his feeding, numb with pain and shock, and the end of a journey that was never remotely her own. In the rocking chair by the window, near the radiator, August sits with the other, Henry, in his arms. Parasite. That's the name for what her husband holds. Little Charlie was a shoot inside her, setting down roots for 9 months, laying claim to her heart. But all the while a second shoot grew in secret, leeching life from her heart's stem, life she had not willingly given. It all makes sense now. The vomiting, the misery, the sense of something spoiling inside her. "You have to feed both," Redfern says into the silence. She makes no answer. Later, after August has laid the other at her breast, she feels it latch on, and she begins to cry. The house is silent. Voices drift up like smoke from the porch. Redfern and Barlow, their weary laughter. Here, alone with her babies in the Christmas dark, she feels the working of 2 sets of tiny lungs against her, each a weight upon her heart, and thinks, if I squeezed both, but what peace would it bring? It should frighten her, this thought, but it doesn't. After all, it would free her, wouldn't it? Unchain her from this reality August Redfern and George Baxter have made for her, Euphemia, the fattened calf, Euphemia, the gifted bride, Euphemia, the price of a Yankee sailor's dynasty. Tired, she thinks. You're only tired. Tomorrow's Christmas, after all. She sighs and wipes her tears and feels the ghost of her husband's rough hand on her cheek and damns herself forever, wanting this, for believing the lie she has whispered every night before bed, her secret prayer. Your life is yours and no one else's. Your life is yours and no one else's. In truth, she's a thing, passed from one man to another, that's all. From George Baxter to August Redfern, and now to a second baby boy her husband secreted away inside her when there was already nothing of herself left to give. Vampires, one and all, the men who claim her. She drops her hands to the bed, away from the twins, little white slugs at her breasts. Part 2. 1989, July 2nd. Lonnie Baxter sits in his idling Beamer and chews 2 Percocets while staring straight ahead into his daddy's nursing home window, where he can see the old man slumped in his recliner like a bug in a jar. It's lunchtime at Pine Ridge, and a female nurse is spooning Alonzo Baxter Sr. applesauce from a foil cup. Lonnie's daddy's head is tilted to the side, so the food runs out of his mouth onto his robe if the nurse isn't quick enough to catch it, and because she's heavy and tired and life is hard all over, she's not always quick enough. Her gaze wanders as she speaks small, meaningless comforts, and Lonnie figures, yeah, it all comes down to this. We come into the world and go out the same, spoon-fed and shitting ourselves. He picks up the car phone, dials the house. It rings 8, 9 times before he gives up and thumbs end. If Linda isn't answering, it's Todd. Could be she's changing his diaper, or could be she's forcing anti-seizure meds down his throat so he doesn't bite his damn tongue off. Lonnie glances at the white paper bag on the passenger's seat. Inside, freshly filled prescriptions of everything a growing boy needs. Beneath the bag, photocopies of Lonnie's own morning x-rays. Red circles drawn around the discs of his spine where the goo is pushing out. Even now that numbness, down his right leg, like his nerves, some idiot song singing to itself. He caps the Percocet, a.k.a. Lonnie's little helper, and tucks the bottle in the right hip pocket of his jeans. Lonnie shuts his eyes, cranks the AC, waits for his daddy to finish lunch, and for the pills to put out their feelers, the first of that long, mellow relief to come. Followed by a kick that's nothing but old Lonnie, the Lonnie he remembers, the Lonnie he wants to be forever. And finally, when all's said and done, he won't feel anything. And the only song will be the one his engine's humming. And when he's there, in that place of needlessness, goddamn, it's the best part of his day. Inside the nursing home, the halls are empty and stink of bleach. From an open door at the far end of the corridor, a woman moans in the grip of some terrible dream. Alonzo Sr. perches on the edge of his recliner, legs spread, fly of his boxers a gaping mouth, applesauce on his undershirt. Lonnie pulls up a chair. His father's dick flops on his thigh like a dead sea creature. Lonnie covers it with the tail of the old man's robe. "Mule's out of the barn, Pop." The old man grins. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "How's it, Herman?" "It's Lonnie, Pop." The grin wilts. "How've you been?" "Terrible. They're no good here. The fat one's a thief. I had $100 in my pocket." He fumbles at his robe, hands trembling. In about 2 seconds, the elevator stalls, and he forgets what he's doing. His face slides into a kind of vacant nowhere land that repulses Lonnie, makes him look away. "Shoot," Lonnie says. "Wish I had $100 in my pocket." "Ask Lonnie. He never hurt for money." Lonnie sighs, glances at his watch. "They paid him off, you know, after he sold the mill. Paid him good." "I'm not Herman, yeah? I'm Lonnie. Herman went out to California to be queer, remember? And for the record, they didn't pay me so good." "What?" "They kept me on, though. I'm still the boss, for what it's worth." The old man grunts, won't look at him. "Remember way back when I ran for mayor? Had 2 terms in office. You even voted for me." "I never." Lonnie reaches into his pocket, pops 2 more pills from the bottle, gulps them down. He's got a whole afternoon to get through. Back at the lumber yard, eyes wide, the old man says, "He'll kill himself before it's done. Pills and booze. Booze and pills." Lonnie remembers the doctor's advice. It's best sometimes to just play along. "Why would Lonnie do that?" Lonnie says. "He's got nothing left, that's why. Nothing to hold on to. Your mother, she'd have helped him. She always helped him." "Jesus." "Yeah, well, Mom's not here." Suddenly the old man's eyes fill with waterworks. They fix on Lonnie. His hands shake violently. When he speaks, his voice is a whimper. "Where's Barbara?" Lonnie starts to sweat. "Mom's dead. Almost 30 years. She never came to see me." Then, "You always were a funny boy. At least Lonnie played sports." Lonnie gets up and goes to the window and looks out at the parking lot. Hands in his pockets, he jingles some change. rolls the pill bottle. I can hold on to that, he thinks. The old man whimpers, cries a little, so Lonnie wanders the room. He lingers at his father's chest of drawers, the pictures there. Lonnie in his football gear, Lonnie pushing Herman on a tricycle, his mother's portrait. Long red hair, bright eyes, too alive for Empire, Georgia. All he wants out of the old man is a single moment of clarity, a moment when Alonzo Sr. can remember what it is Lonnie needs him to remember. "I was good to her," the old man's muttering now. "She never knew how good." Lonnie listens to his heart drum 2, 3, 4 times. "Old man Redfern died a while back," he finally says. "You remember him?" "Redfern." Lonnie's daddy's eyes sharpen, like they always do, at the mention of Redfern's name, like this conversation's new. "Your great-uncle George give him that land." Lonnie pulls his chair close to the old man's, sits, licks his lips. "He did. 1,000 acres. Baxter land. Longleaf pine. Burled heartwood. Rare as honest women," Alonzo Sr. finishes. He grins at his son. His son grins back. Lonnie leans in, takes his father's hand. He's been this far and no further, always on the precipice of knowing. Their patter, like random variations on a script, a kind of Mad Libs changing out words and greetings and topics, always arriving here, with the old man on the verge of some remembrance, some churned-up truth set to surface in the swirl of his mind. And today's the day. Lonnie can feel it, and so he asks the question, the one that's been plaguing him ever since August Redfern died, when Lonnie first made his discovery, first knew he wanted Redfern Hill. "Why'd he give it up, Pop? Why let go of something like that?" A flicker of something behind the eyes. He knows. Lonnie squeezes the old man's hand. He says again. "You know what I mean." "Oh," Alonzo Sr. sighs. "Oh, Herman." Lonnie shoots up so fast, his chair turns over. He hooks a thumb against his chest. "God damn it, I'm Lonnie, for Christ's sakes!" The old man's hand snares Lonnie's wrist in a dry claw grip. He hauls Lonnie close, sour breath like the rot in his brain. "You're a coward, boy, and your fortunes are numbered. Do you hear? Numbered. You know what you need to do, so do it." Lonnie jerks his hand away, rubs his wrist. Spit drips from his daddy's chin. His eyes smolder until suddenly they dim, and he slumps in his chair, wheezing. The springs in his lazy boy creak and pop. "I'm sorry, Herman," he whimpers. "Please don't go. Don't leave me alone. Don't go." Lonnie drops to his knees beside the old man's chair. "It'll be okay, Pop." He takes his daddy's hand. "We'll own those woods again. When we do, you'll get better. You, Todd, everything will be better, I promise. I'll do whatever I have to do, whatever it takes." "Whatever," Alonzo Sr. says, and he begins to cough, a hard, chest-cracking hack. He pitches forward in his chair and coughs into his hand until his face is purple and his tongue hangs out. Lonnie gets up and goes to the door to call for the nurse. "Boy," the old man gasps behind him. Lonnie, who is 62 years old this month, turns. "Yes, sir?" "Feed it," Alonzo Sr. rasps. "You get that land and you—" But the cough starts up again, like shattered glass in the old man's chest. Lonnie stands in the doorway, certain the old man's going to bust something inside. Then he remembers himself and rushes out and grabs a nurse by the elbow, tells her his old man needs help. He waits outside until she's in there, lets the heavy door swing shut behind her. And then it's all too easy to just turn and leave, cut and run, like Lonnie's been doing most of his life. All the way down the hall, he can hear it, that cough. He's still hearing it when the Beamer cranks and the AC roars and he peels rubber out of Pine Ridge's parking lot. "Better eat," Nellie says, brushing at a fly that's found the boys' sandwich half-eaten on the porch swing between them. It's noon, and they're taking a break from the day's sorting and scrubbing. Inside the house, the new washing machine churns, and the new dryer thumps. That morning, 2 men from Sears delivered them, along with a riding lawnmower and a 17-inch Magnavox cabinet television. Max sat on the stairs, Skeletor in hand, watching the men roll the machines down the hall and into the kitchen on dollies. One of them winked when they brought the TV into the parlor. "Bet this one's yours, am I right, big man?" To which Max only shrugged. Now he sits with his sketchbook in his lap, legs dangling. He makes a final adjustment with his eraser, brushes away crumbs, and passes her the book. He reaches for his bologna and cheese. Nellie studies the map. She's asked him to do it, to create a floor plan of the house. She hopes it'll spark something, a bond with the place. She points at the map room, the bedrooms. "Why are these X'd?" "They're cleaned." He pushes bologna back between his bread. "We've put furniture back in, new mattresses in the bedrooms, mopped the floors, dusted, that sort of thing." Early yesterday morning, after leaving the bank in Empire with a sheaf of temporary checks, they went to the furniture store and bought 2 box springs and 2 mattresses and loaded them into the Ranger's bed. Next, they went to the hardware store, where they filled a cart with Old English, Murphy oil soap, Pledge, shop towels, cleaning rags, a broom and dustpan, a mop and bucket, yard rakes, screwdrivers, a hammer, garden shears, a second flashlight, tapered wax candles, goggles, ear protectors, sunscreen, bug spray, a jug of Roundup, and a 14-inch chainsaw. They bought bed sheets at Walmart, out on the bypass, along with a vacuum cleaner and a Mr. Coffee. At Sears, in addition to the TV, mower, and washer and dryer, on a whim, Nellie picked out a portable turntable. Finally, they bought a dozen sacks of groceries at the Star Mart, along with a handful of disposable plates and foil cooking pans. When they left Empire around mid-afternoon, the truck's bed was loaded down, Clampett style, and every empty space in the cab was stuffed with bags, so much so that Max had to sit with his feet up on the dash, the floor below crammed with sacks. They got home, put the food in the pantry and fridge, then hauled the mattresses upstairs, Max guiding, Nellie pushing. The first mattress slipped halfway up the stairs, and Nellie leaped aside as Max cried out, and the mattress thudded all the way to the bottom, where it fell over on its side with a great dusty whap. Later, after the beds were made, with new sheets, Nellie and Max trashed, scraped, and scrubbed Redfern Hill until damn near midnight. Mostly in August Redfern's map room, currently the only X on the first floor. First, they opened the huge bay windows and backed the truck up between the crepe myrtles and filled its bed with 3 loads, drove each to the county dump a few miles east of town. The heartwood pine table in the center of the room was old and scarred, so Max attacked it with Pledge, while Nellie took lamps and footstools and chairs and tables out into the hallway and cleaned them and set them throughout the house. They found nothing dead underneath it all, thank God, just a minefield of rat droppings, which Nellie swept up. Her grandfather's axe she set by the back of the stairs just outside the door. She was thinking of hanging it somewhere in the room. They played Redfern's old big band records on the turntable, singing along to the chorus of Pennsylvania 6-5000. Only Max sang Transylvania 6-5000. Once the room was clear, Nellie got down on hands and knees with a bucket of Murphy oil soap and water and inched her way across the floor with a rag. Max gathered up the boards Redfern had pried from the wall, the ones they found anyway, and by the time they collapsed at the kitchen table for a dinner of Totino's party pizzas and Dr. Peppers, Nellie's knees and back were throbbing. Her hands were red and raw, and she was deliriously happy. That night she lay awake in her new bed and marveled at how, before today, cleaning meant little more than picking up after Wade, holding the chaos of life at bay. Laundry especially she'd always hated. Not so much the washing, but the folding. Baskets emptied and piled on the bed, only to be refilled each night and shoved in a corner to be dressed out for days until Wade lost a pair of socks and suddenly a basket was upended on the floor, its contents strewn down the hall, and he was yelling, "What the fuck do you do all day?" Dishes, dusting, changing out the Hoover's bags. She hated these things because Wade expected her to do them. She had played the parts of housewife, mother, maid, had endured thrown plates, fists through sheetrock, once a knife. No, she thought, drifting off. No more of that. That's over. "You're missing a room," she says. "Where?" Nellie taps the stairwell. "The cellar door, remember?" Max clamps his sandwich in his mouth and takes his sketchbook and draws a door behind the stairs. They finish their lunch in the warm shade of the porch, Nellie guiding the swing with the tips of her toes, Max hunched over his pad. Drawing the barn, the trees beyond, the road and the meadow, the Winnebago. "What was your grandfather like?" he wants to know. Nellie has closed her eyes, is dozing, one hand gripping the chain, head against it. She sits up straighter, considers her answer. "Brilliant, I think," she finally says, "but a little crazy, a little scary. Like just old man crazy or seriously crazy?" She laughs. "Old man crazy, mostly. Was he a good person?" This stumps her. "As good as anyone, I guess. I didn't know him that well. Why?" Max shrugs. "You said you and your dad didn't get along, right? Did I say that? Like you and Dad didn't get along?" "No," she says quickly. "No, me and your dad, that's different. Whole other thing, kiddo. Did you like your grandfather?" "Sure. I was looking for something that summer when I came here. Did he help you find it?" She gets up and walks to the far end of the porch and leans her bare shoulder against a sun-warmed column. "Maybe. I get why you left him." She feels every muscle in her body tense. She doesn't turn around. She doesn't want him to see the terror that grips her, the fear that if she turns, she'll start talking and she won't stop in time to save him from the worst of it. And he'll know that she didn't leave because she was strong, just scared shitless of the man she married, his own father. And maybe she'll keep on talking until that last terrible truth spills out, the truth behind the scar upon her wrist. "But this place," Max says, "it's not home." She sighs, relieved. "This one's easy. If it ain't here, pal, where the heck is it?" His answer is quick, certain. "We're still looking." Lonnie steps out from the lumber stacks at the eastern corner of Baxter Millworks and marks the golf cart, beelining for him. His secretary hunches over the wheel. She's a broad-shouldered woman with a face like a rat. In the passenger's seat, the lawyer wears an orange hard hat stamped with the word visitor. A log truck belches and shudders along the ring road, forced to crawl past the cart. The afternoon's hotter than the morning, and Lonnie's sweating beneath his own hard hat. He's rolled his shirt sleeves, but saddlebags are spreading beneath his arms. The heat draws his back pain up through his nerves like poison. He takes off his hat and sweeps a hand over his bristly scalp and flings the sweat on the concrete floor of the shed, flexes his hand, puts it in the small of his back, and kneads the muscles there beneath his checked cotton shirt. Meanwhile, the cart wheels into the lot and the log truck speeds by in a pissed-off cloud of dust. Lonnie tugs a pack of Salem's from his shirt pocket and shakes one out. He lights it, snaps his Zippo shut. Meadows walks up, fanning air with his hard hat. "You ought to keep that on," Lonnie says. "It's dangerous out here." "It's no good, Lon." There's something oily in Jim Meadows' voice, something Lonnie never liked. He doesn't know the word, but if he did, the word would be obsequious. "You met with her? Night before last. And you made the offer? Made the first and the second, like you said. And?" Meadows shrugs the shrug of a man who's exhausted all possibilities. a posture Lonnie knows to be 100% grade A bullshit. She won't sell. She's got it in her head to make a home out of that place, if you can believe it. Silence, punctuated by the steady clamor of the debarking chain in Shed 3, the high shriek of a saw biting pine. The soundscape of Lonnie Baxter's furious, buzzing brain. He shuts his eyes, wills it away. We could make an offer to lease a portion for logging. Shit. Lonnie flicks ash, squints into the sun. Then she gets smart. Makes a call down to the ag school, and they send up some peckerhead with a Ph.D.? No thank you. My forebears bought that land, and 69,000 acres like it for 10 cents on the goddamn dollar. Now you're telling me I can't even swing 1,000 acres from a divorcee? Lonnie turns away, paces in the shade of the shed. Inside, stacks of lumber curing. Sweet, bright scents of red, white, and yellow pine. Oh, she ain't divorced. Not yet. Meadows stays still, watches Lonnie pace. My man in Savannah, that private investigator I told you about, well, he says the husband's a real piece of work, a real A1 shitbag. You didn't sell her on it. That's all. Meadows bows up, points his hard hat at Lonnie. All due respect, Lon, I am not a salesman. I am your lawyer. Lonnie stops pacing, rubbing his lower back. Cigarette clamped between his lips, he says, What's wrong with you? A few sheds away, the saw screams on, chews up another log. Pardon? What's wrong with you? Meadows flushes from neck to cheeks. Calmly he answers, Not a thing, Lonnie. Not a thing. Lonnie spits out his cigarette and says, You follow me, lawyer, and sets out across the ring road into the raw timber stacks. He doesn't have to look back to know that Meadows is hoofing it right behind him. When he stops, the two men are deep in a mountain range of fresh-cut timber, jets of water arcing overhead, broken rainbows in the air above them. The spray falls as a fine mist around them. Lonnie takes off his hat, lets it cool his head. Look around you, Jim. What do you see? Meadows, trying to stay out of the spray, says, Trees. What are we doing, Lonnie? You see money. Do you know whose money? The lawyer's polo, a turquoise Ralph Lauren, is getting wet. He tugs at it, wipes his face. Georgia Land and Timbers? That's right. And who owns Georgia Land and Timber? Hell, I don't know. Not you, I reckon. Can we? Not me, that's right. And that's been the case for a long fucking while. So everything you see here, it's worth spit to me. Lonnie, the truth is, I could give a flying fuck at a rolling donut about timber. Timber-wise, August Redfern's land is shit. Sure, once upon a time there were no forests like it, trees with huge old hearts. But he bled those hearts dry, cutting cat faces and hacking at 'em until they were half dead. I don't want his rot. What I want is older than trees. Its roots go deeper. It's my birthright as a Baxter. Do you understand that? Before my people came here, this place was a fucking mosquito farm. Spittle flies from his lips. Water drips from his chin. He's soaked through. They both are. Look, Lonnie, I can appreciate your position. We have planned this, and we are in it. You are in it. Lon, think about Linda. Think about your boy. Lonnie stabs a finger into the lawyer's chest. You don't talk to me about my son, he snarls. You ever talk to me about my son again, I'll drop one of these goddamn logs on you. Meadows goes stony. Don't threaten me. I've stuck by you until now. But man, you're obsessed. You know what I think? I think you don't have the first clue why you even want that land. You just want it because you want it. And you don't like someone telling you no, even though that's all your life here in Empire amounts to, Lonnie, one big no. The cords in Lonnie Baxter's neck tighten. He strikes fast and hard, driving headlong into the lawyer's gut with every ounce of old linebacker Lonnie he can muster. Briefly, beautifully, there is no pain, no tingle of the nerves, nor seizing muscle. He is nerveless. Meadows pitches up and sideways, lifted out of his loafers. His head strikes the end of a log, and he goes down in the bark-littered mud. Knees of his khaki pants and one side of his Ralph Lauren shirt streaked brown. Bleeding above his right eye, his visitor's hard hat spinning on the ground like a turtle on its back. Lonnie balls one fist, other hand holding his own hard hat, as his heart rockets adrenaline. His back isn't hurting at all anymore. It's a miracle. No need for Lonnie's little helpers, not right now. Right now he looms over Meadows, a madman, white heat flaring at the edges of his vision, and Meadows cringes, even cries out, and Lonnie's grinning through the mist that runs and drips from his nose as he thinks about how good it will feel to tear this son of a bitch a new asshole. Across the yard, a shift whistle shrieks, and something in the sound cuts through Lonnie's rage. His eager, bloodthirsty grin slips, and there's a bit of drool on his chin, mixing with the water. He unballs his fist and runs his hand over his scalp and sets his hard hat, still in his hand, back on his head. He bends over, picks up Meadows' hat, bits of timber and bark in the bowl. Meadows is moaning, rolling in the slop like a pig. Lonnie hauls him up, sets the hard hat on Meadows' head, pats it twice. Now. Lonnie thumbs a smear of blood from above the lawyer's eyebrow. You tell me everything your man in Savannah told you about this Gardner Gash's husband. The invisible cellar door in back of the stairs might just as easily open onto a cupboard or a closet, the kind of space you'd stow a mop and a bucket, or a box of Christmas decorations. But one look at the dark sliver where the boards misalign, and Max knows that door leads down. Down, down, down. Nellie gives him the Craftsman flashlight bought at the hardware store. She carries the mag light. Ready? Heart a rabbit. He nods. Ready as I'm gonna get. The top corner of the door has to be yanked, and when Nellie swings it wide, a breeze wafts up, rich with earth and age, and sealed up autumn dark. They stoop and shine their lights down the stairs, through shining white membranes, whirled between the frame boards of the wall, all the way to the bottom, where their beams are swallowed by the shadows. Nellie has to duck walk a few steps down before she can stand, hunched over in the low space beneath the hallway stairs. She steadies herself with a hand on an overhead 2x4. Max follows suit, thinking of Frodo and Sam in the pass of Cirith Ungol. Max looks neither right nor left. Certainly not up, where the webs thicken. Only down at his own 2 feet. Nellie's already reached the bottom when he hears the sound, a skittering scratching in the dark. Like the first night, in the piano room. That noise in the walls? 3 steps from the bottom his ankles tangle, and he pitches forward. The cellar floor is packed dirt, hard as concrete. Max goes down on his right knee, and the floor grates a patch of skin right off. Flashlight still in hand, he's pushing up from the floor when he feels his mother's hand close around his upper arm and lift him, right him, steady him. Ow! He says. Nellie shines her own light on his knee. It's not as bad as it looks. She licks her thumb, swabs the dirt away gently. Think you can soldier on? Or do we need to go up and put a cloth on it? I'm good, he says, and means it. An old apple barrel stands at the foot of the cellar stairs, its lid askew, the barrel empty, though a whiff of fermentation lingers. Beside it, several empty crates that might have once held potatoes, onions, turnips. Despite the damp smell, the air is cool, almost pleasant. Nellie finds a pull string that does little to dispel the dark. The only other light comes from a pair of narrow, grimy windows set high up, at ground level. Max shines his Craftsman on a musty canvas dropcloth in a far corner. Nellie pulls the dropcloth away, and they paw through the wooden peach crates beneath, wiping cobwebs on their jeans. Right away they find 2 big coils of thick rope and a few rusty contraptions that look like spurs to Max, only with sharp, pointed toes. Tree climbing gear, Nellie says. She rummages in another box, comes up with 6 empty mason jars and an olive drab backpack, tattered and dusty. At this, a ghost of recognition crosses her face. Farther back, in the rear corner beneath the floor of the map room, is the furnace, an iron monstrosity of ductwork and dials that likely hasn't been used in over 50 years. Its grate hangs open like a slack jaw. Broken lumps of coal on the ground beneath it. Beside it, abutting the foundation of the house, is a brick wall built up to the joists above. The bricks are large and tumbled, no chinks or gaps between them, just heaping gobs of mortar that spill out from the joints. At the center of this wall is a heavy iron door skinned with cobwebs. "It's another room," Max says. "It's the coal closet. To keep the dust contained when the coal was delivered. Not too common down here in the South, but then again, August Redfern wasn't from the South. How'd they get the coal down here? There's a chute outside, leads straight in. Look for the little Alice in Wonderland door next time you're outside." Max gives a tug on the iron door's handle. It doesn't budge. Nellie yanks it too, bends to inspect the keyhole. "Well, it's an old-fashioned lock. Looks like a spider home now. I'm sure we'll find the key in a drawer upstairs." She moves on, looking for pipes. Max wonders briefly if the coal chute outside the house is wide enough for a kid to shimmy down. But he's no dummy. He's seen all those public service announcements between commercial breaks on after-school specials, the ones featuring G.I. Joe characters like Snake Eyes and Roadblock, telling stupid kids not to play around downed power lines or put out grease fires with water. He figures it's a sure bet you could add shimmying down strange coal chutes to that list. Around the corner, Nellie's found a modern water heater on bricks. Above it, a network of newish copper snaking through the joists to join a matrix of old pipes. Nearby, along the bare framework of the stairs, wooden shelves are nailed into the studs, each crowded with small fruit crates and water-stained cardboard boxes. Max plays his beam among the boxes, opens one. Old baby clothes. In another, a heap of corroded batteries. His light catches something in the dirt beneath the shelves. A book, thick with dust, probably fallen off a shelf. He picks it up and blows dust from it. A wide leather cover embossed with an elaborate tree, its roots extending into the flat, golden curve of the earth. He fumbles at a metal clasp on the side, and the book falls open to a front page that reads "Album" in sweeping, ornate letters. He turns the page. The edge is speckled with foxing, and a sheaf of photographs spills out. He bends to pick them up. Behind him, something stirs, a clattering of rocks. Max jerks his head round at the heavy iron door. Now, another sound, faint. Like scratching, but not like before, the scratching in the walls. No, this is different. Like fingernails drawn slowly over metal. A sound that freezes Max's blood and sets his heart to thudding like a drum. Then comes a whisper, little more than a sigh. "Max." He jumps, like someone's put the tip of a 9-volt battery to his tongue. A girl's voice. "Thank Christ the plumbing's solid," Nellie says as she rounds the stairs. Max gathers up the last of the pictures and stuffs them back into the album and snaps its clasp. He clutches the book to his chest and backs slowly away from the coal closet. "Let's head up, kiddo. Lots to do." Behind him, Nellie tugs the pull string, plunging the cellar into darkness, out of which the windows in the foundation peer like roomy, yellow eyes. Recorded from a television broadcast, complete with commercial breaks, Jaws plays on the VCR while Max and Nellie clean the parlor floor. They move into the dining room, big and empty, not much to do, and finally by the time Chief Brody's shouldering a rifle to climb the mast of the sinking Orca, they've worked their way back to the library at the front of the house. Nellie pulls down the sheets from the shelves, drags them out onto the porch, flaps them, hangs them over the railing. She finds Max in the center of the room staring up in awe at the books. "Was your grandfather a big reader?" Max asks, but Nellie doesn't answer. She stands over the writing desk by the front porch window and lifts the angled lid. Inside are a fountain pen, an old inkwell, long dry, a stack of stationery, each page inscribed with dark ink by the hand of Euphemia Redfern. "Max, what happened to her?" Nellie bites the inside of her cheek. The boy sees it. She is deciding what to tell him. "She died when the mill burned down," Nellie finally says. "A long time ago." "She died in the fire?" Nellie nods. She puts the stationery away, closes the desk. Max has more questions. Who wouldn't? But he knows she doesn't want to answer them right now. So he looks at the shelves instead and says, "We'll need to reorganize all of these. Plus there's the books we found in the map room. I stacked them by the stairs. We'll have to move them back in here and reshelve them." "Yeah, I'm going to leave that job to you." "Ha, thanks. If you're up for it. How's the knee?" "Fine." He's already walking the ladder over to the nearest shelf. "Be careful on that thing. It looks rickety." In the hall, she picks up a bucket of vinegar and soapy water and goes out onto the porch, where the day is dry and bright, and her nose doesn't burn with the stink of Clorox. "I think I'll work in the yard," she calls through the screen door. "Come out in a bit?" "Sure," Max calls back, arms already spilling books. Nellie slings dirty water over the porch rail. But Max never makes it outside. Instead, he works in the library for hours, stacking armloads of canvas-backed books in the center of the floor and ordering them alphabetically. Most of the books in the library are stodgy nonfiction, the complete Encyclopedia Britannica, English and American dictionaries, tomes on weird things like sailing and how to raise chickens. He finds a few novels by long-dead writers like Nathaniel Hawthorne, Herman Melville, a book of short stories and poems by Edgar Allan Poe. Poets he's never heard of: Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Christina Rossetti, John Keats, some nit named Lord Byron. There's an old copy of Frankenstein, too, which Max is happy to see. The book's been a favorite of his ever since he found it on his dad's bookshelves back in Conway. He prefers the book to the movie version, with Boris Karloff, if only because there's something so much scarier about a monster who can plot and scheme. A monster who's smart. Mid-afternoon, he comes across a slim book called A Boy's Guide to Rope, tucked on a shelf next to nursery rhymes and fairy tales. He finds an inscription on the inside cover, written in a precise, careful hand. "This book belongs to Hank Redfern and no one else." Hank Redfern, Mom's dad, his grandfather. Max turns the pages slowly, sees such words as bowline, clove hitch, cleave hitch, anchor and sheepshank. Sheepshank he knows from Jaws. Illustrations of knots, descriptions of their uses, watercolor pictures of children in brightly colored shirts and shorts, making tire swings and tug-of-war pits, and even bridges. In fact, there's a whole section on rope bridges, suspension bridges and hanging bridges, and catenary bridges. Max flips back to the title page, checks the publication date, 1930. He tucks the book under his arm to take upstairs and goes to the kitchen to wash his hands. At the sink, he runs a glass of water. His glass, a red plastic solo cup because they've yet to sort the 3 boxes of dishes recovered from the map room. In a week or two, the paper plates and the foil pans will run out, and they'll have to wash dishes. He knows how much his mother hates washing dishes. But it's starting to bug him, all that stuff not washed and put away where it belongs. Maybe, he thinks, I'll just do it myself. He glances out the kitchen door and down the hall through the open fly screen, where Mom's going at the azaleas with the garden shears. Her hair is pulled back in a ponytail, and she's rolled her t-shirt sleeves to her shoulders, and her freckled arms are turning red in the sun. She's beautiful, he thinks, beautiful in a way nothing else in the world will ever be, not even a sunset over the Grand Canyon. He feels a bizarre, irrational fear having such a big thought. Her mouth is a tight line, her brow drawn down into a furrow of concentration. Each snap of the shears is a grunt. He's seen her like this before when she's painting, seeing the shadows he can't or doesn't want to see. He's just finished gulping his water, is running himself a second cup, when upstairs there's a muffled thud, the sound of something heavy dropping. He glances up at the beadboard ceiling, his room directly overhead. Hank Redfern's old bedroom. Is it his imagination, or is a slight sprinkling of dust drifting down from the boards? Clutching a boy's guide to rope, Max goes out of the kitchen and into the hallway and mounts the stairs. Halfway up, he stops, cocks his head, listens. Almost immediately, he hears it. That skittering, scritching sound, fainter than before, but that's it. Like rats in the walls. Or giant rats, like the ones in that movie he and Dad stayed up late to watch, where the rats ate that baby right out of its pajamas. Max climbs to the top of the stairs, one hand on the balustrade. He holds his breath to hear. Scrape of cardboard? Rustling paper? A page being turned? The hairs on his neck dance. "Hello?" he calls. Silence. Followed by a sound he knows well, the sharp, unmistakable fart-like rip of spiral-bound art paper tearing loose. A clatter of plastic, then silence again. Max creeps toward the open door of his room. He's only a few steps away when another sound springboards his heart into his throat. Laughter. Like the twitter of a morning bird, short and girlish. The bedroom door is cracked, revealing a slice of wall, a corner of cedar chest. It gives away nothing. Suddenly Max is scared. Not scary movie scared, but really scared, cold sweat scared, like the time Leon Miller caught him on the playground and shoved him up against the monkey bars and made him eat a clod of dirt. He remembers the way it tasted, hot and gritty and brown. Max never told Dad about this. Dad would have said it was Max's fault, that size had nothing to do with taking a beating or giving it. "You're a scared little sissy," is what Dad would have said. Max feels it then, like the first night here, outside the house, that sudden telltale tingle in his nose, taste of, "No, no, you don't, sissy." Pennies. He tilts his head back, sniffs once, twice, counts to 30, between each number repeating in his head, "Don't bleed, don't bleed, don't bleed, don't bleed." One last, deep breath to screw his courage, and Max yanks open the door. The poison ivy winds up the corner of the house from behind the azalea, beneath the parlor window. Nellie rakes out behind the bush and grabs the jug of Roundup from the ranger's bed in the driveway. After spraying the roots, she buttons the sleeves of her painting shirt, old and thin, and rainbow spattered with oils, then tugs on a pair of gardening gloves and returns to the vine. She imagines what her mother might say, wry and amused, like the time Nellie was 4 and wanted to feed an alligator a piece of beef jerky on a fishing trip. The alligator, huge and sunning itself less than 10 feet from the bank where Hank was fishing. "Well," Ruth Redfern laughed, pushing up her cat-eye glasses, cigarette ash a shade too long in her right hand. "This is ill-advised." Nellie grabs the poison ivy and tugs. A length of vine pops free of the boards. Slowly, surely, she unstitches it from the house. Max sets a boy's guide to rope on the nightstand and stares at the bedside floor. The laundry basket Mom filled with his toys the morning they left South Carolina is overturned. Action figures, books, comics, coloring books, a dog-eared copy of How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, all dumped and scattered. He picks up his special mail-away Clark Kent, yours free with 5 proofs of purchase, and turns him upside down. A pearl of something that looks like spit drips from the figure's head, thick as melted caramel, or Elmer's rubber cement. He touches it, rubs it between his fingers. It's sticky. He sniffs it, and the stink is sharp and familiar. Pine sap. In the sunlight streaming through his window, he can see little flecks of something, dark and wriggling in the white. Gross. He wipes it on his bedspread. A trail of the stuff drips from his toys over the hardwood planks to the cedar chest, from the edge of the lid onto the floor, and finally onto a sheet of drawing paper torn from Max's 11 by 14 tablet. His downstairs map, brought upstairs after lunch and tucked away in the chest. But the drawing's changed. The cellar door is now a gaping black hole in back of the stairs. A ragged, hungry mouth scratched into the page by a heavy graphite lead. Max gets down on hands and knees, picks up a pencil where it's rolled between the cracks in the floor. The tip is blunted and the shaft is sticky. And, of course, there is what's beneath the paper. Max lifts the drawing, and the little rag doll stares up at him with smiling, button eyes. The first yellow jacket hits Nellie before she even knows what's happening. A flash in her periphery, followed by a needle-bright pop just below the ridge of her cheekbone. Shit! She dances back, a runner of poison ivy in hand. Wasps boil up from the ground, flying at her as she flees for the ranger. She leaps into the cab and slams the door and watches the bugs bat their bodies against the windshield like Nellie-seeking missiles. She pulls off her gloves, touches her cheek, which is reddening, throbbing. Something moves in the collar of her shirt. Nellie slaps it, feels a piercing sting on her right middle finger. Jesus, fuck! She shucks her painting shirt and kicks open the passenger door. Bare-armed and furious, she forgets about the can of Raid bought yesterday at the hardware store, stowed inside in the pantry. Instead, she snatches the spare gasoline can from the pickup's bed and stalks back to the azalea at the corner of the house. "Let's dance, motherfuckers," she says, and drenches the ivy, the bed, the exposed roots where the bugs swarmed out. A root moves. She leaps back, gas can in hand, thinking she's roused a snake bedded down in the leaves. But then she sees the slim, worm-like tendril retreating lazily into the ground in a wheeze of dust and leaves, leaving behind a bright silver slime like that of a garden snail. Later, she'll try to convince herself that it was a snake all along, harmless, more scared of her than she of it. But then she'll remember that it had no scales, that it was a long, slender thing, bird with tiny little hairs, a ground root, come to life. In the woods across the meadow, a crow rips the day. Nellie sets the gas can down, edges closer to the azalea, toes the leaves aside. There, beneath the lanky shoots of the azalea and the last clump of poison ivy, is a perfectly round hole in the earth, big as a shotgun barrel. A yellow jacket crawls out, dizzy with the fumes. Nellie stomps it. Rosy cheeks, hair of yarn. He remembers the doll in Mom's arms, their first night here. He wants to run out of the room, out of the house, to his mother. He wants to shut his eyes and open them and see everything in its place. Instead, carefully, he touches the tip of his index finger to the doll's cheek. Prods it, picks it up. The laughter. It was a girl's. There's a story here, he thinks, weirdly. Something I should see, but I don't. A creak. He jerks his head at the door that adjoins Nellie's bedroom. The door is cracked. Did it move? Yes, it moved. Hello? No answer, but another smell is in the room now, beneath the scent of pine. Garden-like, the smell of after rain on a humid day. Damp and fetid, like leaves churned up in search of earthworms. Suddenly the room is stifling hot. Max turns the doll over, does what any boy might do. He lifts the skirt. Sewn across the doll's bottom, like a kind of undergarment, is a white cotton tag. Initials are embroidered there in bright orange thread, EAR. Nellie sets out across the field for the Winnebago, face and hand swelling. Nothing in the house, save a cold wash rag to ease the pain. Redfern, however, left behind a whole drugstore, and if she can scrounge a few Tylenol or Bufferin before her eye swells shut, she and Max can drive into town for the rest. With any luck, she'll stumble across the holy grail, a tube of hydrocortisone. Of course, a good mother would have had these things in the house. A good mother, fuck you, Wade, she mutters. Inside, she swallows 4 anti-inflammatories, then sifts through the rest of the bedside stock, holding up bottles to the open blinds to read labels. In the table drawer, beneath a stack of Louis L'Amour and Max brand westerns, she turns up a blue tin of Peniton, 3 years expired. Beggars can't be choosers, so she rubs it in. First the hand, then the face. Afterward, she sits slumped at the foot of the bed, sweating through her t-shirt in the stuffy gloom. Her hands are shaking. It's not supposed to be this way. She's alone, way out here, no one to see. The first sob hits her like a sledgehammer. The second, she draws in, tries to hold like a breath, but it only explodes. And suddenly, Nellie Gardner finds her tears, and she sits on the end of her grandfather's bed and cries. She cries for Max, for herself, for the last dozen years and the years before those. She cries like the rain pours down on a summer day. The whinny roars with it. 7 miles east of the millworks, Lonnie Baxter's Beamer turns onto a paved county road that winds through pine thickets to a pair of heavy iron gates that roll open on 50 wooded acres. Half a mile of asphalt through beard-silvered oaks brings him to the house itself. Late Victorian, part Gothic Revival, part Queen Anne. 2 stories with long, sloping angles, exposed trusses, elaborate scrollwork. Frankenstein's mansion, Lonnie calls it, the house that his great-uncle built in 1891 for the woman he married, like nothing anyone in this hick corner of Georgia had ever seen. At 29, Great-Uncle George came down from Connecticut to work for his brother at a manufacturing firm in Albany. By 31, he was a land baron. 20 years later, Baxter's Mill, the village that sprang up north of George Baxter's sawmill, today the Georgia Land and Timbers Millworks, became the City of Empire. Baxter had hair the color of snow by the time he married a 25-year-old schoolteacher named Helen Gross. Just like a Yankee, to get it backward, folks said. First he builds a town, then he builds a house. By 1924, Great-Uncle George was dead of a stroke, and the mill and the house went to his brother's boy over in Dougherty County, Alonzo Baxter. His kids, Herman and Lonnie. Lonnie the quarterback, Lonnie the lumberjack, Lonnie the mayor, Lonnie the joke. He parks in the carriage house and weaves across the gravel drive and up the steps into a high-ceilinged foyer. A carpeted staircase climbs the wall to a second floor of 5 bedrooms, only 2 of which have been in use since Todd was born. The rest are outfitted with stodgy antique furniture and beds that no one will ever sleep in. The wallpaper throughout is golden silk, frayed around the edges. The windows are tall and leaded blue and cast the house in permanent gloom. Linda's in the kitchen, chopping onions. A flank steak set out on a wooden cutting board, beaten tender. The last of Lonnie's little helpers are all holding hands now, singing a little song in his heart and head, so he sidles up behind her and nuzzles the back of her neck, hands on her waist. She sags against him, relieved he's home to share a bit of the burden of standing, delivering. "We had a not-so-good one." "I'm sure you did," he slurs into her hair. She stiffens. "What?" "Nothing." "I tried to call you after your doctor's appointment this morning. Did you get my message?" She wears the same tattered housecoat she wears every day, rarely changing out of it except to put on sweats or one of his old football jerseys and leggings to make a grocery run. and only then when she can get the caretaker to drop by. "Yeah, and I tried to call you," he mutters. "What did the doctor say?" "He said I'm a candidate for surgery, and if I don't get it done, I'll likely be shitting my pants in 2 or 3 years. How about that?" Linda slides the knife into the onion, tears springing to her eyes. He drifts away, practically floats, if he's being honest, to the bills on the little desk beneath the 19th century wall-mounted phone. They're stacked, unopened. Nope, not the day for that. He sets them aside, sifts through the rest of the mail. "I had to call Patrice. She's upstairs with Todd. I know what we talked about, the expense and all, but—" "It's fine, babe." Lonnie slips away through the dining room to the den, where he pours himself 2 fingers of Jack Daniels from the sideboard. He sits for a spell in a leather rocker, closes his eyes just for a second. When he opens them, the shadows outside are longer, and it smells like onions and gravy in the kitchen. He climbs the stairs. Todd's room is at the end of the hall. The door stands open. The boy sits in his recliner by the window, where the evening sun falls streaming, and he can turn his face to it. He sits on bare feet, legs folded beneath him. His head is large and heavy and hangs forward, and he rocks back and forth in the chair and makes soft, happy sounds that are not quite words. Across the room, in her own chair, knitting in her lap, Patrice says hello, and Lonnie smiles and asks her how that new grandbaby is, and Patrice smiles back and says he's just fine. "He'll outgrow that blanket before you finish knitting it." "Don't I know it? How is Todd?" "We had it rough, Mr. Lonnie. He had himself a big one just before noon." A seizure. They're coming more frequently these days. The first time it happened, decades ago, Todd was 6 months old, in the crib, little body, curled like a new leaf. The doctor said he wouldn't live 5 years. Quacks. What the fuck do they... Shit. Todd's new meds. He'd picked them up today, along with his refill. He'd left them in the car. "Life is long, Patrice," he mumbles. "Sir?" Lonnie doesn't repeat himself. He goes over to the boy's chair and kneels beside it. Todd's head turns at his father's touch, and his left eye rolls toward Lonnie and blinks. Lonnie squeezes his son's thin arm. "How are you, champ?" Todd smiles, laughs, a line of saliva slicking his chin. His teeth are small and crooked. They look like baby teeth. Baby teeth in a 33-year-old man. "We took our medicine," Patrice says. "Then we was better." Lonnie's eyes slip shut. "We took our medicine, all right." He opens his eyes, looks up at his son, and thinks, as he has so many times before, that he is looking into the face of God. The boy laughs, a sudden strangled bark. Bedtime. A warm breeze shifts the curtains in Max's room, and magnolia leaves chatter outside the window. Hair damp from his bath. He lies atop his covers, reading First Blood. He's in his underwear and a long T-shirt 2 sizes too big. The T-shirt's from a summer trip to Myrtle Beach. A grinning shark and a pair of scuba fins, goggles, a tank. "Send more tourists," the shark says, licking its lips. "The last ones tasted great." Worn so much the silk screening is cracked and flaking. Dad bought it for him at the Gay Dolphin. They'd laughed over that shirt a long time, all through dinner at a place called Krabby Mike's. Mom had only rolled her eyes, but it made her happy, Max could tell. In the bathroom next door, the clawfoot tub gurgles, begins to drain. Rambo's on the cliff, and the cops are shooting at him from the helicopter when the bedroom door eases open and Nellie, hair wet, the rest of her wrapped in a towel, says, "Thanks, kiddo." "For what?" "All the hard work. The house is shaping up, don't you think?" He keeps his face in his book. Doesn't answer. Nellie bends over him to kiss him goodnight, and her wet hair drips onto him, onto his book. "Mom!" She laughs, grabs a length of her hair, and wrings it on his head. He cries out, ducks under the covers. She drops on the lump of him, grabs at his knees through the sheet, The knees always drive him crazy. He doesn't know why. He begs her to stop through the laughter, so she slaps his arm and says goodnight. He feels the weight of her leave his bed, hears her bare feet padding into her bedroom. He pops out from under his sheet, relieved to see she's left the adjoining door open. An hour or so later, his mother's bedside light winks out. She's reading a book on romantic painters Max found for her down in the library. And shortly after, when he hears her breathing deepen into sleep, he switches off his own lamp and opens the drawer of his bedside table and slips out the photo album he'd found that morning in the cellar, along with his flashlight. He tents the bed covers over his head and clicks on his flashlight and opens the album. On the inside flap, his fingers trace a faded inscription. To Effie, who sees all, Merry Christmas, August. The yellowed pages of the album are blank. Max spreads the loose photographs, begins to sift through them. They're small, old, and delicate, and so he holds each as if it might crumble between his fingers. At first, there are no people in the pictures, only angles on the house being built. A wooden frame, the porch columns half-mortared, the barn. Some of these have dates written on the back, 1917, mostly. He comes across a ring of cabins in a meadow, beyond the meadow a river. Remembers the map downstairs drawn by August Redfern, the cabins and the woodsman and the pigs and chickens, the girl at the well. The first picture of a person is a wide view of the cellar and foundation. The house itself nothing more than a hole in the ground and a few bricks. Standing at the center of that hole, hands on his hips, face shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, is a man who must be his great-grandfather. The back isn't labeled. He comes upon a picture of a dark-haired woman, slight-shouldered and bright-eyed, hair curly like Mom's when she doesn't straighten it with the iron. Daddy likes it straight, kiddo. She wears a housecoat, has a big, pregnant belly. One hand on the rock column by the porch steps, he flips the picture over. August's first day, November 2nd, 1917. Max fans the pictures out in stacks, sorts them by dates, and pretty soon they're telling a story. The story of Redfern Hill. And the pictures are good, too, not like the Polaroids Max used to snap randomly with the camera he got for Christmas a few years back. Pictures of grass or road signs or the kitchen countertop when the beans spilled and Mom said, "Fuck," and they both laughed. Dad broke that camera when he was mad. Threw it across the room. The one common thing they all share, Max realizes, is that Effie isn't in them, which means she's taking the pictures, which means it's really her story. Boxing the Pines, November 1917. Row upon row of huge pine trees, bleeding thick black ribbons of sap, bark shorn away by coarse, heavy-browed men with long-bladed tools. Distillery takes shape, January 1918. The wooden framework of a roof and a platform and stairs and a giant barrel going up at the edge of a clearing around a massive oven and chimney that look for all the world like a big brick heart about to beat. At the camp, March 6th, 1918. Men with hard, lean faces posing next to grim-faced wives and half-naked children on the porches of cabins, the cabins all clustered in a clearing, gardens and laundry lines, and women feeding chickens. Gus and Barlow and the team, March 7th, 1918. A wagon load of small barrels, standing by it, 2 men. One, a scowling bulldog of a man in a suit coat, watch chain, and tiny bowler hat. The other with eyes set close together, features sharp and flinty in that Indiana Jones hat and jodhpurs, bare hand snagged in a mule's harness. Here is another picture of the same wagon, 5 men in baggy denim. They're ragged, sweaty. Each man wears a white bandana over nose and mouth. In the wagon, rolled in a tarp, are 3 bodies. Max can see the bottoms of their shoes sticking out. He flips the picture. October 22nd, The scrawl reads, Spanish flu takes 3 more. Bodies will go to Brunswick, to island off coast. Mass burial site. Below this, apropos of nothing, a single fragment. Not well. He keeps sifting. March 8th, 1920, the twins, Charlie and Henry. Again, his great-grandmother, this time seated in a chair Max recognizes from the library downstairs. Posed in that stiff, unsmiling way old-timey people pose in old-timey pictures. She's heavier, stouter, not quite 3 years since the picture of her pregnant, but she looks to have aged 10. Balanced on her lap are 2 little boys in cloth diapers, mirror images of each other. Effie's eyes are dark and cold. One of the babies is Hank, Nellie's father, Max's grandfather. He picks up the empty album, thumbs the first few pages, stops at a hand-drawn tree like something out of a fairy tale, its branches wide, the ink faded, names written on every branch. His great-grandfather, his great-grandmother, beneath their branch, Charles Eliot Redfern and Henry David Redfern. Charlie's name slashed with a violent scrawl, and on the lowest branch of the tree, a third name, Eleanor Agatha Redfern, Max whispers, remembering the initials sewn onto the rag doll, which is tucked away at the bottom of his cedar chest right now, where it will stay forever, thank you very much. EAR. Outside in the hallway, a board creaks. Max looks up. A second creak, closer, in his doorway. He clicks off the flashlight, sound of his breathing loud, so he holds his breath, listens. Nothing for a while. Then that dry scrabbling sound, like mice in the walls, but at the foot of his bed. Suddenly the lid of the cedar chest creaks open in the dark, and the sound trips his heart like a school bell. Rummaging next, the shift and clatter of action figures, rustle of paper. He tastes the first drip of pennies, swallows it, then clicks on his light and hurls back the covers. He's alone. The flashlight throws its spot on the wardrobe beyond the foot of the bed. The deer head, mounted above it, shadows of antlers, long and crooked. The lid of the cedar chest is raised. He glances at the open door that adjoins his mother's room, listens, but nothing moves beyond it. He leaps down to the end of his bed, shines his light inside the chest. The doll is gone. 1918. September 16th. Marcus the Swede sets out from Redfern Hill at 3:30. Collar buttoned to his throat, hair slicked back with pomade. In one pocket, a list of groceries and supplies, which include a new pair of scissors for barbering. In the other pocket, a week's wages. He's just crossed the narrow, one-lane river bridge when he hears a sputtering ratcheting behind him. So he walks backward a while, along the shoulder, staring hard to where the road dwindles to a heated point. Soon enough, an open-topped Buick clatters over a rise, and Marcus stops and stands in a drift of gravel to watch it pass. Instead, it pulls alongside him with a squeal of brakes. Behind the wheel is a man in a seersucker suit and straw hat, sporting a politician's smile. In back are 2 ginger-haired boys in army fatigues, duffels heaped on the seat between them. They're sunburned and dirty, and the one on the far side looks pale and hollow-eyed. The dust settles, and the driver in the straw hat says, "This the road to Empire, friend?" "Straight ahead," Marcus points. "Ever ride in a car, boy?" Marcus shuffles his long, stork-like legs, looks down at the sole of his right brogan, flapping loose like a dog's thirsty tongue. "No." "Well, hop in, son, and meet the modern age." The ride is jarring, but the seat is softer than the iron-sprung seat of a wagon, and the boys in back are friendly enough. They introduce themselves as the Lasky brothers, Tom and Terry, on leave from Camp Gordon. "We home to kiss our mothers and hump our girls," Tom says. Terry just watches the trees crawl by. The driver shakes the Swede's hand, says his name is Minyard Gaskin, says he's running for state senate, and is personally delivering such boys as these to their families in order to make a Christian impression on the electorate come November. Assuming, of course, we still got an electorate come November. What do you mean? Marcus says. My fair-haired friend, is there a rock you South Georgians all share to shade y'all from the news of the world? I don't know what in the hell you're saying. That socialist Woodrow Wilson, boy. If that speechifying peckerhead goes unchecked, why all us God-fearing folks down here in Dixie will be choking on humble pie with the Hun. League of Nations, giving women the vote. Next thing you know, this flu gets down here. Hell, we'll all be ordered to mask up like a passel of night riders at a Mardi Gras ball. I heard tell about the flu, Marcus says, but it's not here yet. From the back seat, Tom Lasky leans forward. It's here, son. You just don't know it. Terry watches the trees. Dark moons under his eyes. Minyard Gaskin shakes his head. Goddamn German aspirin. League of Nations. Tom Lasky spits over the side of the car. We taught the Hun a thing or two, though, that's for sure. Terry puts a fist to his mouth and coughs into it twice. In Empire, when Gaskin pulls up to McCann's drugstore and idles, Marcus climbs out and thanks him for the ride. Before he heads into the store, he shakes all three men's hands. Again, Terry Lasky sputters, but this time he swallows it, flinches when his brother slaps him on the back. You all right? Tom says. Sinus. Marcus watches them drive off, lifts a hand. When he turns to go into the store, he sees a hand-lettered sign hanging in the window. The words are simple, words he'd agree with on any given day. But somehow, the news of the world as told by Minyard Gaskin angles new light on the phrase, and the sign strikes him as ominous, unsettling. We fear not. Marcus looks up and down Main. A few horses tethered, a truck or two, the Ford kind, like Mr. Redfern's thinking of replacing the wagons with. A cool wind blows, and a scrap of paper sails along the curb, and suddenly Marcus feels eerie, like he's the last man on earth. He unfolds his list from his pocket and goes over it on the sidewalk, reading each item under his breath, moving his finger down the list so as not to lose his place. He always forgets something if he doesn't go over the list. He'll have the paper right in front of him. Then he'll get to talking with Mr. McCann or put down a dime for a soda or a malt, and soon enough, he'll breeze right out with a happy stomach and be halfway home to Redfern Hill before he remembers the thing he forgot. A razor blade, a bottle of aspirin, an ink pen for James Green, or a sewing needle for Mr. Sullivan's wife. The last item on the list, that's the one he'll forget this time. Sure as shooting, the Saturday Evening Post, for Mrs. Euphemia herself. It has a new Edith Wharton piece, she'd said, pressing a quarter into his hand and winking, as if to say, get yourself something too. That wink Marcus has carried in his heart ever since walking away from Mrs. Euphemia's porch. Magazine, 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 he repeats, head down as he starts into the store. The shop door rings and Marcus looks up just in time to avoid crashing into the man coming out, a man wearing shabby clothes and clutching a half-gone Dr. Pepper. Marcus catches the door and slips in, and the bell rings as it shuts behind him. On the sidewalk, the man with the Dr. Pepper stops. He turns and looks after Marcus, eyes squinting. He steps back to the shop door, peers inside to where the Swede is handing the pharmacist his list and pointing at something on the paper. And the pharmacist is taking out a magazine from a shelf behind the counter, and the Swede is grinning like a fool. Son of a bitch, the man with the Dr. Pepper says. He's grinning too, only it's a very different sort of grin. Nothing foolish about it. The spring day is warm and windy and blows pollen out of the pines in huge green clouds. On the return walk, Marcus stops twice to rest, both times fishing out the bottled root beer he's tucked into a corner of the old lettuce crate, among cans of pork and beans and potted meat and boxes of Lux soap flakes. The first time he stops, it's to sit on a tree stump at the edge of a cow pasture and watch a sway-back horse crop Johnson grass. He takes a green apple from his crate, lets the horse chomp it from his palm. Then he's moving again, until the one-lane river bridge appears in the distance through a call of heat, and Marcus realizes this is his last chance to rest. So he finds a spot of shade at the edge of the woods and settles down with his back to a sycamore to finish his soda. He doesn't mean to close his eyes, but the day's warm. The soughing of the branches overhead, so pleasant. When he wakes, the sun has moved in the sky. Ants have found a sack of rock candy he's brought back for himself. He flicks them away, one by one, then pops a chunk of strawberry into his mouth. A suck-upon, his mother used to call such things, and sets out quickly for the bridge. Beyond it, Redfern Road. A man perches on the bridge rail, a man with a Dr. Pepper bottle. Long, greasy hair swept back behind his ears. Cheap boots, frayed jeans. His shirt is off, his bare chest covered in angry red welts. Marcus's gait falters at the sight of him. The man cracks a grin over a mouthful of gray teeth. "How do?" A wild smell of wood smoke and unwashed skin hangs about him. His welts are chigger bites, weeping and infected. Even now he's scratching one beneath his nipple, dirty fingernails raking flesh. Marcus walks on, keeps his head down. The man sucks his Dr. Pepper through a straw until the bottle's empty, and it's just air he's sucking. "Hey," he calls after, "I know you." He pushes off the rail. "You know me?" Yes, Marcus knows him, remembers him from that first day at Redfern Hill almost a year ago. And because Marcus remembers him, he keeps walking, makes only a half-turn to say, "No, sorry, friend, afraid I don't," but he doesn't get a single word out before the loose tongue of his brogan snags a risen nail in the boards, and he goes down hard on his left knee. Something tears, pops. He cries out, and the lettuce crate flies from his hands, and everything in it scatters in the dust. Behind him, the man cocks his head and tongues the paper straw in his bottle. He clamps his teeth around the straw and draws it out, chews it briefly like a stalk of grass. He hurls the empty bottle into the river and slips the straw from his mouth and tosses it too, all the while fixing the boy's back with smiling eyes. Marcus gets stiffly to his feet, then bends down to pick up his crate. "You work for August Redfern," the man says to Marcus's back. The Saturday Evening Post lies open at the edge of the bridge, its pages fluttering in the wind. Marcus picks it up and slaps the magazine against his thigh to shake off the dust, puts it carefully back in the box. "Yeah, you know me. Say who I am." Marcus holds his crate and stares ahead at the distant turnout of Redfern Road, gauging the distance, wondering if his left knee will give out if he runs, wondering if the man behind him is faster than he is. Marcus is tall, quick. His stride is huge, but he isn't graceful. He'll trip again or run out of breath. There will be no dignity in what happens to him if he runs, so he turns to face the man. "You're Jasper Hawley. People call you Catfish." Hawley, the man Mr. Barlow sapped for pulling a gun on Mr. Redfern, the man Eli Green and Marcus himself tossed unconscious into a wagon back in November, puts 2 fingers in his mouth and whistles. Directly, 3 other men in overalls and pants, held up with rope belts, shotguns slung over their shoulders on baling twine, come trudging, troll-like, up the grassy embankment from under the bridge. "These my cousins," Hawley says. Knee throbbing, legs a-quiver, Marcus sets his crate down. He makes sure Mrs. Euphemia's magazine is rolled and tucked tightly into a corner, between 2 cans of peaches in pear juice. Then he stands up straight. Barlow and Daniel Two Fists and James Green carry the boy down the hall and into the dining room, where Euphemia and Franny Sullivan set out 2 wide enamel pans of heated water. The men lay 'em on the table, and Franny dips white rags into the water and washes the boy's hands, which are swollen, the knuckles pulped, the fingernail of his right thumb missing. Euphemia washes his head. One eye is swollen shut, the other red with burst capillaries. A whole plug of hair has been torn away above the boy's left ear, leaving behind a blood-crusted scalp. His lips are split. His left cheekbone is shattered. Through it all, he remains silent, watchful. His tears make clean tracks down cheeks, orange with road dust. Rags go back into the pans, are wrung out, and the water is red. "Heat more," Effie says to no one, and James Green peels himself from the far wall where the men stand with hats in hand like mourners before a casket. James takes up one pan, Franny the other. "Be quick," Effie hisses. Within the hour, Redfern brings the doctor from town, whose first task is to set a broken left leg. It's then that the boy's silence finally gives way to screaming. Effie retreats from the sound, taking the pan of cooling water out the back door and dumping it at the edge of the field, where the spring grass is tall and the stalks bend beneath the weight of fat black grasshoppers. Great white clouds hang unmoving in the sky, frigates on a windless sea. She looks down at her apron and sees the Swede's blood smeared there, and thinks of the twins asleep upstairs in their cribs, while below, a boy not much older than Effie herself lies broken and bleeding on her dining room table. Behind her the screen door slaps, followed by the sound of August's boots as he descends the back steps. "How is he?" she asks, when Redfern stands beside her. "Doc says he'll heal with rest." August's hands are in his pockets. He wears no hat, and the wind plays through his hair, which is graying at the temples. Effie takes a folded piece of paper from her apron pocket, passes it to her husband, pushes her own hair out of her face, where the wind has blown it. "It came this morning. Addressed to me, same as the others." He opens the letter, reads it. "Pretty soon they'll be writing to the boys instead of me," Effie says. There have been 4 such letters since the new year, crude, unsigned ruminations of what a buckskin knife could do to a young gal like her, what a boot heel could do to her baby's skulls if her husband won't fold and get out of Baxter County forever. As if that could happen. Sometimes standing very still in the empty house, or gathering eggs in the coops out behind the barn, while August is in the woods or down at the turpentine mill, Effie remembers her dream, the one she always has, night after night. A dream that should be her husband's, but is somehow her own. She is in the belly of a ship, rowing giant oars among men, hands blistered, as the sea presses and the hull creaks. The rumble of some Leviathan's passage in the dark, stormy waters stirs them all. The ship begins to shudder, to leak. A man cries out, and water bursts through the boards, and the ocean rushes in, and the ship plunges quickly for the seafloor, so fast that Effie cannot tell whether they are flying down to meet it or it is heaving up from countless fathoms, and just before waking she understands. It is the land that her husband craves, come to claim her. "Holly trash," Redfern crumples the letter. "They did this, August." A single tight nod. "Barlow found him down by the mill road. They'd lashed him to the gate, lengths of twine around his neck." August takes his hands from his pockets, rubs his palms on his trousers. Haltingly, he adds, "I saw a man once, hanged by a yardarm." And he seems to want to say more, but doesn't. The wind blows and the clouds finally seem to move. Their shadows crawl. "You see the sheriff? When you went for the doctor?" "Wasn't time. But you will." Silence, like heat from an oven. He doesn't like it when she presses him. "Your father." "My father," she barks. All-seeing, all-wise George Baxter, who has always believed, like a proud, foolish king in a children's tale, that Baxter County was a land of his own making. As if the trees and the river and the fields The people themselves had not existed until he came along and spoke them into being. We're paying the price now, she thinks, for the woods he's leveled, the families he's swindled. Your father says, Redfern goes on, it was the same in the early days of the sawmill. They're cowards, these men. And how do you think my father dealt with such men? What would you have me do? Hire men to protect what's yours. Hire them with what? We haven't even turned a profit yet, Effie. You can't lay claim to a thing, August, then refuse responsibility for it. Defend us. Defend this place. Defend your men. He stares at her, but she only looks away out at the field, her jaw set. He reaches something from his back pocket, holds it out. Effie takes it, unrolls it. The Saturday Evening Post. On the cover, a woman in profile, clad in a charcoal dress and hat. In her hands, a pair of binoculars. In the bottom right corner, a bloody thumbprint. Redfern slides away toward the house. Cowards are men of action too, August, she calls after him. A man has to be willing to go all the way to see a thing through, no matter the cost. Clouds pass over the sun, and the world goes briefly dim. Again she thinks of the twins, sleeping upstairs in their cribs, oblivious of the terrible things at work in their lives. Effie rolls the magazine, picks up her pan, and goes back inside to heat fresh water. 1989. July 3rd. Nellie, sore and stiff and covered in her own sweat, opens her eyes. The end of a nightmare playing over in her head, something fevered and strange. She and Max are passengers in the Ranger on a twisting, narrow tongue of blacktop, and Wade's behind the wheel, driving too fast. The road dips, and the truck careens toward a guardrail, beyond which there is only mist and darkness, and Nellie cries out to Wade, "Slow down, goddammit!" But he insists, in that reasoned, handsome way he has, he isn't even speeding. The road turns to gravel, and something huge and vague speeds ahead of them, kicking up dust, its brake lights flashing red like eyes. Only Wade doesn't see, isn't stopping. So she thrusts her foot against the floorboard and hauls Max to her, turning his face away as this behemoth fills the Ranger's windshield. She sits up in bed, touches her cheek gingerly. It's puffy, feels hot. Her right middle finger likewise, swollen like a sausage. She pries the damp second skin of her David Bowie tee away from her stomach, sheet damp beneath her. She slides out of bed and onto the floor, to her hands and toes. 1, she counts. Wake the acid in your muscles. 2, pain in your finger, but your arms are strong. 3, so strong you had to wear sleeves around Wade. 4, sleeves he made you wear anyway, to hide the scar. 5, your secret strength. It's 1977, and Nellie Gardner is 18 years old, telling people she's 20, and living in Savannah in a roach-infested dump of an apartment, taking night classes at community college. She waits tables at a dive off Abercorn, tends the bar on the weekends when the regular guy's too hungover to come in. It beats the bars on River Street in Broughton, where tourists and frat boys get hammered and the girls have to blow the owners to keep work. Here, between a used car lot and a window service barbecue shack, the customers are all too dispirited, or too drunk, to be any real trouble even during the wee hours of a Friday or Saturday night. Nellie wonders sometimes what they go home to, whom they're hurting beside themselves. She does not drink and never will, but work is work, money is money. Tonight, Nellie's English professor sits drinking a cherry Coke in a booth, smoking cigarettes, and reading a James Cain paperback. A stack of sophomore lit essays untouched to his left, her own among them. Hawthorne, The Birthmark. Aylmer, the alchemist, and his new bride, Georgiana, that evil mark upon her cheek. To kiss it or cure it? What the hell's he doing here? He was polite enough when he first came in. He smiled, asked how her night was going, ordered his drink. "That's it? A Coke?" "A cherry Coke. Is that not an acceptable thing to order in a bar?" "It's fine, just a little weird." "Why is it a little weird?" "Well, see that lady over there, the one by the jukebox, talking to the wall? That's Mary O'Meary. She's a regular here, and she never orders anything but Pabst Blue Ribbon. So yeah, it's a little weird that the lady over there talking to the wall, like she does on a regular basis, understands that bars are for ordering booze, while you, Dr. Gardner, with your Ph.D. and your keen knowledge of American literature, show up at this fine establishment on a Friday night and order nothing more than," she pretends to check her notepad, "a cherry Coke." "Call me Wade." "Please." "Okay, 1 cherry Coke coming up. Wade." An hour before last call, the place has emptied out, except for poor Mary, who's over by the window, wagging her finger at people who pass on the sidewalk. Nellie knows, Wade knows, she's been watching him, biting her thumb until the nail is ragged. He sips the last of his Coke until his straw burbles, puts his book down, digs into the stack, and starts reading essays. No pen in hand. Nellie pours herself a ginger ale and goes to the jukebox and drops in a quarter for "Wish You Were Here." The jukebox whirs. The song plays. Wade reads. She takes off her apron, throws it over the bar. Ginger ale in hand, she slides into the booth opposite the man she will in only 8 weeks marry. A man she knows nothing about, save he is not of her world. He is not Hank Redfern. He does not drink at a bar on a Friday night. And while Savannah is not even 2 hours from the house on Elm where she grew up, Nellie Redfern figures this dingy hole might as well be the moon if men like Wade Gardner come here to not drink. Typed on a giant office IBM she bought for $10 at a pawn shop off Victory Drive, her essays about scars that run unseen like caverns cut by rivers in the earth, internal landscapes forever changed and unseen by men who murder women just to prove they're nothing more than the sum of their flaws. She doesn't hear it, but his breathing changes when she sits down. So does hers. Behind the essay, he smiles. Later, the sour smell of restaurant garbage drifts through her open bedroom window. She smokes a cigarette, bedsheets bunched at her navel, one arm folded over her bare breasts, the other cocked behind her head. He's told her about his father, a Baptist preacher from some cinder-block church way back in the swamps of Horry County, South Carolina, a man who believed the answer to everything was prayer and pain. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Whipping Post, Wade says. So she tells him about Hank, the late-night wake-up calls, lights thrown on, bed covers torn away, hauled out by her bare ankle and dropped on the floor like she was a fish he'd caught. No wherewithal to clean or cook her, just left there on the floor. Some deep stirring satisfied, it seemed, at the sight of her there, still alive, beneath his roof. Next, inevitably, his own bedroom door would slam, and a gibbering arise behind it, her mother's arms around him, her voice soothing, calming. More madness than drunkenness, as if some key piece of her father's soul were missing or stolen, a thing irrevocably lost he went searching for every night in a bottle. She listened outside the door, cracked it one night, and saw her mother on her knees beside him, holding him, rocking him like a child. What had been torn from him that he was this way, rudderless in a storm that never ceased? He drifted through its ever-moving eye by day. Every night, he capsized beneath its waves. What that must have done, Wade says, lying naked beside her, to your poor mother. Nellie ashes into a seashell on her belly. When she got sick, I moved her into my room. Stood watch over her. Her sister helped some, but it was mostly me. Bowls of canned soup heated in the microwave, spooned into her mouth. She went crazy from the pain near the end. He was never there. Some juke joint out at the county line, cockfights and deer camps, and who knows what. Drove his truck into a lake once, spent the night in jail. I slept nights in a chair at the foot of the bed. She had oxygen, a little tank, hose that ran into her nose. After they brought her home from the hospital, I went through all the drawers, found her stashes, her lighter. I kept it all for myself, tucked in a little cigar box high up in my closet. Every cigarette I smoke now is one of hers. One day they'll run out. I guess then I'll quit. The tip of her cigarette flares, burns. It's a nasty habit, Wade says, trailing a hand along her shoulder, down her arm. Later she'll remember this, tell herself she should have known. Right then, she should have known. One morning I wake up. Mama's dead. She'd been awake the night before, trying to talk. But I was so tired, I fell asleep. You know how people say, well, she went peacefully at least, or she died in her sleep. It was funny. It's like she died in my sleep. 44 push-ups now, nearing the end. After you told him your story, he kissed you. 45. He kissed one pale, smooth arm just below your elbow. 46. You flinched at his touch, remember? 47. Cried softly, grateful. 48. That a man could listen, that a man could care. 49. How could you know he was an alchemist? The worst kind of man, an Aylmer all along. 50. Out of breath, right hand throbbing, Nellie gets up and goes to the window. Yesterday she'd raised the sash to let in air, and overnight the screen has caught a host of little black bugs. She thumps them, one by one, watches them fly away. She edges open the adjoining door, but the bed is empty. The covers mussed, cedar chest open. "Max?" she calls. He's tacked up his own pencil drawings of superheroes. His pencil box and sketchbooks are open on her father's old desk. A line of action figures along the windowsill, above which the window is cracked, curtains rustling in the breeze. How quickly a place becomes familiar, she hopes. She pulls on a t-shirt and jeans, ties her hair up in a red rag, and slips downstairs to look for Max. She finds him in the parlor asleep on the couch, still in his underwear and t-shirt. The Magnavox is on, one of his tapes, The Karate Kid. She leaves him long enough to make coffee. After it's brewed, she pours herself a cup, then stares at the styrofoam in her hand. Abruptly, Nellie dumps the coffee back into the pot, throws the cup away and goes into the pantry where she rummages a milk glass mug out of a cardboard box. She washes it in the sink and pours herself a proper cup, then goes back into the parlor and sits down beside her son. Shakes his shoulder. He opens his eyes. "What's the matter?" she says. "I couldn't sleep up there." "Why?" He rolls over. She leaves him, goes upstairs into the old nursery. She takes down the embroidered prayer, tosses it into one of the dusty cribs. Later she'll drag the crib out into the hall. Right now she's thinking of her brushes, her paints, all of it left behind in South Carolina. She likes the way the morning slants through the front windows here. The opposite wall, wide and blank where the light lands, is the best place for an easel. Sipping coffee, she has ideas, and they're good ones, the healing kind. They're making a late breakfast of Hot Pockets at the kitchen table when Max asks if he can climb the fire tower, get out of the house, work his muscles, not his brain, forget whatever last night was. "Tell you what," she says, "tomorrow we'll both climb it. Maybe we can see the fireworks from there." In Empire, while shopping for supplies, they'd seen banners hung on Main Street, flyers in every shop window. Independence Day celebration, parade, 4 p.m., fireworks, dusk. "Can we go into town for the parade?" "If you want. I need to buy some paints, an easel, a few canvases. You also need medicine." She holds up her hand, her fingers slightly less swollen. "They're looking better. Mom," a warning in his voice. "Okay, you're right. Lots more yellow jackets where those came from. What's the Boy Scout motto? Wear a rubber." Nellie deadpans. He doesn't get it. Nellie sees the look on his face and bursts into laughter. So Max laughs too, happy she's happy. After lunch, Nellie works upstairs while Max, feeling unmoored and aimless, sorts August Redfern's maps. He's not sure why he's doing it or what he's looking for, but it kills a chunk of the long, hot afternoon. He pulls out rolled paper by the armloads and piles it all on the wide pine table. Always careful of the brittle edges. What he learns right away is that not every rolled piece of paper is in fact a map. Some are architectural plans, like the original blueprints for the turpentine mill. Others are sketches of custom tools, like gauntlets made of stovepipe tin to protect the workers from snake bites. One of these includes an illustration of a coiled rattlesnake striking at a woodsman who's wearing the gauntlets. The woodsman's smiling, laughing like the joke's on the snake. There's one sketch for a special clay cup to catch the gum, one for an axe with a curved blade to fit the shape of a tree, just like the axe Nellie found on the study floor their first night here. The maps are mostly studies of the property, much like the one framed above Redfern's desk, only close-ups of things like the turpentine mill or the woodsman's camp. Little half-moons on outhouse doors, wiregrass fields billowing black smoke as rabbits flee the fire lines. Maps of the longleaf groves, too, notes scrawled in the margins about when to chip and pull and dip. And finally, a single map of a shadowy section of woods, deep whorls of charcoal-dusted trees and heavy dark pencil, above something called North Creek, where something in the center of the drawing has been scribbled out, a black slash of graphite. Immediately he thinks of his own drawing, the cellar door scratched into the paper, the pencil blunted. Suddenly Max is sweating all over. He can feel it dripping beneath his arms. He wants to run out into the hallway, to stop Nellie on the stairs, to help her wrestle that second crib into the yard and, oh yeah, blurt out everything that happened yesterday. The cellar, the noises, the laughter, the gross, sticky sap in his room and the creepy doll and the cedar chest opening on its own last night, how it drove him downstairs to the sofa. But he doesn't. Instead, he takes 2, 3, 4 deep breaths, even as his gaze drifts to that ragged hole in the far wall of the map room, boards ripped away, furring strips exposed like ribs, like the old man was looking for something inside the walls. No, he tells himself, you can't ruin this for her. After all, she's about to start painting again, and that's a good thing. No matter what, it's a good thing. So forget your own misgivings, your own fears. Mom's happier than she was, and that's enough for now. Besides, whatever the mystery is, Max has seen enough movies and read enough Stephen King to know kids go it alone. That's the rule. Just like Conway, he thinks. Long afternoon spent hanging on swing-set chains, head down in a book, while things broke inside the house and his parents flashed back and forth in the windows like trapped birds. In the last few hours of light, as the day cools down and the sky turns molten behind the trees, they go outside. Nellie teaches Max how to operate the riding lawnmower. He stands quietly by, listening. She tells him twice to stay away from the bushes. And when the time comes for him to climb into the saddle, he does so eagerly. He sets the choke and turns the key, and the roar of the tractor seems to clear his head for the first time that long day. He puts it in gear and lets off the clutch, and Nellie sets him off with a slap, like he's lit out a horseback in some old western. Meanwhile, she fetches her gloves from the ranger's cab, where she left them yesterday, and goes at the crepe myrtles with the chainsaw. The grind and bite of the teeth through the wood, The way the new blade falls through without much resistance is entirely satisfying. Out by the barn, the boy caroms around on the John Deere like a crazy bullet. A little while later, she's dragging severed tree limbs to the open tailgate of the pickup when she hears on the far side of the house the lawnmower cut out. A heavy silence rises as the dust in the yard settles. Unease tugs her around the porch to the long shadow of the northeastern corner where Max sits astride the mower, both hands gripping the wheel. He stares up at the second-floor windows, their bedrooms. The boy's eyes are narrowed. "Everything okay?" Max doesn't answer, just keeps watching the glass, opaque with shadow. "What's up there?" She ruffles his hair. After a long while, he simply shrugs. "Just us." 1918. October 27th. Dawn. Redfern cuts east of the second fire break, out of understory, thick and snarled with smoke and embers that dart like fireflies. Far behind him, the fire teams shout and call, their voices fading after he fords North Creek and the land rises up to the sandy ridge where the turkey oaks stand no taller than a man. Beyond this, the wiregrass meadow. In the hollow of a lightning-struck pine are 2 small casks of turpentine he stowed there yester-eve. Sweating, trembling, he shakes a blue bandana from his trouser pocket and ties it tightly over nose and mouth. He takes up a cask under each arm and carries them into the pine-studded meadow. Here the trees are tall and reaching, like the spires of a vaulted cathedral. The sick tent is pitched in the center of the clearing, its canvas blazing white in the early morning sun. Inside, the light is scant and the air is foul. There are 13 cots, in each a woodsman, thin and wasted beneath coarse blankets. A few are old, most are young. All are dead. Marcus the Swede, his busted leg still encased in plaster, lies near the entrance, right hand hanging over the edge of his bedding. Redfern stares at the boy's hand. A thick brown root, or something like one, has broken through the soft earth below the Swede's fingers. It's put out 5 shoots, and these have bored into the fingers. The hand itself is swollen near to bursting, though the rest of the boy is shriveled and drawn. Redfern looks around the tent. They're all as he found them yesterday, in the twilight hour when the fireflies were flashing. Their pot of evening soup set down outside the tent, prepared by anxious wives and brought up from camp by Redfern alone. He'd stood and called to empty air, listening, hearing only the buzz of flies, and so, cinching his bandana tight, he'd lifted the flap and peered into the gloom, and afterward went reeling into the meadow to tear the bandana from his face and vomit. Now he swallows his gorge, beholds it all again, tells himself it was no nightmare, no dream from which he will wake. Roots bursting through the ground, boring into ears, out of nostrils, blood and fleshy pulp clinging to every shoot. One man's stomach is a sunken pit. Shreds of shirt and intestines, and a mass of something like snakes coiled inside it. Another man's head is a broken nest, bits of skull caught up in the fibers like scraps of paper. Every last man is stitched to the ground. A fly lands on Redfern's nose. Effie was right. That day when Marcus was brought to the house, he should have done something then. He should have listened. "I'm sorry," he says to them all. He sets one cask at the entrance of the tent and edges between the cots with the other, sloshing everything with turpentine. The fumes are dizzy-making. When the first cask is empty, he drops it and is about to break open the second when he hears something, a rustling beneath the cots like the whisper of leaves on a windy day. Something clutches at Redfern's leg. He whirls and looks down and sees the Swede's hand, flopping, climbing, grasping now At Redfern's wrist, the dead boy's throat begins to bulge, and Marcus, pale, shriveled, dead Marcus, opens his mouth, and suddenly the tent and Redfern's skull explode with a great prehistoric shriek. It comes from everywhere and nowhere, as a dark, worm-like thing flops out of the boy's mouth. The corpse jerks upright in the cot like a marionette, and the dead boy's eyes open, and Redfern sees in them waves of shimmering blue that break in starbursts, and these are not the boy's eyes, but the eyes of something else inside him, something vast and terrible. And then the eyes explode as tubers filmed in mucus erupt from the sockets, and the boy's jaw cracks down like a drawer yanked from its track, and blood begins to gush from his mouth. As all throughout the tent, the corpses of the woodsmen are jerking and rattling as the thing moving inside them withdraws like some hideous, unimaginable worm threading them all. And now the only sound in Redfern's head is the sound of his own screaming as he pinwheels backward out of the tent into the bright, indifferent day. Not long after, the fire roars and the canvas blazes. Redfern sits in the grass, dizzy and sick to his stomach. He tears the blue bandana from his face. He opens his left hand, and the matchbook is there, crushed in his grip. That scream, reverberating behind his eyes, jangling the very nerves, roots of his teeth, the turpentine. It's the first clear thought he has. The turpentine set it to screaming. After a while, the fire spreads to the grass, so he gets up and staggers away into the trees, looking back only once at smoke rising into a blue sky. It will work. No one will suspect anything but another controlled burn. The wind simply blew in the wrong direction, a terrible tragedy. He walks on, steeling himself as that horrible shrieking fades and the roar of the flames falls away. In its place, a softer, kinder voice speaks, and the word it speaks in the sunlit clearing as the fire licks the bristled stalks of wiregrass to bring new blooms is gentle, loving. A language entire, in a single word: August. The moon breaks over the river, luminescent shards of bone. Redfern slumps in a camp chair on the upper deck of the distillery, a bottle of scotch on the boards beside him, half empty by the time George Baxter's mare chuffs from the road's shadows. Old Snowbeard sits his horse and calls up to his son-in-law in a sonorous baritone broken by age and phlegm. "You'd better be sober enough to explain yourself." Redfern bends down for an empty tin cup between his boots. Baxter wraps his reins around a hitching post and mounts the steps. "I heard about the fire." He pulls up a chair. "Tragic. But it's no reason to put my sore ass in a saddle at 1 a.m. Redfern grasps the neck of the whiskey bottle, smacks it against the cup, sloshes whiskey across the boards. Baxter snatches the bottle. "Don't piss away good scotch." Redfern tips back his cup, shifts in his camp chair, tries to sit straight. His eyes are bloodshot, and he reeks of turpentine and smoke. His eyes mist over. "I need help, George." "What's wrong?" "I saw it." "You saw what?" "It." Baxter looks sidelong at Redfern, then takes the cup, too, from his son-in-law and pours himself a drink. "And what did you see?" "The boy was dead. All of them were. Until they weren't." Baxter swallows everything in the cup. "Oh, they were dead, all right. Did it touch you?" Redfern's gaze drops down to his wrist, where the Swede's dry fingers clamped. A ring of mottled bruises, at the center of each bruise a tiny red puncture, 6 at most. "What did it feel like?" Redfern glances at the old man, misliking the thirst in his voice. Baxter sits forward on the edge of his chair. "Did it speak to you, August?" Redfern puts a hand to his temple, shuts his eyes. Out of the dark a whisper, soft as the wind in the pine tops: "August." The old man's voice thickens. "What did it say?" Redfern opens his eyes. "My name." A tear drops down Baxter's cheek into the snowfield of his beard. He sits back and looks out at the dark woods beyond the edge of the lantern glow. "I take it you burned the tent then, the bodies. Did I kill it?" Baxter laughs without smiling. A single bark. "Most likely you just pissed it off." "I didn't know what to do. Oh, but you did, August. I told you when I entrusted you with this land what to do. You didn't hold up your end of the deal. You strayed from a path that was preordained. I warned you, and now—" The old man shrugs. "There are consequences. Why do you think this sickness spread through your camp? 13 men, the bulk of your workforce laid low." Redfern tips forward in his seat, hangs his head between his knees, puts his hands over his ears to block out the distant, alien night song of the frogs. Baxter stares out into the dark, where 1,000 eyes stare back, unseen. "There are prices to be paid. I bought this land, damn near 100,000 acres, from ignorant white trash, and I paid pennies on the dollar. The years went by, they'd come at me. Spill some of my blood, I'd spill theirs. When I was your age, of course I believed I was their better, but now—" He shakes his head. "Now, I realize I had my price too. It knew that the first day I set foot in these woods, and my price was far dearer than pennies on the fucking dollar." Redfern stands, takes a few uneasy steps, his pant leg hitched above his boot. He circles the heavy copper kettle, its burnished onion shape like some pagan altar. "Anywhere else," Baxter stares out at the dark, "a man works hard, that's enough. But this place, these woods, whatever it is that dwells in them, it asks more of us than sweat. I don't know what it is, or where it comes from, but it's been here a long fucking time, and it will be here long after you and I are worm food. I told you what you had to do. I showed you years ago. But you didn't listen. You didn't learn, boy. I love you, August, but you are goddamn pig-headed." Baxter turns round in his chair to face his son-in-law. He watches him, this slow coming to grips unfolding. "Maybe I mistook that stubbornness for strength." "The trees won't bleed," Redfern finally says. "No gum, no resin. Not since March. It'll be my ruin." Baxter notices an old cap-and-ball pistol snugged in the waist of Redfern's trousers. "It's an easy remedy, son." A long, guilt-ridden pause. Redfern's hand touching the hilt of the pistol. "There's more." Baxter waits. "Charlie's sick. Effie too." Baxter's head, his whole frame, slumps. He stares at the boards between his feet. "Henry?" he asks after a moment. Redfern shakes his head. He's fine. "You can fix it." Redfern's voice is small. "Help me, George." "Who will it be?" Redfern draws the pistol from his waistband. It's the one he took off Holly last November. He's kept it in the desk drawer in his study. He isn't sure why. Every now and then he feels the pull of it and opens the drawer to look at it. By lantern light, they descend the stairs. The wide board door of the cooper's shed is padlocked. Redfern passes the lantern to Baxter and takes out a key ring. He unlocks the door and swings it wide on a room rich with the scents of sawn wood and iron. Dozens of metal hoops hang from the ceiling like weird bones. In a far corner, hog-tied and gagged with a handkerchief, is a man. His eyes swivel as the light from the lantern reveals him in his threadbare rags. He has long, unkempt hair, a 3-day beard. The sole of his right shoe has a hole sealed up from the inside with newspaper. A wound in his shoulder, crusted red. the sleeve of his old Confederate coat soaked. Jasper Hawley kicks and strains against his ropes until the cords in his neck and the veins in his head pop. "Caught him this very night," Redfern says, "trying to set fire to the mill. He came up by river as I sat right yonder drinking. Almost like it was meant to be," Baxter says. "Anyone see him here?" Redfern shakes his head. "You sober enough for this?" "Drunk enough. Well, it's a long goddamn walk, so we best get to it if we aim to be done by daylight." Hawley's eyes bulge as the men step toward him. Baxter leads, carries a lantern to light their way. For a while they take the newly finished camp road, which runs along the western bank of the river. Redfern bringing up the rear in the soft gravel, pistol trained on Hawley, who walks between the men, hobbled by a length of coarse rope binding his ankles. Arms tied behind his back, still gagged. He stinks of something old and sour. Eventually the road turns back toward the woodsmen's camp. Off to their left, little more than half the cabin lights are twinkling in the meadow, the rest dark. Baxter douses the lantern. On the breeze, the brief, sad curl of a fiddle. Redfern presses the pistol hard into Hawley's back, warns him against noise. They ease along the embankment, hunkered in the moonlit grass, until the trees give cover again. Baxter's lantern bobs in the dark as they reach North Creek. Here they pause, listen. A crackle of branches, a rustle of leaves, off to their right. Hawley moans, begins to grunt as if summoning air. Redfern shoves the pistol's barrel against the base of the man's skull and cocks the trigger. Hawley falls silent. Seconds later, a doe rockets out of the trees in a slant of moonglow, bounds past them, disappears into the pines. On they go as the wilderness rises up and the land grows uneven, and they struggle through a maze of brush and gnarled trees with ghostly forms, until finally the forest breaks and they're passing, scratched and bitten, through the still smoldering fields and the blackened wiregrass meadow where the tent was burned. Was only a deer then, Redfern remembers, that first long-ago day in the woods, when the old man showed him Euphemia's dowry, its secrets. Secrets, George Baxter said, that could not be trusted to men without vision, without heart. Or need, Redfern thinks. Once upon a time, George Baxter had need of its power. Redfern's mind is clearing, the whiskey long since sweated out of him despite the chill fall night. They'd carried rifles, set up a blind, and when the buck had wandered out to crop the freshly dewed beard grass, it was Baxter who had fired, put a bullet in the animal's breast. They'd tracked it, finished it. Make a fine trophy, Redfern told his father-in-law. But Baxter only shook his head, took the buck by an antler, told Redfern to catch the other, and together they dragged the deer into the trees until the sun shot spears of light through the forest, which opened, after a while, on the very thicket of wire grass they passed through now. He was easing you into it, Redfern thinks, staring at the vague shape of Jasper Hawley's head, his slumped shoulders. Beneath their boots, the grass is black. You had no enemies then. The deer was a lesson, a primer. They'd walked all morning together, guns shoulder-slung, the old man telling how when he'd first laid eyes on this ancient tract. It must have been the same as when the conquistadors of old had landed on the shores of South America and stepped into the jungle primeval. How the sacred silence of that place must, at least in part, have seemed like a trap those conquerors wanted desperately to spring, so the mystery might finally reveal itself, their souls be damned. He'd walked these woods for days on end, camping, hunting, dreaming, as all men do, of the future, of peaceful times, of plenty, his words. Later, when the deer had grown heavy between them, They ceased walking, sat on logs, and Baxter told the story of the first time it spoke to him, how it whispered his name from beyond the edge of his firelight. It was my mother's voice, she who'd been in the ground over 10 years, up in Mystic, Connecticut. The only woman I ever listened to, she who taught me to treat people fairly, to never steal, borrow no more than you can repay, she told me. Baxter smoked, offered a cigarette to Redfern. It spoke my name, he said, because it knew me. Redfern said nothing. The deer's carcass by then, drawing flies. It found me before I found it, Baxter said, touching his head. It was in here the moment I set foot in these woods. For days it poked around, learned me, it listens, it lurks. Nearby a black snake made a shepherd's crook on the trunk of a red oak. It demanded unspeakable things, but the rewards, the things it promised, so much greater than the cost. And next, after the silence had lengthened like the day's light, has it spoken to you yet? Redfern's answer, rough, impatient, I haven't heard a goddamn thing. You will. It was not long after they came to the place that George Baxter called the Hollow. Heat, like she has never known. Charlie in the crib beside her, coughing, leaking. Theirs, the shared misery of imperiled voyagers, shot through a molten star, straight to the surface of a world scorched anew every hour by lightning storms and scouring winds. Delirium, darkness, voiding, and always heat. The fever roams her dreams on stilts, stands tall above ever-shrinking pools of consciousness, leaves only steam behind. Baby's birth, screams, and blood. The doctor is her father, and his arms are inside her, ungloved, and she can feel the bones of his hands against the walls of her uterus. His beard is slick with red, his teeth bared, and he has been down there lapping at her like a dog at a spigot. Charlie is born with 2 heads and bat wings, and flies up to the ceiling and hangs above her to roost and drop, vampiric as she sleeps. The forest, the piney woods, where a horned Satan roams, tempting August and his woman Eve, who has Euphemia's mind but no mouth with which to speak it. And so it falls to the man, the naming of all God's perversion, and in 10-15 years they are clad in rags and murdering alligators that slime out of the river, eating their fishy meat raw, still naked, still within the dying, blasted borders of a horned beast's kingdom. And last, the island, that place where even now August and her father go, a boil of roots and mud and bones, a black cosmic throat out of which the ocean wells up to swallow the world. The men go to change their fortunes, to feed their god. Because a god is like a pet, the old man says. If you feed it, it will love you. But the old man never told her, never told this secret, this black family jewel, vaulted away in George Baxter's heart, bequeathed to August. Poor, weak August, who believes in the dignity of all men, unfit to sate with blood a creature whose very will can change the course of fate for good or ill. And now, she and little Charlie are dying, reliant upon him, and in the dream there is a wretch who will be their salvation, his life for theirs, and out of his death a terrible tide of nightmares will rise up and drown them all. But I do not want to die, August. Daddy, I do not want Charlie to die because my baby is not a monster. And Daddy, you are not a monster, and Henry is not a monster, and Gus is not a monster, and I am not. A creak from the boards outside her shut door, a passing shadow beyond the keyhole. The wrenching cry of Henry, a shushing lullaby from Franny Sullivan. Effie sits up on her elbows, pillow drenched in sweat. Beside the bed, Charlie in his crib, weak and pale, though his eyes are wide and shining. Can it be? Their fevers have broken? Effie collapses and the dream settles, way down among the rock beds of her heart, where dark shapes slumber, waiting to be roused. Beyond North Creek, there is a low-lying inlet, and the inlet is crowded with cypress trees that grow out of the shin-high water. And beyond this water there is an island, little more than twice the height of a man. At the peak of this island, out of a dark, black hole, spills a vomitus of strangling vines, as if the earth itself has sicked up its own insides. The banks at its base are laced with dropwort and water hemlock and moccasins penned spellbound among the twisted roots. The three men slosh through the cypress trees, edging between them at times, and when Baxter finally steps aside and Jasper Hawley sees the hollow rising up from the black water, he looks from one captor to the other, finds in their faces a determination, a resolve, and falls to his knees with a splash. "Get up," Redfern says, but he doesn't, so Redfern shoves the gun into his waistband and seizes the rope between the man's ankles and drags him on his back, thrashing through the shallow water, up the narrow, root-studded ascent. Snakes slide away, cold weather sluggish. Redfern's boots are sucked and pulled in the black earth. Baxter follows like some old acolyte, lantern held aloft. Halfway up, something moves in the hole. The men freeze, Hawley wriggling between them like a haul of fish, out of the dark a shifting, squelching, cracking. "Don't hesitate," Baxter whispers. "Give freely of your heart, August." Redfern remembers hauling Baxter's deer up this mound, how the old man had reached for a hunting knife from his belt and slit the buck's throat, how the blood spilled over the ground as they heaved the deer into the maw, how Baxter brushed the buck's stray hairs from his hands and said, "That's how she's done," the deer sliding only a few feet down the tunnel. Redfern peering in, leaning closer. "Not so close, August." A blast of foul air, and suddenly the deer was torn away into that long, dark gullet, and out of that black hole came a terrible crunching sound. "What in the name of God did we just do?" "Nothing," the old man laughed. "Not in our God's name, anyway. What, for Christ's sake, George, is in there? I've never seen it. But wouldn't that be grand, to catch a glimpse of it before I die? To know it the way it knows us?" Hawley sputters behind his gag. Redfern sets him, knees down, before the hole, a ragged black mouth. "The truth is, August, I'm getting old. It's not so easy anymore." Redfern draws the pistol, nestles it among Hawley's greasy locks. "But I want you to live well. I want my daughter to live well. And while I can, I want to live well. I've seen too much heartache already." A dark stain spreads at Hawley's crotch. "One day at your hour of need it will come to you, speak to you, and all you need remember is this. Fortune follows the faithful. This is its power. Like the moon influences the tides unseen, it shapes our way so long as we serve it. Now." Fixed in August Redfern's mind, the face of his son, the face of his wife, he pulls the trigger, and the powder flash catches, for an instant, something huge and long and glistening, a rind of teeth. Then Hawley's body pitches headfirst into the dark, and the first thing Redfern feels when the numbness passes is warmth at the center of him. He lets the pistol hang at his side, remembering his final question that day as the two of them had trudged away through the muck of the cypress inlet. "Is a deer enough?" Baxter's answer came quickly, easily. "Men of great enterprise make enemies, August. Enemies come in handy out here." Drained, Redfern turns away. "It will be okay now," Baxter says. He puts his arm around his son-in-law, guides him down the treacherous path. "Everything will be fine." 1989. July 4th. The day breaks cool, woods and farmlands wrapped in a mist that burns off as the sun mounts higher. By noon, the sky is bright and blue, and the people of Empire line the sidewalks for the parade. Teenagers lounge and strut on the wide stone steps of the courthouse as the high school wind and brass ensemble sets up shop, their sheet music fluttering like wings. Nellie and Max stroll down side streets where farmers sell homemade whirligigs and fresh garden vegetables. Max disappears into the narrow stalls of the Baxter County Library's book tent. Nellie, meanwhile, thumbs through used vinyl outside the antiques store, 25 cents a sleeve. She finds a few albums she left behind in South Carolina: Bowie, The Carpenters, The Bee Gees, Main Course, 1975. The summer she was 16 and her mother was dying, and all she had was Barry Gibb singing Songbird, played over and over until the record was nothing but skips. She hesitates, then buys it. She buys the Bowie and the Carpenters, too, plus a 45 for Max, Kenny and Dolly, Islands in the Stream. On the B-side, I Will Always Love You. "Isn't Dolly wonderful?" the dealer says, making change. They shop on until a fire truck blasts its horn and the parade rolls through. From the post office steps, they watch it pass, Max eating a caramel apple and paying more attention to the crowd than the floats and the ponies and the Shriners, who weave tight figure eights in their little orange cars. Watching Max, Nellie can't help thinking about her own summers in Empire, all chain link and barking dogs and midnight trains 2 blocks over from the house on Elm, Dodge's fried chicken from the Amico, sometimes 3-4 nights a week after her mother came home from the hospital. Nellie shifts the records so she can put her free hand between Max's shoulders. The boy has caramel on his chin. She thumbs it away. The last car in the parade is a convertible Mustang, red as Max's apple. Perched on the back is a girl in a sequined ball gown. She wears a tiara and a smile and waves at the crowd like she's on a spring. Beside her is a man in a plaid button-down shirt and jeans. He has a square jaw, looks like a lumberjack. A banner's draped over the side of the car. Tina Gorn, Miss Longleaf, 1989, sponsored by Baxter Millworks. Lonnie Baxter, Nellie thinks. She remembers him, vaguely. Doesn't know much about him, aside from the Baxter name. First family of Baxter County. She knows her grandfather married into the Baxters, and that's how he came by the land. My land, of course, an interested party. Baxter flashes a mouthful of white teeth at the crowd and lobs handfuls of Jolly Ranchers. Nellie watches him pass, sees his hand slip down behind Tina Gorn. His fingers settle lightly in the hollow of Tina's back. They make a circle there, over bare, freckled skin. Tina, who's 16, maybe 17, just keeps on waving, keeps on smiling. Suddenly, Nellie feels eager to be anywhere but here. The warm, amber glow of a sinking sun, treetops aflame. Nellie and Max climb the ladder to the top of the tower. Max goes first, Nellie behind him, urging him on. He looks down once, doesn't look again. At the top is a wooden trap door about shoulder width. When Max reaches it, he's hesitant to let go of the last rung and push through, so Nellie reaches up over him and punches it open herself. She plants her hand on the seat of his pants and pushes him up onto the weathered platform. They scoot to the edge of the rail and sit side by side in the vanishing sun. Their legs hang over the edges. Far away over house and trees, the Altamaha is a golden ribbon unspooling for the coast. "Is your dad's name Hank?" Max says. "Yeah, why? I found a book in the library the other day. Had his name in it." "Yeah, what kind of book?" "Some old thing about ropes." The sun disappears behind the pines. "Do you think I'll make friends here when I start school?" "Sure, why not?" He shrugs, kicks at the air. "I didn't really have any friends back home." He isn't looking at her, just staring down at the ground. 50, 60 feet below. "Me either," she says. Max picks rust from the railing. It's a thing she'd do. Idiots fidget, and because of that she wants to tell him to stop. The ground below is hard, and packed beneath the dry summer grass. A thought comes to Nellie unbidden, like a sudden breeze over water, turning a boat. She imagines the sensation of falling, the wind in her hair, that brief, weightless wonder when nothing touches her. She closes her eyes, rests her chin on the railing. Max scoots closer, puts his head on her arm. They lean into each other. Far away above town, fireworks explode. Nellie shuts her eyes and listens. She listens to the beating of her son's heart against her, a sound so loud, so strong, it might as well be the rending of the night sky above. That night, they eat burgers cooked in an old iron skillet Nellie finds in a cabinet. Afterward, they watch Raiders of the Lost Ark. They sit on the sofa in the piano room. The only other furniture in the room, other than a pair of end tables and lamps, is the piano, polished with lemon pledge to a high shine. Routine, Nellie thinks. They're settling into one. Dinner, TV. The Magnavox flickers when the tape runs out, turns to snow. Nellie stares at it and wonders if Wade has called the police yet, or if he even will. Maybe he's happier without them, free to chase tail on campus until his heart's content. Static flickers in their eyes, both their minds miles away. We'll be okay, she says. Max looks up at her. We'll make new memories here. I promise. I hope, Max says. The tape cuts off, begins to rewind. Max grabs the remote for the TV and clicks it off. Sit with me a while longer, Nellie says, her arm around him. I'll sit with you forever. Nellie closes her eyes. Forever's a long time. I'll settle for just a few more minutes. Soon, they're both asleep, dozing against each other. Summer, 1975. First interlude. Day 1. The day of her mother's funeral. Heaps of casseroles and covered dishes spread on tables throughout the house, the contribution of Nellie's aunt on her mother's side, who had organized everything. Nellie's father, useless from the start. No money for a casket, no money for a stone. Hank sits on a kitchen chair in the corner of the living room, wearing a second-hand gray sport coat and bolo tie, and hunched with a plastic fork over a paper plate of green bean casserole. It has to be the best food he's had in years. Nellie shuts her bedroom door quietly. Walls decorated scantily with Nellie's own drawings. A Bee Gees poster above a scarred-up dresser that speaks not of childhood, but economy. At the center of it all, her mother's hospital bed, the rails lowered. In a few days, the man will come and fold it up and roll it out on wheels onto a truck, and a bill will come in the mail after that. She sits on the end of the bed, smooths her black knee-length funeral dress over her knees, which peek out over black knee socks like scared white rabbits. It's the first dress she's worn in years, and it fits like borrowed skin. Black buckle shoes bought at Goodwill. All her aunt's doing. Her mother's favorite headband, the tortoise shell, holds back her chestnut hair. She's cried some, but mostly she's kept silent, said almost nothing, offered no smiles, no thank yous. Whatever she's always known about her world is now upended. Whatever she controlled, she has lost. Her aunt means well, but Nellie hates her. She's a busybody, a woman who instructs and prays. The night before, when Hank was drunk, Nellie heard him through the wall, on the phone with her aunt, promising a new day, a new leaf. "I've got to do right by the kid," he said. But Nellie knows better. She's thinking of the pillow, the one that rests right now on the made bed, a little rose embroidered in the corner of the pillowcase. 3 weeks ago, early in the morning, she came back from the kitchen, a bowl of cereal in hand, to find Hank Redfern standing over her sleeping mother pillow in his hands. The room reeked of deer camp smoke and cheap beer and the blood on his t-shirt. Little brown hairs, too, like he'd skinned something the night before. "Dad?" He turned his head slowly, looking at her from beneath the bill of his green Miller ball cap. His face was sallow and his eyes were red with crying. A 4-day grizzle on his cheek. She didn't even ask what he was doing. She set her bowl on the dresser and walked around the bed and took her 57-year-old father by the elbow and jerked him hard, like a mother might jerk a child in a grocery store or a parking lot. She thrust him out of the room and slammed the door, pressed her hands against it as he thumped it with his shoulder once, twice, before he slid down to the floor, the weight of him heavy against the door. And Nellie, too, turned and sat on the deep pile carpet, watching her mother breathe. "Nellie, are you in there?" Her aunt's voice, bringing her back to this long, terrible day. She does not speak. She tenses, waits on the doorknob to turn. Silence, and her aunt goes away. Nellie gets up and takes off the tortoiseshell headband and sets it on the bed, beside the pillow with the little rose. She looks at herself in her dresser mirror, sees a pimple or two. A sudden fist to the chest, the memory of her mother teaching her to put on makeup when she was 12, CoverGirl face powder, cream blush, Bonnie Bell lip gloss, Hires root beer, her favorite. "It's about finding what's already there, Nellie. Natural beauty. You can buy it for $2. Spend any more, you look like a whore." Dark hollows beneath her eyes. Her bangs are growing back, finally. She cut them a month ago. Afterward, they hung short and lifeless. Her mother had laughed, and Nellie had laughed with her, until her mother's laughter became a coughing fit, and nothing much was funny after that. Now, Nellie pins her bangs back with a bobby pin, and turns and opens the bedroom window and puts one leg over the sill, then the other, and drops into the boxwood bushes, leaning against the garage. Her Schwinn. She mounts the bike, swings it round, and pedals out of the drive and into the street. She knows where she's going. She's known it since the funeral, when she saw the old man at the cemetery. He stood beneath the shade of an oak tree, apart from the small circle of mourners who burned in the July sun. He was rail-thin, his suit too big, the shoulders too wide. He wore a black hat that looked about 100 years old. His hands hung at his sides in brown leather gloves, the kind you'd chainsaw a tree with, not wear to a funeral. Nellie stood beside her father as the preacher read from the Book of Psalms. Ruth Redfern had been religious in fits and starts, but not for a long time, and watched the old man. And the old man watched her. And something in his narrow, hawk-like gaze and the close set of his blue eyes told her this was her grandfather, whom she had never seen or spoken to. When the service ended, she broke away and wove through the tombstones and topped a grassy rise just in time to see a rattle-trap taxi pull away into the street, the old man's shape dark behind the glass. She pedals all the way from town, has to walk her bike the last half-mile. Too tired, too hot, her muscles sprung, nauseated from the heat and no food in her belly. Her new black buckle shoes are dusted orange and hurting her feet. When she rounds the curve and sees the house for the first time, she stops. It looms, massive and empty. She stares until the old man whistles like a bird from beneath the shed, off to her left, and she turns and sees him sitting there in front of his RV, in his duct-taped recliner, still wearing his black funeral slacks and a white shirt, no tie, a flask of something in his lap. She leaves her bicycle against the barbed wire fence and ducks under it. He does not call out, welcome her, or say anything at all. He simply waits, sips from his flask. She steps into the shade of the shed and stands before him, grass seeds and beggar's lice snagged in her dress. "I'm Eleanor." The old man's eyes flash up and down. "I know." She's staring at the flask in his gloved hand, so he offers it to her. She shakes her head slowly. He blinks at her, owl-like. They sit outside, she on the astroturf with legs crossed, shoes off, he in his chair. She eats his meager offerings of peanut butter and crackers and Vienna sausages. She's guarded at first, and he seems to understand this, so they don't really speak for a while. The wind blows. "Why'd you come to my mother's funeral?" is the first thing she asks. The shadows of clouds roll like great beasts over the field. "Ask me something else." "Why do you live in this shitbox, Winnie, when you've got a nice house up there?" "Who says it's nice?" "It's nicer than my house." "Don't you believe it." "Did you drive my daddy off from here when he was my age?" He cuts his eyes at her, eyes like Arctic ice. "How old are you?" 16. "Then no, your daddy was 14 when I drove him off." She looks up at the old man from where she sits. She takes up a plastic knife, smears some peanut butter on a saltine cracker, mashes another cracker on top. "How old are you?" She bites into it. He waves his hand, like he's fanning flies. "Hell, I don't know, over 80. "Why do you wear them gloves?" He forks a Vienna sausage out of the can and pops it into his mouth. Chews. He has no teeth, Nellie realizes. "I wear these gloves because my hands are ugly." "I've got ugly feet." She kneads the instep of her foot. "They seem fine, as feet go. They're knobby. I know a girl in school, Debbie McKee, she's got pretty feet. I had no use for school when I was your age." "Yeah, well, I hate it too. Every day you do the same thing, day after day, and nothing ever changes. Plus, they write things about you in the bathroom stalls." "Who does?" She shrugs. "Girls? I don't know much about that." "Daddy says he dropped out of school when he joined the Navy. That true?" "I don't know much about your daddy either." He drinks. She pops the last of her cracker into her mouth, licks the peanut butter from her thumb. "I can tell you something I did like about school." He stares at her, at the field, looks back at her. "I made a coil pot in Mrs. Johnson's 6th period art class a couple years back. I painted it cobalt blue and fired it and brought it home to Mama, and she told me it was beautiful, and she used it as an ashtray. Later, that same class, I drew a picture of this girl, Rhoda Carmichael, who sat 3 desks in front of me. She was like me. She didn't have any friends, and Mrs. Johnson saw the sketch and told me I can see things other people can't." "You draw?" She nods. After a moment, Redfern says, "You want to know who your daddy is? Why he is the way he is? You best ask him. He left here. He was right to leave. He was right to tell you never to come here, too. Redferns are cursed." The old man's words turn the crackers in her mouth to a thick, gummy paste. She washes it down with the last of her Coke. "Cursed to be assholes, maybe." At that, Redfern looks down at his flask and smiles. Then he begins to laugh. He laughs long and hard, and the sound is dry and creaky, like he hasn't laughed in decades. That night, she makes a mattress out of the 4 dinette seat cushions. Redfern gives her a thin, faintly mildewed bedsheet, and she curls beneath it like a wounded mouse. Back in his bedroom, the old man pulls a curtain and sets to snoring. He calls out in his sleep, snatches of unformed words and nonsense. Her own mind, a torrent of emotions, some old, some new, fear, guilt, exhilaration, all of it culminating in a simple realization. She has run away from home. Had Aunt Vera phoned the neighbors, the police? Did she even know? Did Hank? Or was he too deep in some bottle to care? She lies awake until finally drifting off into a sleep of dreams, dreams of small rooms and wild animal smells and her mother's ghost drifting beyond the window. In the middle of the night, the old man shakes her awake. She starts up. He looms over her in a pair of saggy boxers, an undershirt stained with jelly, His gloves are off, and she can see in the moonlight. His hands are nothing but scars and mottled flesh, hooked into claws. "Aggie! Aggie!" He clamps her forearm in a hard grip, a mad, fear-struck shimmer in his eyes. "Grandpa?" The word escapes her lips before she even realizes she's called him that. "Goddamn Holly trash, they're back. Get dressed, Agatha." "It's Nellie. You're having a dream, that's all." She grips his forearm, squeezes. He lets her go, like she's a hot coil. A fly buzzes where the dishes are piled. "Hank called you something else," he mutters, then shuffles away back to his bedroom. "He called you Aggie." Day 2. She wakes to the sound of the motorhome creaking on its axles, the old man bumping around in the bathroom. She turns, opens her eyes, and sees him push open the door and set 2, 3, 4 mason jars out onto the linoleum beside an olive-green backpack. He bends down, packs them into the bag, then stands and sidles past her, unaware she's awake. He disappears through the door into sunlight. She sits up and looks through the blinds, watches him wade through the long grass and struggle over the barbed wire. He wears that big hat, a pair of khaki pants with knee-high boots laced tight, a walking stick made from a sycamore limb, gloves, on his belt a canteen and an axe, its blade shaped like a crescent moon. He vanishes into the pines, beyond the old barn. She gets up and steps over a litter of cigarette butts and cellophane wrappers into the bathroom, which isn't usable. No water. She looks in the shower and sees, stacked there, at least a dozen empty ball mason jars. She goes out into the field and hikes her dress, rolls down her underwear, and squats in the tall grass to pee. Inside the RV, she snoops among the wreckage of the old man's life. Reads the labels on his medicines, heaped and spilling over the bedside table. Nothing she knows. He isn't dying, at least not of cancer. She looks in his closet, finds nothing but empty hangers and an old shotgun, disassembled in 2 pieces. Up in the cab, the seats are piled with clothes. She sifts through these, finds a few that seem to be her size, but they're old, really old. A boy's pair of chinos and a red checked shirt. She takes them out and hangs them over the barbed wire in the morning sun to improve their smell. The day is pleasant, bright, not too hot. She looks up at the house, then back to the Winnebago, remembers suddenly the old man's nightmare, his grip on her arm. She checks the flesh there, sees a ring of bruises purpling. Where's he gone? She stares at the tree line beyond the barn. She doesn't want to go home. She isn't even sure she has a home anymore. As for this place, it's only a stop along the way to whatever lies ahead. Still, there's no reason it has to be foul. She walks barefoot through the grass, pricked by stickers, and steps into the Winnebago to begin. With any luck, she'll be done before the old man gets back. Still wearing her funeral black, she works all day, the door thrown wide and stopped with a stack of wood from the pile. The windows opened, the vents cranked. She begins with the sink, gathers all the dishes into an old washtub she finds beneath the RV, and carries it out to a water trough and spigot in back. Nearby is an electric well, wrapped in insulation. Redfern must have sunk it when he moved out here. She turns the spigot and fills the trough, and washes the dishes, sets them out on a sawhorse table in the sun to dry. Then she goes back inside and finds a stash of old washcloths beneath the bathroom sink. She cleans the counters, the dinette, wipes down even the blinds, sweeps the floor with half a broken broom, and gathers up about 100 dead palmetto bugs and scatters them like seed in the field. She uses the barbed wire fence as a clothesline and hangs out the linens from the old man's bed, as well as all of the clothes. She carries these by the armload. They flap all the way up the drive and along the edge of the house. By the time Nellie gets that far up the hill, she's exhausted, and when she's hanging the last pair of pants over the wire, that's when she sees it. A clothesline stretched between 2 metal poles driven into the ground in back of the kitchen. She's sunburned by then and soaked in sweat. She goes back down the hill and snags the pair of pants and shirt she picked out that morning and goes into the Winnebago to change. The air inside is fresher, smells of sunshine and grass. As the sun sinks, the old man emerges from a far section of woods across the field. He walks slowly, eyes crawling over the fencing, where the clothes hang like the ragged wash of a scarecrow army. Nellie greets him at the door, wearing the chinos and the checked shirt. She's swept her hair back and has no shoes on. The pants come to her calves, which are covered in scratches and bug bites. He stops, startled, stares at her, as if he doesn't recognize her. Nellie has time to wonder whose clothes she's put on before he comes back to himself, and his brow draws down. He steps inside, hot and sweaty, and bringing with him a strong summer heat reek that fills the RV. She set 2 plates on the dinette table, opposite each other. She spoons scrambled eggs from a small iron skillet onto the plates. He glares at her, then brushes past. In the back, he inspects his medicine bottles, neatly set out in alphabetical order. "What in hell are you up to?" Before she can answer, he pushes past her again, kneels down on the turf outside, and unslings his pack. From the doorway, skillet in hand, she says, "I just wanted to help." "Don't need a goddamn nurse. I ain't sick. I ain't dying. I ain't your mother." Calmly, she walks past him to the edge of the astroturf and hurls the skillet and eggs as far into the field as she can. He watches it sail high, disappear into the grass with a thonk. "Who says I'm your fucking nurse?" she says. He's unpacking his bag, setting out 3 mason jars by the iron stove. "What are you wearing?" "I needed fresh clothes. Nothing here is fresh. You can say that again." The old man gets up and walks toward her. Nellie takes a step back, but Redfern only brushes by, bends down at the Winnebago's steps, and drags out a plastic milk jug from a crate. It sloshes with clear liquid. He walks it back to the mason jars. He opens one, and Nellie sees that all 3 hold severed roots, cut out of the ground, each about the length of her hand. He uncaps the jug and fills the first jar with the liquid. A slick pine smell wafts up. Arms crossed over her chest, Nellie says, "What in hell are you up to?" Silence as the old man pours, careful not to spill a drop until every jar is full. A fat, brown root suspended in each. He screws the lids back onto all 3 jars. The liquid clouds, turns murky. "Turpentine, tar, pitch, and rosin." He holds up a jar, swirls it in the sunlight. "All come out of these woods. Used to be it was $1 million industry. We kept ships afloat, kept lamps lit, clothes and houses clean. Some even said it was a cure-all for disease. But take you a drink and you'll learn right quick that's bullshit." He puts the jar down, picks up another. His eyes, his voice are years away. "Used to be, it was 1,000 uses for spirits. Far as I'm concerned, it's only 1 now." He sets the jar down, picks up the last one, swishes it. The big root whirls inside the jar. He presses his ear to the jar. "Bug shit. Nellie thinks. That's what he is. They hate it. You can hear him scream. Listen. Despite herself, she bends down, and he presses the glass to her ear. His eyes shift from her to the jar, back to her. I don't hear a thing, she says. Then it's just a root. He pours the jars, roots and all, into the belly of his stove. That night, despite the warmth of the evening, he lights a fire in his stove. And Nellie sits, feeding it wood. Old and dry and riddled with termites, the wood burns quickly, popping and shooting sparks onto the artificial turf. The old man leans back in his chair and drinks from his flask. He offers it to her again, but again she shakes her head. Out in the field, there are fireflies and the songs of crickets and frogs. Nellie enjoys the heavy nighttime silence, which is loud and wondrous strange. She's only just begun to hum a few bars of Nights on Broadway, when something screams out in the dark woods. Her blood freezes. The old man's eyes don't leave the dancing fire. The howl fades away, a long and furious shriek. I hear you, Redfern says to the fire. Beyond the little stove, all is void. Was that a coyote? Nellie asks. No. Part 3. 1989, July 5th. Up early. A restless night. Dreams of Wade in a t-shirt and red athletic shorts, roaming the downstairs, tugging sheets from furniture and calling out for Max. In the dream, Nellie doesn't know where Max is. Desperate to find him first, she opens the armoire in his room, and a hand shoves her from behind, slams her shut inside it. She fumbles in the dark, touching wood, touching clothes, at last, touching flesh. Lips move beneath her fingers as her father speaks her name. She's having coffee at the kitchen table, staring out the window at a pair of mourning doves pecking in the slope of the yard. Max pads into the kitchen in his knee-length shark t-shirt, a 3-ring binder tucked under his arm. He pulls back a chair and sets the binder on the table. He's clear-eyed and ready for orange juice. So she gets up and pours it for him. He waits, both hands on the binder, as if eager to open it, to show her something. She knows the binder. It's his Garfield photo album, the famous fat cat in sunglasses on the cover, flopped in a beach chair. It's the last thing Nellie remembered to snag on the way out of the house in South Carolina, and there's nothing in it she wants to look at ever again, mostly because it's all pictures of the 3 of them, vacations they've taken each summer since Max was 8, and Wade bought him the album and a Polaroid camera. Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, Myrtle Beach, Dogpatch, USA, that stupid amusement park up in bumfuck Arkansas. Somewhere in North Carolina, they rode a chairlift up to a ghost town, which turned out to be a bunch of rickety old shops selling tin stars and plastic tomahawks. There's a picture in there of Wade and Max with a bandit, the bandit's 6-shooter drawn. Wade's fingers cocked like a pistol, Max ramrod straight like it's a school picture. She glances out the window. The doves are gone. I made you something. Max pushes the photo album around the salt and pepper shakers toward her. I figured in the end it might be the best way to keep them safe. She sets her coffee down and opens the album. Each page holds 3 pictures in clear plastic sheaths. The pictures are old. Nellie stares at them, realizes what they are, who they are. Where did you get these? In the cellar. Most of the pictures have writing on the back, a thin, delicate script. Her grandmother's, it must be. Gus and Barlow. Who else but Euphemia Redfern would call him Gus? Oh, Max. You look like her. Like who? Your grandmother. See? He slides his chair back, comes around the table, and points at a picture. Euphemia on the porch in a housecoat, one hand beneath her belly, edge of a smile. Nellie draws in a breath. The lips are thinner, the chin rounder, but the bones are the same, and the eyes large and dark and melancholy. Look at this one. Max flips a few pages and points to a ring of stone-faced men, arms around their wives, or hands in their pockets. Behind them, a cluster of cabins in a clearing, a slip of river in the far right corner. It's the camp from your grandfather's map. Nellie kisses the boy where his neck and shoulder join. Geez, Mom. He rubs the spot, blushing. Hey. Yeah? You up for a hike? It's not cleaning. I'm up for it. So, go get dressed. She shoves him off toward the door. And bring your sketchbook. Roger, Roger, he calls back, already on the stairs. Nellie looks at the album, turns the page to a photograph of two woodsmen, one on either side of a wide old pine, bark hacked away in a chevron shape. Raw gum oozes from dozens of slash marks that angle up and down the face and end above a metal box jammed into the tree like a lip. The men wear white bandanas tied over their mouths and noses. It makes the scar on her arm itch, this picture. She flips the page, reads the inscription, sips her coffee. Into her grandfather's rucksack, Nellie packs a thermos of water, 4 cheese sandwiches, a can of bug spray, and a bottle of sunscreen. Through the belt loop of her jeans, she slips the crescent-bladed axe from the map room. Why are you bringing that? Max wants to know. Bears? Why, when we've got this? Max smiles as he holds up a Swiss Army knife. A present from Wade on the boy's 10th birthday. She knows to smile back and ruffle his hair, even though the sight of the knife strikes a pang of jealousy so sharp in Nellie's chest she has to turn and pretend to fetch something from the pantry, so Max won't see it writ all over her face. This petty, sour need for him to love her more than he loves his father. It passes quickly. At the edge of the woods, near the barn, Max takes out a folded square of paper from the pocket of his shorts, a quickly sketched copy of the framed property map from Redfern's study. She'd had him draw it after they got dressed. Should be a wagon trail that leads from the barn into the trees, she tells him, slapping at a fly. At the end of that trail, there's a camp. It takes traversing the shin-high grass that borders the tree line a few times, but eventually they find it. Twin, hard-packed ruts where the grass grows thinner. They pick their way around briars and nettles along the path. The light begins to fracture as the pines get taller, thicker, and soon it fades. It strikes Nellie after a time how the word quiet means something altogether different out here. There's noise and movement everywhere, from the rustle of birds among the humus to the eerie creak of younger pines high above, pitching against one another in the breeze. And yet, there is also a sense of absence. No thundering log trucks, no ringing phones. The path just goes on, winding toward a snatch of blue sky and cloud. Stickers in the grass make Max hiss and dance. A spider's web spans the path, no spider to be seen. They duck under. The trail curves left after a while around a fallen tree. Beyond the tree, a clearing where the sunlight hits the grass and warms the wings of 100 dragonflies among the purple-blooming thistle stalks. Wild lantana grows, and flowers in snarls of yellow and pink, butterflies and hummingbirds winging from bud to bud. At the far side of the meadow, wrapped in thick mats of jasmine and rioting wisteria, are the ruins of a dozen tiny log cabins. The field slopes away from the cabins to the wide green ribbon of the Altamaha sparkling in the late morning sun. "This is it," Max says, and takes off, running for the nearest cabin. Nellie runs after him. They tromp onto the porch, where the door hangs from a single rusty hinge. Inside, the roof is collapsed, and there's not much to see save rotted wood covered in vine. A rickety chair stands upright and intact in the corner near the door, a pot-bellied stove spilling ash and rust in a single room. Nellie can see there was once a loft, up where the remnants of an iron bed frame are jammed among the rafters. A bolt of gingham cloth hangs in tatters from a crossbeam. Above it, a nest of bristling wasps. "How many people do you think lived here?" Max asks, outside in the grass. "One family per, maybe?" Nellie kicks over a rotten cedar bucket. In back of the nearest cabin is a split-rail corral, grown up with dandelions and milkweed. Someone's pig pen. Not the best digs, but maybe not the worst they ever saw. She feels a sudden kinship with the men and women who lived here, forging lives out of what they were given, making the best of life's meager offerings. I guess either way it was home. They linger at the last cabin, which has fared better than the others. Its shingled roof at least is mostly intact, save the rear corner where a gout of wisteria spills into the room. On the porch are 2 wooden rocking chairs, the seats collapsed. Inside, at the center of the room, is a table. At the center of the table, in a litter of old tobacco shavings, an old meerschaum pipe. Nellie picks it up, sniffs the bowl. A warm, pleasant scent, long cooked into the wood. A sound, dry slithering. Her eyes dart to the rear corner of the room. A brief shifting of vines there, purple blooms fluttering earthward in a shaft of sunlight. Stillness, followed by the eerie sensation of being watched. "Did you hear that?" she asks, but Max is gone. Her right hand, she realizes, rests on the axe at her hip. A brief swell of panic, rolling back with a sigh when she finds him outside on his knees on the broken steps. "Look!" He points at the porch floor, carved into the planks, "Bad place. Gone to Florida. E.G. 23. "What's it mean?" Max asks. "Initials and a date, maybe. Times were hard. Not enough work to go around. Could be they found better prospects in the Sunshine State. Why bad place?" She remembers the men in white masks in the pictures from Max's album. "Probably just means the paycheck's dried up. Come on, kiddo. Let's eat lunch down by the river." She puts her arm around him, and they set out for the water. They haven't gone a dozen yards when she feels it again, a sense of eyes upon her. She resists the urge to look back over her shoulder, knowing, of course, there's nothing there. They sit on 2 fat slabs of rock at the edge of the embankment and eat cheese sandwiches. Nellie slips the axe free of her belt and props it against the rock. Max picks it up and swings it, sets it down, takes out his map. "Are we going to the old forest?" Beyond the camp, along the map's far border, charcoal shadows, trees like teeth. Nellie pops the last of her sandwich into her mouth, shakes her head as she chews. "Not today." "How come?" "No paths." And yet, she wants to. Remembering suddenly that long afternoon she and Redfern spent walking in the woods, turkey oaks and moss beds in the gloom. "Mom?" Max's sandwich is half eaten on a square of wax paper on the rock beside him. A fly crawls over the paper. He pays it no mind. The clearing darkens as a cloud passes over the sun. "There's something out there." He points. Her eyes follow. "I don't see anything." But her hand moves to the moon axe's handle, closes around it. Max is on his feet now, standing on the rock, perfectly still, Nellie sitting below him. "Near the first cabin." He points again. "See?" Something ducks low, hides itself in the long grass. A flash of black fur. "It's a dog!" "A dog? No. Hey, Max, we don't know if it's... Max?" But Max is already wading into the grass, calling, "Here, boy!" and waving what's left of his sandwich in front of him. Nellie watches, figures she might as well let it go. There's no stopping this. He's always wanted a dog, begged Wade for years to let him have one. Max stands still for a while and listens. They hear a rustle off to the right, a blur of something that leaves the grass sawing. Max makes kissing noises until Nellie finally calls to him. "It's probably gone," and she watches the boy's heart sink like a stone that only seconds before had seemed to skip across the surface of a bright, shimmering water. "Sorry, kiddo," she says, and puts a hand between his shoulders. He sighs, there among the dragonflies and sunlit stalks. Lonnie Baxter stands in the driveway of Redfern Hill. The woman's pickup is parked at an angle in front of the porch. Its bed full of sawn limbs. The property is still, silent. He steps quietly onto the porch and knocks, waits, reaches into his pocket, and takes out the spare set of keys Meadows made months ago. He slips open the screen door, inserts the key. Hesitates, listens, hears only the distant trill of a bird out in the mist-wrapped pines. He turns the key, calls a hello into the dim hallway, and when no one answers, he goes inside. The house creaks around him like an old ship. He moves through it, eyes roaming, lingers in the library, notes the polished bookshelves, the tang of lemon pledge, the sunlight beaming through the leaded glass to throw bright squares of red, yellow, and green along the walls. In some ways, he thinks, Redfern Hill could be a sister house to the Baxter home. A plainer sister, fewer frills, the one who steps out back behind the barn with the older cousins to smoke, to cuss. Lonnie had a cousin like that, Aunt Irene's girl, Ima. He and she had snuck off into a hayloft once and played house when Lonnie was 12. It was the first time Lonnie ever saw what nested between a girl's legs. And just the thought of it now, all that sweet and musty-smelling hay, makes him smile. He can still remember Aunt Irene calling up from outside, "Y'all play nice now." In the hallway, Lonnie looks up at the long stairs and reaches into his pocket to pop 2 little helpers. He listens again for movement, voices. Nothing yet. He mounts the stairs. Nellie and Max follow Camp Road south from the cabins along the river. Their destination, the old turpentine mill. Here the road is a slightly wider wagon path, graveled over. The Altamaha runs off to their left, green and wide, beyond a break of cypress trees. Nellie kicks a crushed beer can out of the stobs and down the road. The soil is sandy, marred by jagged washouts and potholes. They cross an old wooden bridge where a creek runs inland and turtles dive from logs. On their right, the hardwood thicket that's rambled south beside them gives way to a vast grove of tall, slender pines. Mother and son come to a standstill and stare. The trees are dead, but for a handful deformed with the residue of old bleeding. Gory black cavities up and down their trunks, where too many times the bark was hacked and rehacked to extract the resin, and the pines, over too many years, were tricked and tricked again into healing themselves. What torture! Nellie crosses her arms over her chest, thumbs the scar on the inside of her arm, imagines drawing a razor over her own flesh, not once or twice, but year after year after year, remaking the same old wound to spill fresh blood. Was this why she never had the guts to leave Wade? Because the roots went too deep, so goddamn deep she could only ever stand and bleed and slowly die? Max, unsurprisingly, thinks of Wade too, of that no-good day in the backyard, of nosebleeds that never stop, hurts that never heal. Nellie steps off the road into the brush and puts her hand on the first trunk she comes to, runs her fingers over the long, V-shaped scars. At her feet, the sun catches a glint of metal beneath pine straw and grass. She drops to her knees, brushes away the straw, and begins digging out the edges of whatever it is with her hands. In a flash, Max is at her side. Out of the sandy earth, together, they pry a tin box the size of a small bread pan, its bottom rusted through. The inside of the box is crusted with hard, black streaks of resin, the outside dented from years of careless hammer blows. Nellie is 16 and traipsing behind August Redfern, far above North Creek, over fallen logs and green lichen, Redfern's back humped beneath his army surplus pack. Her eyes clock to the pendulum of the odd, short-handled axe dangling from his belt loop. Its handle eaten by time, the grip worn smooth, the blade shaped like a crescent moon. Among pines, old and ascending, he takes it out to show her. "Set your box with the flat end, see?" "Box?" she says, "to catch the gum. And this side here," his gloved finger traces the curve of the moon before he lays it against the bark of a pine, gives the tree a smile, so it can spill its gum. Nellie drops the box in the grass. She takes the moon axe from her belt loop. Beneath the deepest slash in the pine's long face, she finds an even older scar, uglier, as curved and wide as a crescent moon. And into this she sets the axe blade, and the blade fits perfectly. It gives the tree a smile. Lonnie pisses in the upstairs bathroom, swings his stream wide of the toilet onto the floor. After he zips, he doesn't flush. On the sink are twin toothbrushes in a red plastic cup. He plucks them up, swirls the bristles of each in the toilet, and puts them back, all the while whistling. He catches his reflection in the mirror, sees himself smiling, and wonders how long has it been since he last whistled. When was it he last felt so good? 1 week after August Redfern died. That's the answer. The day he met his destiny, here at Redfern Hill. It was Jim Meadows' job to oversee Redfern's burial in the family plot, and so, while Meadows directed the backhoe where to dig, and that long black van rolled up, filmed in dust, and the pine casket was slid out on rails, Lonnie, who had come along for the ride, wandered away up the drive, enjoying the peaceful quiet of the place, even if it was a shambles. He'd come out of curiosity, more than anything else, no real desire to own Redfern Hill. Not yet. No, that day he'd only wanted to walk on old Baxter land he'd never seen, where Baxter blood was sown in the very soil itself. And so he looked upon the ruins of August Redfern's legacy and thought inevitably of his own daddy, who was by then already mistaking Lonnie for Herman out at Pine Ridge. He thought, too, of his son, Todd, the bad hand he and Linda were dealt. He thought of Linda herself, the unhappiness that had opened up at the center of her years back, like a black hole, had been swallowing her ever since. Swallowing him, too, if he was honest. Lonnie stepped wrong, foot turning on a rock, his lower back seized, a giant claw gripping his spine. He wanted to move, but couldn't. Any one step might send him toppling. He cast about, popping sweat. Behind him, about 100 yards away, Meadows and the funeral home boys in their dark suits were smoking cigarettes and laughing. Lonnie stood paralyzed in the gravel lane between the barn and the Winnebago. He saw the ramshackle shed built onto the front of the motorhome, a chair beneath it. So he shuffled off the road and through the field to August Redfern's ratty recliner and lowered himself into it. Palmetto bugs ran out onto the Turkish rug and fled for the woodpile. Lonnie shut his eyes, tried to slow his breathing. Doc said it would happen when you least expected it. Son of a bitch, you're useless anymore. He gave out a moan. Gone were the days of touchdowns and state trophies, a fistful of some cheerleader's tit in the steamed cab of his pickup, the way she fit him like a warm, gritty glove. Lonnie. He opened his eyes. A man stood out in the field, watching him from the waist-high grass. He was tall and thin, and dressed in brown pants and boots and a red vest and watch chain. He wore a long coat and a broad-brimmed hat, had a beard white as snow that lay upon his chest. Lonnie knew him from old pictures at home. The man had been dead since 1924. Great-Uncle George? George Baxter lifted his head and stared down a long patrician nose at Lonnie. Then he turned away and set out, walking through the grass. And when Lonnie shoved up out of the chair to follow, he didn't stop to wonder if his back was better. He just went after the man, who had crossed the drive and was passing the barn, heading off down an old wagon trail into the woods. As Lonnie crossed the gravel lane in pursuit, he happened to look down and see what had tripped him. It was not a rock, it was a root, gnarled and hairy and bursting through the ground. "Look!" Max cries. Nellie, walking ahead in the grip of a fierce melancholy, turns. Max stands a few feet in back of her, pointing to where the dog sits a stone's throw away, back up the road, tongue hanging out. Its fur is black, with tan patches along its legs and belly and muzzle. When Max calls to it, it scoots away into the brush. Left rear leg hanging limp and close to its body. "There's something wrong with it," Nellie says. "Did you see?" Max doesn't answer. Instead, he takes his half-eaten sandwich from Nellie's backpack and tears some bread and cheese and sets it in the road. They start back walking. After about 50 yards, they turn, just in time to see the dog lope out of the grass for the scraps. Not a big dog, but it might be bigger, Nellie figures, if it weren't starving. She gets a better look at it, realizes it isn't hurt so much as malformed. The legs shriveled, hairless, from the crook of the joint down to the tip of the foot, which doesn't resemble a foot so much as a pink stump. The dog sniffs the cheese and bread and snatches it up and eats it all in one bite. When it sees them, it sits down, ears pricked, and licks its muzzle. "What do we do?" Max says. Nellie watches the dog watch them. "Strays can be dangerous," she says. Again they walk. Every few hundred feet Max turns and leaves a snatch of sandwich on the ground. And after another few hundred feet, the dog is that much closer, sitting in the middle of the road, panting. By the time they reach the mill, both spare sandwiches are gone. Lonnie passes out of the boy's bedroom. He spent a while in there, digging around for just the right gag, and oh, it's a good one, and into the woman's. He stands inside the doorway, eyes roving, until they settle on a chest of drawers. In the top drawer, he finds a handful of T-shirts, some folded jeans. The T-shirts are mostly black. Silk-screened bands and rock stars. A few Lonnie knows, most he doesn't. Duran Duran, he recognizes. Duran Duran did a Bond song. Next drawer down, he hits pay dirt. Bras with underwire, white cotton underwear. Nothing too exciting, mostly plain Jane shit. But not all of it. Here, for example, is a pair of flimsy black panties, more a promise of underwear than the actual thing. The Gardner woman probably grabbed them by mistake, throwing her shit together the day she left her husband. Lonnie presses the fabric to his face with one hand, breathes it in, chews it a little. The turpentine mill's footprint is still discernible beneath the kudzu that's overtaken it. At its center, a heap of bricks that was once a furnace, a chimney rising up from the ground through an opening on the second-story platform, and finally, the shingled roof. Now there is no roof, no platform, no chimney. Rough-hewn cedar pillars jut from the vines, attached to the bones of a set of stairs, broken and slumping. The last recognizable feature is the giant wooden barrel, its purpose to trap the condensation from the kettle. Easily the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, it's collapsed. But Max can still stand inside the shell and be wrapped entire, enclosed in a Kong-size fist. "Watch for sharp stuff," Nellie says. Something strange in her voice, Max realizes. She's uneasy here. "Why do you think it burned?" he asks. "Mills like this were dangerous. Lots of flammable gases. One spark's all it takes." Broken turpentine casks litter the woods like the cast-off shells of molting insects. Among the ribs they find masses of rosin, hardened on the ground in glittering, slag-like pools. Max breaks off a honey-colored shard and turns it in the sunlight. Nellie steps to the edge of a wooden trough, set below ground level, grown over with vine and littered with dead beetles. She crouches at the edge. About the width of a coffin, the trough runs 7-8 feet out from what's left of the furnace. Nellie pulls at the vine, finds more of the hardened yellow rosin crusting the wood. Bits and pieces of a flimsy frame, rags of rotten mesh like cheesecloth, a sieve. Max picks his way around the collapsed furnace, where he finds, nestled at its center, the remnants of a copper kettle the size of a small washing machine. It's scorched and blasted, the metal twisted. He recognizes the shape of it from Redfern's drawings. It would have been heated by the furnace to cook the raw gum from the trees, which would have separated it into turpentine, water, and the rosin in his hand. Nellie knocks her fist against the trough. "The liquid rosin settles in the bottom of the furnace," Max says, remembering the schematics, the mechanics of the still. "They drained it off while it was still hot." He jumps down into the trough. "Here, they drained it right here." He holds up the golden shard. "And when it cooled, it was this." "Like lava," Nellie says, her voice hushed. Max makes a gushing noise. "Max?" He spins in a circle, arms akimbo. I'm melting, what a world." "Stop it, Max." She jerks him out of the trough. "Too hard, nervous Nellie, too rough," and gives him a shake, then lets go of him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything. People died here. Be respectful." He falls silent, remembering what she told him. That first night. Her grandmother. A fire. Here, he realizes. "This place is a graveyard," Nellie says, and looks over her shoulder, down the narrow, shadowy lane that leads away from the mill and back to Redfern Road. "Let's get back to the house." Max pockets the rosin in his hand. He looks around. "What happened to the dog?" But Nellie doesn't answer. She's already walking. Max jogs after her, glancing back every now and then at the ruins of the mill. The last room Lonnie enters is curiously empty, save a dozen or so large white canvases leaning against the interior wall. An easel among them, a blank, pristine canvas on it. Beneath the easel on the floor is a plastic tackle box of brushes, paints. Lonnie has a moment of inspiration. He picks up a tube of red paint, squirts most of it out into the upper tray of the box. He takes up a wide, flat brush and dips it in the paint, touches it to the canvas. He grins, and the brush begins to move. Soon he's whistling again, imagining the gardener woman's face when she sees it, this masterpiece, Lonnie's own pièce de résistance. Her jaw will drop, her heart will hammer. She'll take it for the threat it is. Who knows? Maybe it'll even stir something else inside her, something deep, deep down between her. But then he sees it. The thing he's painting, and his whistle fades, dries up. The brush goes still against the canvas, bleeds runners of red. What is this? What's he done? This isn't the shape he wanted to paint. Not the shape he started, anyway. No, it's something else. Summoned up from deep, deep down inside Lonnie himself. A portrait, a memory from that day in the woods following the ghost apparition Uncle George thing along the old wagon trail until the path hooks left into the meadow, past the ruins of Redfern's turpentine camp, into the trees, the old man walking ahead, always, no matter how close Lonnie gets, slipping through the pines and oaks. Once, stepping over a rotted log, Lonnie feels a tremor in his back, like an aftershock, and has to stop, and when he does, George stops too, waiting, peering down that garden spade of a nose. "Just where in the fuck we off to?" Lonnie tries. No answer. On they go, the land rising and plateauing onto a wiregrass meadow. Here, the old man leaves a trail of bent grass behind, and when Lonnie looks down, he sees that the earth his great-uncles trod is torn up, as when an armadillo roots for bugs. They pass beneath towering old pines, in the top of one an osprey's nest. The bird's eyes track them until they disappear down a slope of cypress trees that quickly becomes a swamp. George doesn't stop when he comes to the water's edge. He splashes into it, makes no effort to wait on Lonnie, who stands among the stobs like a man caught out between two worlds, the one behind him lacking all wonder, the one before him yet a mystery. Lonnie. He leaps back from the canvas, a red slick of paint sticking his fingers together. That voice, that sweet and terrible voice, first heard that day after he waded out of the swamp and saw George ahead, waiting at the edge of a stagnant stream, beyond it a hillock, an island, wrapped in roots and thick vines that were nothing like any vines or roots Lonnie had ever seen. "What is this place?" he asks. Uncle George does not speak, only lifts his hand and points at the top of the mound, to a hole big as a whale's mouth, overhung with a net of dead muscadine. And now, closer, Lonnie can see that the old man's beard is not really hair but moss, and the old man's eyes are not really eyes but wet river stones, and his skin is not skin, but the light, pulpy flesh of a longleaf pine, its bark sheared away. For the first time that day, Lonnie wonders if he is in fact dead. Dead in August Redfern's drive, his back seizure really a heart attack that felled him in an instant. And now his ancestor, the great Baxter patriarch, has come to usher him across this great and final threshold into hell everlasting. But he can't be dead, because a dead man's pulse can't tick like a stopwatch in his throat, as Uncle George's eyes gleam like polished jewels, and Lonnie moves past him up the hill, finding his path made of roots and moss, drawn by a whisper in his head, reeled in like a fish. Lonnie. He drops to his knees at the summit. A rank sigh issues from that black cave as something huge and old turns in the earth, as if waking from a deep and dreamless sleep. A root. No, not a root. Something else warm and wet, like the paint between his fingers, warm and wet and sticky. He feels it even now, here in the hot and empty farmhouse, as a summer fly buzzes against a nearby window. Those gentle, lapping tongues nuzzling his thigh, inching up over his crotch and between the buttons of his shirt, licking his belly, that low, gritty heat pinching skin and pulling hairs where it grips and crawls out of his shirt and up his throat, and all the while it sighs his name just as a cheerleader once sighed it, or Linda gasped it the night Lonnie fucked a boy into her, a boy who was born brainless and gibbering. Lonnie. Whispering now of the fortunes he can yet possess and the riches his family has already known in service to its hunger. All he has to do is feed it, help it grow strong, nurse it back to its former grandeur, when its branches were long and mighty and its shoots were many, before the long decades of betrayal when August Redfern denied it the sustenance, the nourishment, the worship it required. We need you, Lonnie. We need you. Words that Lonnie Baxter had not heard in a long, long time. Words the slithering thing teases at the porch of his ear until at last it plunges inside, and Lonnie's eyes fly open, and he sees in his painting the face of a god, rendered in cadmium red. They walk in silence, Nellie scratching at mosquito bites, while Max fends off fat horseflies that buzz him like dive bombers. Down the mill road, around the galvanized steel gate, then back on to Redfern Road. Max scuds his feet over the gravel, listless from the day's rising heat. We're getting close, she says after a while. Creek's just ahead, then it's not even half a mile. She wonders if they should have skipped the mill, cut through the pine groves and back to the house. But just the thought of walking among those wasted trees, like boneyards now, makes her angry. She feels cheated. Her grandfather had used up this land, played vampire to an entire forest, until the whole enterprise was bled dry. He'd built no real empire, left behind no legacy, save ruin. At least the trees here are healthy, she thinks, looking around at the woods, the land rising and falling in hills of red clay. Ahead, the road slopes toward the muddy trickle that is South Creek on Max's map. Laid across it, end to end, are several wide planks of lumber from the stack in back of the barn. Nellie and Max had brought them in the Ranger, the morning of their first trip to town, set them down as a makeshift bridge across the shallow wash. Crossing the first plank, her eyes are on her shoes, her thoughts far away. Behind her, Max cries, "Hey!" and drops down into the creek. The board wobbles, and she slips off, sinks the heel of her sneaker in red mud. "Shit! Max!" He's already splashing away. "I thought I saw the dog! Max!" He follows the creek into a bower of saplings, out of sight around a bend. "Max, get back here!" No answer. She scrapes her sneaker on the edge of the plank. Gobs of red clay like cake batter. He's gone 20, maybe 30 seconds, when Nellie hears the dog begin to bark. Not a single bark, but a volley, loud and vicious. Then from somewhere in the trees, her son gives out a sudden, high-pitched yelp. Without thinking, she plunges into the trees, crying out his name. Her sneakers sinking in the silt of the creek bed, face and hair snagged by branches as she pushes through. And then she sees him, standing 10, 15 yards away in the middle of the creek, his back to her, staring down at something. She grabs his arm, spins him to face her. "What were you thinking, running off like that?" Her grip doesn't faze him. His eyes are big and wide. A few yards away, the thin, clear creek water curls around the muzzle of a bear. Nellie gasps, jerks Max backward, away. It's okay. It's dead. Mom, it's dead. Nellie's hand loosens, goes to her mouth. The bear lies on its side, covered with a latticework of roots, its head and front paws the only parts of it left exposed. The roots have burst out of the earth above the creek and plunged like pylons into fur, into flesh, above its shoulders, along its forelegs. She clamps one arm around Max's chest. Is it the one? He says. The one we hit? Jesus Christ, it is, Nellie thinks. But how is that possible? She hit it, what, 4, 5 days ago? Mushrooms, weeds, flowers, maybe these could spring up quickly, but roots? Like this? One of the bear's eyes has burst from the inside, a gob of jelly crusted near its nose. A brown tendril drops down from the empty socket, moist and glistening with creek water. The bear's tongue lolls from its mouth. It was thirsty, Max says. Nellie hugs the boy close, if only to still her own trembling. They shamble back up the creek and onto the road. Only then does Max wonder again where the dog has vanished to. Down by the creek, he'd heard it barking, but found only a handful of paw prints in wet sand. Nothing else. Halfway up the drive, having passed the last mile in near silence, each exhausted and wet clear through with sweat, Nellie and Max stop when they see the silver BMW parked in the turnaround in front of the house. Now what? Nellie mutters, at which point a man walks out of her barn. He wears boots and jeans and a button-down plaid shirt, a slight belly pushing over his belt buckle. He has broad shoulders and a thick neck, a build and bearing that screams high school football hero gone to seed, short, bristly hair. Who's that? Max says. An interested party is her answer. They head up the lane, and when the man sees them, he lifts a hand and smiles, as if inviting Nellie up to her own goddamn property. When they're close enough, she calls out, "Can I help you?" "Howdy," the man says, which infuriates her. Nellie shrugs off her pack. "Take this in, would you, kiddo?" She hands Max the house key, too, fished from her shorts pocket. "What do you say, partner?" The man says. He throws out a calloused hand, palm up. "Gimme 5. Red paint, Nellie sees, on every finger. Max eyeballs the hand like it's a cobra. He weaves around it onto the porch. "Don't leave me hanging." Max glances back and the man winks. "What can I do for you, Mr. Baxter?" Nellie says. Lonnie Baxter turns to Nellie and smiles, and the smile does not reach his eyes. He opens his mouth to speak, but then Max calls down from the porch. "Mom, the door's open and it's got—" "Just go in, Max." He does. Baxter takes a step toward Nellie, fills the space between them. He reeks of cologne and something else, something rough and animal. Adrenaline. Nellie realizes cortisol. She's smelled it before on Wade. Raw male aggression exuded through the sweat glands, the stink of small-town mean. "Y'all been having a walkabout?" Summer heat bakes off her freckled arms, her t-shirt sleeves rolled to the shoulder. Don't antagonize him, whatever you do. "I'm guessing you're the one I was told about? Mr. Deep Pockets?" Baxter spreads his arms as if to say, "You got me." "Well, I'm sure Mr. Meadows gave you my answer by now." Baxter sucks his teeth. "It's a big place. You've done wonders with it so far. All it needs is a little love. Saw a bit of daylight through the barn roof. You might want to patch that." "You're a snoop, Mr. Baxter." But he's big. He's dangerous, so she smiles when she says it. He hooks his thumbs in his belt loops, Call me Lonnie. Was there something you drove out here for, Lonnie? Just to say hey, meet you. We're practically family, you know." Her smile broadens. "Oh, I don't know much. Yes'm, your grandfather, he married into this place. See, my great-uncle, he owned this land. Owned most of Baxter County, as a matter of fact, long before it was called Baxter County." He circles her, wolf-like, reaches out, runs his thumb slowly along the dull edge of the moon axe that dangles from Nellie's belt loop, curves down Nellie's thigh. His finger whispers over the fabric of her jeans, Tina Gorn style, and her placating smile withers, and she steps away, out of his reach. His grin remains fixed, his gaze drifting across the meadow, over the trees. "Lot of blood been spilled over this land." Nellie does not look at him, but a slow charge is building in her, building like thunderclouds in the July sky. "My daddy, he used to tell stories about my great-uncle George, back in the day, back before this was even Baxter County. Said Uncle George had to patrol his property on horseback with a shotgun on account of all the crackers he'd pissed off, stealing their land." Baxter laughs. No good white trash never got tired of sneaking onto the home place, trying to burn it all down, rape his daughter. Nellie's skin prickles. Her hands make fists at her sides. "Uncle George, well, he'd just shoot 'em and hump the bodies out here, Daddy said, to these old woods. What he did with 'em, no one really knows. There's other stories, too, about your grandfather, how he went crazy after his firstborn died. Folks worked for August Redfern, they'd up and vanish every now and then. Yes'm, bad things happened here. You can take that to the bank. You sure you want to stay? Chance it?" She forces the tremble from her voice when she says, "I've got supper to start," and strides past him. "What y'all havin'?" She stops, turns, something out of a box. "My boy, Todd, he's older than yours, but he loves Kraft macaroni and cheese. Kind that looks like wagon wheels. He'd eat it every day if we let him." He thrusts his hands into his pockets, jingles his keys, rattles a bottle of pills. He takes out a blue plastic teardrop fob, stamped Georgia Land and Timber. "Well, I just wanted to see how y'all were settling in. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Gardner. I expect we'll talk again soon." He opens his car door, is sliding behind the wheel when Nellie happens to glance over at the porch, where Max stands watching like a shadow behind the fly screen. But instead of Max, her eyes fix on a smear of red fingerprints on the door latch. And above this, a full, clear handprint on the screen itself. And suddenly her stomach churns up a ball of acid that rises into her throat, and it hits her like a wave of heat, this fury, this need to wipe that shit-eating grin right the fuck off Lonnie Baxter's face. "Hey." He pauses, one boot in the car. "Did you go in my house?" Far out on the highway, a log truck grinds through its gears. "Did I what now?" Nellie steps calmly to the rear of the car. She slides August Redfern's axe out of her belt loop. "You went in my house." Still grinning, Baxter looks off to where the sun is heavy in the western sky. "Now why would I do that?" Nellie shores up a two-handed grip on the axe. I hope it was worth it. Before Baxter can grin even wider and say worth what, she swings the axe into the BMW's left taillight, and the sound of crunching plastic, crunching glass is the best sound she's heard all day, all week, all year. So she swings again, and again, until the ground is littered with bits and pieces of Lonnie Baxter's car, and the axe hangs heavy in her hands, and she's gasping through a fall of hair. Baxter is not grinning anymore. His hand grips the doorframe, his knuckles white. The cords of his neck are standing out, and a red vein is throbbing at his left temple. His eyes dart from the broken glass to Nellie's axe, then to her face. And now his lips are twisting into a snarl, so Nellie stands up straight and pushes her hair away from her face and prepares to meet whatever comes her way to go down swinging. But Lonnie doesn't move. His breathing slows. His snarl resolves into a smirk. Shit. He spits on the ground and slams his door. The BMW grumbles away. Axe in hand, Nellie watches until Baxter is out of sight, then sets the weapon against the wall of the porch and rubs her sweaty palms on her jeans. Max finds her in her bedroom, where the dresser drawers have all been opened and the bed, someone's been sleeping in my bed, bears the impression of a body twice her size. She's holding something in her hand, a pair of underwear, balled up, staring at the quilt. In a flat, mechanical voice, she tells him to look through the house, see if anything's missing, broken. Mom? He holds out his pencil box, the one she bought him at an antique store last Christmas. Simple, wooden, 2 brass clasps and a lock. He opens it and shows her. Inside, all the pencils, shades of B and H, are broken, snapped in half. That's the man who wants the house? Not the house, Nellie says. The land. Will he be back? No. No, he won't be back. But her words to Max's ears sound every bit as hollow as they are. Lonnie glances once, twice in the rear view. After he's rounded the curve at the end of the drive, out of sight of the gardener woman, he stomps his boot on the brake, and the heavy car skids to a halt. He grips the steering wheel with both hands, heart walloping in his chest. Bitch, he thinks. Bitch, bitch, bitch. He ought to turn this boat around, drive back up there and... No. He runs a trembling hand over his scalp. Thinks pleasantly of the walkabout he'd had inside the house. The key Meadows made for him in his hip pocket. She'll change the locks now, but Lonnie doesn't care. He has no business here after today. After today, Mrs. Nellie Gardner is going to be someone else's business. He'll see to that. He surely will. He'd like to be the one to see to it himself, but there's his future to consider. That old state legislature dream, ever more present in his mind these days, Senator Baxter. You know what you need to do. Feed it. So do it. Lonnie lets up his red-handed grip on the wheel, lifts his foot off the brake. The BMW begins to roll. He eases it over the creek wash where the road is treacherous, and a few minutes later he's reached the highway. He signals left, is looking both ways when the car phone rings. He about jumps out of his skin. He shoves the car into park and snatches the phone. What? A pause. Then, Lonnie? Linda. Lonnie, where are you? Something in her voice. Something wrong. Just out. Is it Todd? I don't know how to say it, Lonnie. Just say it, he growls. Your father is dead. Click-clock of the turn signal. The engine's heavy diesel rumble. Lonnie? When? An hour ago? The home just called. They think it was a stroke. Lonnie, I don't have Herman's number. It's okay. I've got it somewhere. I'll be home soon. Lonnie, I'm sorry. I love you. I love you too, Linda. I'll see you shortly. Come straight home. I will. Bye, Lonnie. Bye, love. He sets the phone gently back in its cradle, holds on to it, picks it back up, sets it back down, picks it up again, sets it down hard, again, harder, again, harder, and suddenly he's slamming the phone into its cradle over and over until finally the plastic cracks and a piece flies off onto the floor and spit flies from Lonnie's mouth and he seizes the wheel and stomps the accelerator, and the car roars onto the highway. From his right, a world-quaking horn blast. Lonnie reacts, yanking hard left and gunning for the shoulder as a pulpwood truck roars past, bits of bark trailing in its wake, 2 short honks as it thunders over the river bridge. A rock pops his windshield, leaves a divot in the glass. Lonnie slips the car into park and lets go of the wheel, drops his hands into his lap. Off in the field to his right, a bunch of cows look at him. He stares at his hands, watches them shake until finally they stop. After that, Lonnie drives home to his family. She can't look away from the canvas. The cunt, it's the only word for it really, is wide and gaping, a red, sideways smile, cartoonish and vulgar, sure, but here's the weird part, not without charm. Like maybe, just maybe, he was really trying. All around it, to the edges of the canvas, Baxter's painted swirls of black pubic hair, huge looping curls. It's the biggest goddamn bush she's ever seen. She puts her hand over her mouth, has to stifle the laugh. And then she sees the heavy red splotch of paint at the top, dripping down the canvas like blood. Nellie cocks her head, steps forward, and turns the painting on its side. The horizontal orientation makes it something else altogether. It reminds her of the last page of her grandfather's notebook out in the RV. An eye, but not an eye. And not so funny as the other thing. She takes the canvas down, turns it to face the wall. No, not funny at all. 1923. May 4th. All along a phalanx of cat-faced pines, the woodsmen shuffle like ragged birds from bounty to bounty. So much gum to harvest, they can't keep up. Dead on their feet, hands blistered, fingers sticky. Among them, the Green brothers, moving in tandem through the gloom, spade and pail and hack in hand, each man half asleep until Eli gives out a furious cry. James, walking ahead, whirls, heart in his throat. Snake, he's thinking, half expecting the telltale rattle of a diamondback. But all he sees is his brother, slumped against a pine, face a grimace of pain. Eli unbuckles the metal stovepipe from his left shin and peels it away. He rolls his trouser leg to his knee, a trickle of blood where the pipe has gouged him. "Reckon you'll live?" James says. "Fuck you, this shit hurts." "I believe you. I'd rather get bit by a rattler than walk around like a tin of potted meat." They hear men's voices, harsh laughter, the whinny of a horse. In the distance, a saddled roan weaves among the trees and shafts of sunlight. Barlow astride it, in his suit coat and bowler, reins looped around the wrist of his two-fingered hand. With the good hand, he points, gives orders, and the men step to. "Boss man sees you sitting there with your hack in your lap, you'll wish you was up swinging it. That's all I'm saying. Well, fuck old Seven Fingers, too. And fuck these trees. And fuck you. And fuck these metal sons of bitches." Eli fumbles loose the second shin guard and slings the pair of them into the brush. He leans back and shuts his eyes. James looks in the direction they're headed, considers the length of the work ahead. His right arm hurts from thrusting his spade into box after box, slathering and scraping the thick gum into the pail. Sweat drips in his eyes, and gnats hang from his lashes. "If you're through," he gestures down the long row of pines with his spade, "we got a ways to go, and I aim to get my quota before the day's out. I got a date tonight." "It ain't a date after 5 years. You know, if you'd bitch less, some gal might want to take you out too." Eli, head chalked back against the tree, opens his eyes. "Some white gal?" James shrugs. Eli slaps a mosquito at his wrist. "All right, Mr. Poet." "I ain't no poet." Eli thumps his chest. "In here you are." "Too much, maybe. You need a little anger about you. What, I should walk around like a lion with a thorn up my ass?" Eli fans a fly from his leg. "Yeah, you and Pop. He keeps it inside, too." The brothers share a look at the mention of Ishmael. No words, though both understand each other. This fear, they've carried it with them into the trees every day these past few months. Ishmael up before the sun even cracks the trees, struggling to make water in a little patch of brown grass in back of the cabin. Hands trembling when he lights his pipe. That long, old man's shuffle along the river, down to the distillery, his job for 2 years now, simply to saddle the mules and drive the wagon back up Camp Road, haul them barrels of raw gum. Mr. Redfern's got new Ford trucks, but he keeps that wagon, them mules, just for Ishmael. James feels every minute of the 5 long years they've spent here. All the men who've come and gone, those who died from the flu, the tent fire, those who jumped ship not long after. Eli begged Ishmael to leave, head south to Florida, so he could breathe salt air, but the old man was stubborn, said he was just fine here. Just fine, of course, meaning already too tired, too sick to travel. And James, well, he just kept quiet, didn't he? Heart spun up in love with a red-haired Irish girl whose family thought, like Ishmael Green, it was a better shot here than elsewhere. After all, ever since the miraculous recovery of little Charlie Redfern and his mother, Franny and Mrs. Sullivan have been working as nanny and cook up at the house, and Mr. Sullivan, he's apprenticed to the cooper now. They're all saving up, Franny says, for their own patch of farmland east of town. But things don't last. That's the lesson James Green knows like a schoolboy knows his ABCs. For 2 years, the woodsmen have been replenished each season from rougher and rougher stock. Men less inclined to run from a fight, James figures. And there's always a fight to be had. Ever since Jasper Hawley tuned up the Swede on that bridge, poor Marcus, burned in that awful fire. And now that production's singing. Redfern's hired new toughs to guard the mill. A passel of crackers brought in on trucks from the train yards at Brunswick. Pale skin and mean eyes. A heap of loaded shotguns. Pop's plumbing, Eli shakes his head. Gone bad. It's been one shit place after another for him. Here was different. Florida. James can almost see the word shimmering in the air above his brother's head. He'll never see the ocean, Eli. No, Eli sighs. But you and me, we can. Franny Sullivan, too, like we talked about. James doesn't say anything to this. He's thinking of the years he and Franny have shared in these woods, a love nurtured outside of time, outside of reality, as fragile in the end as a globe of glass in a trembling hand. Would she want to go? How could he ask her to leave her family? What could he offer? Hey, you! Barlow's voice flies like an arrow. James grabs Eli's hack and thrusts it into his hands, snags his own pail and spade, and hauls his brother up, and the two scramble back to scraping, hacking. James half expects a thunder of hooves at their backs, but there is only the heat of a long and studied glare, and soon after that, nothing at all. When he looks around, the horseman is gone, disappeared among the pines. Beneath their blades, the trees bleed on. Franny spreads the quilt on the library floor and sits down with Charlie and Henry. Each wears blue short pants and a white shirt. Charlie's legs are folded and his chin is in his hands. He's waiting patiently, brightly. Little Henry slumps beside him, shy and reticent. His thumb wanders to the corner of his mouth before it worms its way in and hooks itself behind his tiny teeth. Mrs. Effie wants Franny to put pepper on it, or castor oil, but Franny's mother says no. If the boy wants his thumb, let him have it, Mrs. Sullivan says. He'll soon grow out of it. Franny opens a book of nursery rhymes and fairy tales and reads from it as best she can. Sometimes she stumbles over the words, reading being still new and frightening, even after James has taught her. She's self-conscious, uneasy with the scrutiny her fumbling invites. But James reads oh so well. Franny could listen to him read all day, could lose herself in the sound of his voice. Their first night together on the Altamaha's southern bank, far from camp, he brought a book, his favorite story, which he read to her, The Black Cat. He read with gusto, and when he closed the book, her freckled face was pale, her green eyes wide. She wanted to be able to read like that, but what a terrible story, she teased. World's full of terrible things. And why would you want to read about them? I want to write them. Stories like this? Maybe. Sort of. I don't know. Well, you'd be marvelous at it. You're marvelous at most things, aren't you? You ain't read a word I've written. Do you actually have any stories written down, James Green? A few. Well, I don't suppose you'd tell me one. Maybe you could read it yourself. Don't tease me. Let me teach you. You want to teach me to read? Why not? It's just a matter of... And then Franny Sullivan was kissing him, and he put his hands on her shoulders, and her fingers touched his jaw. And when they separated, she found him staring dumbly at her, and she was staring back. And some days, Franny thinks, it still feels like that, like they're the only two people in the world. Though their families know, and oh, how James's brother disapproves, they remain new man, new woman, forever busy with the naming of all creation in this strange paradise. Suddenly, Charlie's voice interrupts her. "You have to read better if you want us to go to sleep." She closes the book. "Oh, really? I'm not sleepy at all. And what about you, Henry? Are you sleepy?" Henry grins at her around his thumb. She touches his nose with the tip of her finger. He laughs. "Would you like to read it?" Franny says to Charlie, and holds out the book. The boy takes it, turns it round in his lap, and opens it. Turns to his favorite story. "Beauty," he runs his finger below the title, "and the Beast." Franny gathers Henry into her lap, and he settles against her, sucking his thumb. Quickly, he's asleep, and soon enough, Charlie begins to yawn around the words, exhausted from the effort. Before long, she takes the book from him, shuts it, and sings him softly the rest of the way. After that, she's able to slip away to the kitchen, carrying the book with her as the children nap. Cookies are in a jar on the counter, and Mrs. Redfern never minds if she has one. A man stands at the back door, framed in the red hourglass window. Tall, no hair, a grizzled face. She freezes where she stands. Book of Fairy Tales clasped to her breast. The man waves at her. He is not a man she knows. "Is this my house?" the man says. "Beg your pardon, sir?" Without thinking, she takes a step closer to the door. "I used to live here." He reaches for the doorknob. "No, I don't think—" The doorknob rattles. "This is the Redfern house. Redfern Hill. But I've got this." He holds up a key. It's then that she remembers the talk between her mother and father over supper out in the cabin. Of the letters Mrs. Redfern's been receiving. Not meaning to snoop, but it was there, on the writing desk. Well, in the writing desk. Mrs. Sullivan read one. Horrible, dirty letters, cruel and threatening. The most vulgar, awful things, her mother whispered. The man smiles. His teeth are gray and rotten. Franny's heart plummets into her stomach as she realizes what he means to do. She clutches the book of fairy tales to her breast and turns, heading briskly for the hall as the key slides into the lock and the door bangs open. She runs for the library. The boys. Oh, God. The hands snag her dress, her hair, fabric tears. "No, please, oh no." The man throws her to the hallway floor. She crawls for the foot of the stairs. He falls upon her, driving the breath right out of her. Reaches for his belt. Franny screams. A shotgun blast pitches him off her, into the wall. A few feet away, little Henry hugs the library door in shocked silence. Inside the library, Charlie begins to cry. Euphemia Redfern descends the stairs, her father's Browning double barrel in hand. The intruder's bowels are spilling out of his shredded denim shirt. He reaches a bloody hand toward Henry, but Henry does not move. "Back!" his mother commands, and the boy retreats into the library. Franny Sullivan rolls over on her back and lies on the floor, breathless, staring up at the pendant light fixture, the board ceiling. Cobwebs up there. Her mother needs to clean. James follows the river by moonlight to the fallen sycamore, lantern in hand. He goes quickly, arrives early amid the nightly serenade of frogs. He doesn't know if Franny will even come, the news of the day's terrible events having reached the woodsman even in the fields, far from the house. The mill. Franny is okay. This much he knows. Mr. Sullivan himself had brought the news back to camp as the men washed up down by the river. "Whatever you hear," he'd said to James, "she's fine." After that, he went away, across the clearing and back down the trail toward the house. The talk, at first, was that someone tried to hurt the twins, broke into the house. Little Charlie, the talk went, was murdered. But Daniel Two-Fists and Ishmael Green and half a dozen others were at the mill as the day wound down, and late that evening they'd returned, a sad, whipped Lot, who had borne witness to a thing so terrible Ishmael himself had sat down in his rocker and wept. Later, he told James and Eli the whole story. "You never heard such screams," Ishmael said, "like a heart being torn from a chest." Now, James sits on the tree and waits, heart galloping at every rustle, every snap. An hour passes, 2. The frogs fall silent as the night closes around him like wings. He watches the dark woods for the firefly bob of her lantern. By the bottom of the 3rd hour, he's convinced she's not coming, so he reaches into his pocket for his matches to relight his own lantern, and that's when her voice slides out of the dark. "James, James, are you here?" He stands, strikes a match, and she emerges from the pines in her housemaid's dress, hair still up in the tidy bun she wears when working. Her face is wan, grave. She blows the match out before it singes his fingers, then falls into his arms and begins to cry. Hard, stricken tears, the kind you push deeper and deeper until they finally break you open. He holds her, and she burrows into him, hot face pressed into the hollow of his neck. "Shh," he tells her, and strokes her hair, there on the midnight bank of the river. Nothing left in her to spill but words. She tells him the story. About the man at the kitchen door, Mrs. Euphemia, and the shotgun blast, the acrid smell of gunpowder, how, in the moments after the man died, she felt a strange, unearthly calm. Mrs. Euphemia's command to take Charlie and Henry out the back door and meet her in front of the house. How she stepped over the dead man in the foyer, his insides spilled out like a knot of slick worms. She waited out front, children pressed against her, wailing, as Mrs. Euphemia went upstairs to reload the gun, and then came down, and they all set out walking across the hayfield, Franny carrying Henry, Mrs. Euphemia holding Charlie, one armed shotgun slung over her chest on a sash of twine, through the woods, down the road, to South Creek, where they cut up the wash and came out at the distillery beneath the trees, skirts hemmed in mud and bristling with burrs. The mill was in full operation, the men rolling that day's barrels out of Mr. Ishmael's wagon and up the rails to the kettle where Mr. Redfern himself stood supervising. "It was him who spotted us," Franny tells James. Her voice is flat as if every feeling she could possibly feel has already been felt, and her tears are the last to be wrung out of her. "We stumbled out of them woods, like flushed game." Henry so heavy, so quiet in her arms. "Mr. Redfern met us in the road. Mrs. Euphemia, it was like someone cut a cord. She just dropped. Mr. Redfern had to catch her one-armed, and Mr. Barlow, he was right on Mr. Redfern's heels, close enough to lurch and catch little Charlie. Mr. Redfern, he was asking me all sorts of questions. I couldn't think. My head wasn't on straight. She stops for a while. They sit quietly on the sycamore, river whispering down the red clay embankment. I don't know what Mr. Barlow did with little Charlie, how he ended up where he did. My arms was full of Henry, and all of a sudden the men, it was a terrible commotion. I'll never forget Mr. Redfern's face. He looked up from his wife. He was holding her hand, and it's like he knew. "Stop." James puts a hand over hers. "Pop told us." She pulls her hand away, fiddles with her skirt, smoothing the fabric in her lap. She goes on as if she hasn't heard him, like she has to tell it. Sick the story up and out. Some of the men, they stood their posts up on the platform. They had to vent the gas from the kettle, to open the sieve. Even if the Lord Jesus himself had stumbled out of those woods, they'd have stood their posts, I reckon. Otherwise it might have all gone up. And when the man up on the platform opened that gate and all that hot liquid come pouring out, there was little Charlie down in that trough. Mr. Barlow had let go his hand for an instant, I heard him say later. Only an instant. Someone screamed. I had Henry in my arms and the men. They all moved toward that sound like a flock of birds. Was it the boy, screaming? James remembers his father's words, like a heart being torn from a chest. In the dark he can't quite see her face, just the shape of her head as she shakes it. No, it was Mr. Redfern. He put his hands down in there to drag the little one out, all that hot rosin come pouring over him. And when he took him up, his fingers, they ran like candle wax. I held Henry tight, turned him away. Don't look, I said. Little Charlie. He never made a sound. Her hands move in her lap, fingers working at each other. James puts one arm around her, and with his other he lifts the lantern from between them, sets it at his feet. He draws her to him. She moves, but she moves woodenly, resisting even the barest comfort. They sit like this until the moon sinks behind the woods across the water, and then James Green walks Franny Sullivan back to her cabin, where her father sits in the dark of the porch, waiting to take her in. Mrs. Sullivan, meanwhile, roams Redfern Hill, switching on lamps. On the parlor couch, Euphemia stares with wide, wet eyes at the ceiling, imagines she can see straight through the cracks to the bed where her husband sleeps, drugged with laudanum, hands wrapped in great gloves of gauze. Earlier the sheriff was at his bedside. Somber face, hat in hand, voices in the foyer through the half-shut parlor door, heavy as if under water. The doctor, stinking of horse and sweat, reminding Mrs. Sullivan of the dosage. Euphemia refuses opioids. She will not dull the sensations that spark through her like electricity. She will feel them all, every last one, the buck of the shotgun in her hands, the sight of the man's gut shredding, the hot pine sap reek of the steam, and the screams of her husband as he plunged his hands into a molten river of rosin. She remembers when little Charlie was born, that long night of despair, when motherhood and a life lived at Redfern Hill seemed as deadly as the twin barrels of the shotgun now propped beside the parlor door. How she longs for the surety of that gun in her hands, little Charlie's killer, to see the end of a Browning. But she cannot shoot a furnace, cannot shoot a mill. She can only shoot men. Euphemia, the voice speaks. Once again, as before, out of a fevered, altered state. When the flu almost killed her, it brought her, in a vision, to her father's secret place, the voice of his secret God, so intimate, so strong. Come to me, it says. Bring me your pain, your hurt, your broken heart. August has failed it. She knows this. He is weak, and he has failed them all. Take me, she begs it. Euphemia. No, she thinks. I would not give myself to anyone ever again, save to end this life. No. She feels it then, like a thing, uncoiling in her chest, waking from its slumber to slip into a great blue sea and swim, as it spreads all through her. And she, too, is drifting with it, in that sea of calm and peace and strength. For hers is the willing, grieved heart it has always lacked, in the servants it has sought. A woman's heart, ever so capable of any and all demands. But I want too. Men never have to ask, their desires so predictable. From birth to death, money, influence, control. Her father's heart, were she to dissect it, pin it, diagram it, would show little more than greed, tangled up in a monster's plunging roots. August's heart, a sodden, fearful rag of blood and ambition, land, all the land in the world, and his firstborn to be planted in that very land now, where tombstones have already been erected for each of them, as if death on Redfern Hill were as inevitable as the rising and setting of the sun. I want... But what does she want? What she wants now at 22 is hardly what she wanted at 17 when she thought being a wife, a mother, could save her from a life without purpose. True purpose. Yes, that's what she wants. Sound of scrubbing. Mrs. Sullivan on her knees in the hall, a sloshing bucket and wire brush. Soapy, bloody water on the boards. Euphemia closes her eyes. Voices in the foyer through the half-shut parlor door, heavy. Drowning. She gasps for air, sits up in the dark. The silent tomb of her house. That voice, again, a slither among leaves. Euphemia. In delirium and grief it comes. Knocks. And Euphemia answers. Out in the barn, in the deepest sounding of the night, she finds the dead man, wrapped in burlap bags and planked on wood between two sawhorses. She traces the shape of him with the beam from a Winchester flashlight, then passes him by and harnesses one of the mules in its stall. She leads the mule to the sawhorses, puts a bucket of oats in front of it, and ties one end of a rope around the dead man's neck. The rest of the rope she tosses over the barn's rafter, gathers up, and hauls in to lift the body and swing it onto the mule's back. Once she's tied the corpse to the mule, and the mule has eaten its fill of the oats, she allows herself a rest. Then leads the animal out of the barn and onto the narrow wagon path that will take her as far as the camp. She wears a pair of August's pants, tucked into her own mud boots, and a light canvas blouse with sleeves to protect her arms. The 2-cell flashlight casts a weak yellow beam, enough to see by without being seen. Her eyes are red and swollen from the day's long grief, but her pulse is steady, her mind focused to a point. When she spies ahead the entrance to the camp, she veers off into the thicket, the mule hesitating, until she gives the bridle a yank and bends the stupid creature to her will.